The Royal Arena beckoned, and yesterday, two teams answered that call. First, the Danes netting a spot on home soil, as once again they tamed Na'Vi, this time in a 3-map affair. FaZe, later on though, they wanted to flip the script. It was Liquid to wash them out last time around, but Karrigan, he had other ideas. Big aim, big brain, big frags in the server, and such instrumental impact to see FaZe netting that second spot at the Blast Premier Fall Finals. Today, though, gentlemen, it is a question of survival. But you guys, you aren't going anywhere. Of course, I've always got Pimp. I've got Maniac joining me down here on the show floor. Come rain or shine, you guys are here. And it was shine yesterday. There was some really, really spicy games going down.
Yeah, we had some real spicy game. I think we gave Karrigan all the praises that he was deserving of.
Yeah.
It was a little bit of a unique day in that regard because he did everything, absolutely everything, from calling to fragging to entering to clutching. It was very much appreciated for me to see Karrigan having such a good time. We love the good vibes.
Yeah. First up, though, it was heroic to net themselves a spot at the Royal Arena once again. That game, though, I think my learning from that was Na'Vi are heating up, right? Sure, it was a loss for them, but they did manage to take a map off, heroic rather, this time around, and it was a good signs from the individuals.
Yeah, definitely. I think both me and Matthew agreed yesterday that it was the highlight of the tournament for the both of us. It was the best game, the best quality. Two teams who really put up a good fight. They were matching each other on the server, and yeah, Na'Vi still early in their progress, still early in their journey with this new international roster, but I think we're seeing them getting better every single time they join the server. And to me, that's a very healthy signal.
As far as I'm concerned, Na'Vi have already exceeded expectations. That series against Heroic, that's exceeding what I thought they would be able to do in short term.
Yeah.
We always talk about weeks, hell, even months might be needed for a team that is going in such a deep reshuffling and rebuilding of their own game plan. LXCB coming in, going international, you know the list, we've mentioned it many times. I had no faith in them being able to push Heroic the distance. We're talking 28 rounds in the last map, down to the wire, couple of crazy clutches, so good for Na'Vi, and it's good for Counter-Strike because we know that already in short term, they're actually legitimate candidates and they're going to be hard to fight.
Particularly when you think about the first half of that last map, we see the scoreline ending 16-12. It was 11-4 first half for Heroic, with Na'Vi going onto the T side of things. That's a tricky hill to try and come back on.
It is, and it gives credit to LXCB already for finding his footing as an in-game leader. I think Blade as well is slowly but surely learning how to work with LXCB, and I will say that Na'Vi's T side over the course of this tournament have looked all right. There's been some good calls, some good mid-rounding. You've seen some of the individuals step up as well. We talked about Emma yesterday, who had a great series, so he deserves a lot of credit. So I feel like there's a lot of positives you can take away from Na'Vi, and I'm excited to see them play in the Gauntlet.
Yeah, of course, they will be in the later stages of the Gauntlet, but a team who aren't making it to the Gauntlet, that's FaZe, because they've already netted their spot at the Fall Finals, and as we were aptly saying, it was kind of a one-man show yesterday, and not the man that you would expect on the side of FaZe.
You know, it was great to see Karrigan have an outlier of a performance. I think the entire FaZe team honestly just turned things around after Series 1, which left us very worried for them and sort of the state that they were in at the beginning of this season. We were starting to build like great narratives and grand narratives about how they're not winning for a while and they're looking out of energy and things aren't really clicking and the individuals aren't showing up. I feel like this story has changed already in a few days. The way they dispatch of G2 and then Liquid after that, that was very clean. And let's be honest, when you have Karrigan having that type of game, it's already over. Like the baseline of the talent around the lineup makes it that it's already over.
Yeah, 1.4 rating for him. That was crazy.
That was great, right? We asked the question yesterday. When was the last time Karrigan top fragged 2 maps in a row?
Did we get an answer to that?
The entire series?
Twitch
No
chat,
one.
you didn't
No one did. No.
Bring in the goods.
Come on, man.
I feel like you guys should work hard out there in the Twitch chat. So maybe go in and deep dive into the stats. When was the last time Karrigan were top fragging in a best of 3 win series?
And when was the last time we saw Naf struggling so hard? That was kind of the other side of the equation because he's been so consistent so far this season.
Yeah,
Karrigan owned him.
Another outlier, right? Was Naf? What did he tweet? Like he was blowing bubbles in the first map. I didn't know that expression. It's kind of cool. Like I can actually visualize it.
Blowing bubbles.
He said, yeah, he said, damn, I was blowing bubbles on the first map. I don't know what it means, but I can imagine.
Just having a grand
like being
old
a fish.
time. Yeah, I guess.
In French Counter-Strike, when
Blowing
we
bubbles
suck,
you
we
do as
say
a kid, right? It's like that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
The
me too.
dishwashing soap, you know.
we should have him on interview and ask the meaning of that.
That's exactly what I want. The etymology of that word. I also want to check in with the Gauntlet as we're progressing on through all the Fall Finals teams rather first, because they'll be joining the
cool.
Ninjas. Obviously, we've talked about that a hell of a lot. NIP dispatching a Vitality to seal that first spot. And we've got a Dane on every single team, at least one.
Not surprised.
According to the
All
script.
in
Now
the
we have the
work,
Gauntlet.
Danes.
All the teams that are left trying to fight for these remaining spots. And today, Freya, we are at the beginning of what could be a very long journey for any of these teams. We see Liquid, Vitality, and Na'Vi are waiting for their opponent. They're in a pretty good position in the sense that you get to watch your opponents play very much analyze everything they're doing. You get to prepare for your best of 3, bootcamp one more day, and then possibly fight for Copenhagen.
Let's wrap up yesterday's goodness with our CS Money Play of the Day. You guys had 3 plays to be choosing from over on the Blast Premier Instagram. So, Jacob, I believe it's another Dane coming in as play number 3.
Yeah, there's going to be no play of the day without Mr. Cadian coming in. He did a fantastic job yesterday. This time around with the AWP in this situation, a no-scope going in towards the vents, going for a second one, of course, only as Cadian would do it. And he's actually turning around a 5v2 together with his mate right here. A massive play coming out of Cadian.
Yeah, second we have JL, who, believe me, had a beautiful spray in that, but this was very much more just Na'Vi with a great call, Alexibi with a great feeling as well. That B side that was wide open, and here you can see the retake attempt from Heroic being completely squashed with this beautiful spray from JL.
Another Deagle highlight. I feel like we've had a lot so far in this tournament. We had a few. Yabi coming out on Mirage once more, and it's beautiful. The first one is dirty. The second one, even better. Moving, taking the kill, and the third one is just spicy as well. Yabi played a great game yesterday and was a big part of the reason why Heroic ended up qualifying for Right Week.
13-11. It's 13-11.
Oh,
and you bring that out of the hat.
So
that's beautiful.
impactful. Just another day in Yabby Dabby Doo land. Before we do dive into any more CS goodness here at the Blast Premier full groups, we do need to take a deep dive into Rostermania. So yesterday we touched upon the European shuffles that have been going down outside of the Blast circuit. We've also got to take a hop, skip and a jump over the pond because there's been a lot going on in the South Americas region. Hell of a lot of teams shuffling, a lot of players around. Any particular highlights out of the list of these 5 that have been confirmed so far?
I mean, listen, obviously the most talked about shuffle is the Fallen and Cello going to Furia. Yeah. That's the number 1, that's the headline. And for a while the conversation was, Brazil has way too many talented players and strong players to not have a team that is an actual contender for very deep runs and potential trophies. For a while, Furia was occupying that spot, but we have to admit that they've fallen off a little bit, no pun intended, and we're not any of these candidates anymore. Now, listen, let's just put it out there. Art still being in that lineup, that is the point of debate, that is the point of discussion. I'm not too happy about it. I probably would have liked to see them go a step further and bring an even stronger rifle. Yeah. But they have decided to give him a shot in a different position.
It seems half-assed to me. You know, I don't necessarily go against the Cello pickup or the Fallen pickup. I think something had to happen within Furia. I think Fallen as an individual, he's been under a lot of criticism, but I think he's been having a great output on the server lately. He's been fracking it out. He's good with the AWP, and he's a known quantity. Comes in with a ton of experience, something I think Furia needs. Now, I agree with you. Art being still in the lineup with Fallen apparently being the in-game leader. Yes. What's his role? Okay, the aggressive rifler, he's going to go out there, he's going to open up space, but I feel like Art have been under a lot of criticism for good reason lately. I don't think he's produced enough on the server. I think he's been playing poor Counter-Strike, and I think this will be the last chance for Art. If he's not finding any sort of fracs, any sort of productivity on the server within the first 3 to 6 months, I think he will be gone for Furia for good.
I'm really intrigued to see Fallen taking up that mantle with, you know, the likes of Quesarado, the likes of Yuri around him. But we've also got to talk about the Furia players which were removed and now moving on over to MIBR. I feel like you can literally take these cards and they've just kind of shuffled the decks in between all of these orgs. MIBR, that move, what's your take on that?
Interesting, you know, Henny is somehow, some way finds his way into another team once more. I don't know how he does it. I don't know what's working over there in the Brazilian Counter-Strike scene.
Yeah, he's got.
This time he's out.
Yeah. No, he's in, right?
Henny joins. It's safe and drop.
It's safe. It's a safe and drop joining, and Turtle and Henny are
out.
We're talking MIBR.
Imperial.
It can be confusing. I know.
Henny is still part of the Imperial squad.
Yes.
Okay.
Listen, I would be lying if I said that this is the most exciting move I've ever seen in Brazilian Counter-Strike.
Yeah,
I cannot wait to see MIBR play. Oh my damn, it's incredible. Like, that's not the case. We're talking about a second chance type of scenario where you're safe, your job, you've been removed out of Furia, and then you have a chance. It wouldn't be the first time that players who struggle in a lineup come and find a second breath in a different one, different vibe, different constellation, different philosophy. But this is the point we're starting. Only thing we can do is build hypotheses that, oh, hey, maybe they could do better than they were doing. But they were not good enough for the very top, and that's the reason why we're talking about this roster.
Yeah, I think for my money, I'm looking at Drop, you know, to not get so emotional during games. We saw that at the tail end of Furia, that he was having visible frustration, and I understand that, you know, you're a young kid. Now he's got a new chance to kind of turn over a new leaf.
Yeah, it is a second chance, as Matthew were labeling it, right? You go into a new team. Perhaps he's given a bit more responsibility. He's playing different roles, getting to play a different version of Counter-Strike that maybe suits him better. But we need to see way more from Drop. I'm honestly felt with a feeling that I don't really care about MIBR. It's been a team that's just been lackluster for a very, very long time. So for my money, cool thing you're switching it out, but it is what it is.
Quickly touch on 0-0 Nation as well. Neka's obviously going to be gracing the side of them. Do you feel like this, is going to make any kind of huge impact?
I'm losing track of all of these moves. I have to be really honest with you. The Neki story is kind of interesting in itself. Obviously in and out of pain for a while, didn't really know where he was going to land. He finds a way again in the team. He has a relatively decent output as well. I thought it was great to see him come in and fight back. Now he's in 0-0 Nation. I have absolutely no opinion. Can I vote like Switzerland on that move?
Neutral, man.
Just like, Switzerland flag. Good
Just
for you.
going with your
Good
heritage.
for you, buddy,
Can I be Swiss for a day too?
You want to be Swiss for a day? I'll give you a passport for one day.
Thanks.
Very quickly, Fluxo as well. They've had basically the entire squad changed.
You know what's interesting?
Is that going to spell anything
interesting? What is it? 4 months ago, we were playing the showdown and we're looking at Flux and we were like, oh, this is a great team that can potentially go into the major,
They
make
made
waves.
it to Royal Arena, right?
They made it to Royal Arena, yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
They made it to the major as well, and all of a sudden, there's only one player left from the original team. So yeah, I don't know what happened with Fluxo, but I don't really care about the new team
happened.
either.
Yeah.
It happened.
It did happen.
It did happen.
Something's going to happen with Pain as well.
They'll play
think
Counter-Strike?
they're doing something. Yeah, I mean, they were in Lisbon, so I hope they
Can
actually
we talk
get a
about
team
Henny joining
cemented.
MIBR for a second?
Yes, let's talk about
Rejoining
Henny.
MIBR. Is that the third time he's in MIBR or
No, he's
something?
in
He's definitely not in
Imperial,
MIBR.
my
Where is he
dude.
then?
He's in
definitely
Imperial.
not
He's in Imperial. Henny is in Imperial.
He is still not in MIBR.
Henny is in Imperial.
He's in
Wherever he
Imperial.
is, it's not MIBR.
Still playing,
He's still playing Counter-Strike.
He's still going good, Jacob, I'm going to give you a break. And I'm going to give you guys a
Give this
break
man a break.
from the chaos at home. Of course, we're going to be seeing some of these teams in Cologne, some of them potentially at the showdown. But these two teams here, they want to avoid the showdown. It's Complexity versus Astralis simply for survival after this.
best word that describes our team.
Hardworking. I think we're a really hardworking team. On boot camps, we sit together 10 to 12 hours every day.
We can give each other really good criticism and nobody takes it super personal.
Everyone just likes working hard. I think that's a really good mentality to have.
From Complexity this season, there are higher expectations. We've got a leash coming in for Fang. Expectations have to be high compared to other roster moves that have taken place. This is one of the clearest upgrades that we've seen.
I think the other teams should look out for Grim. He has really big X factor.
He can turn rounds around just solely because of his mechanics. He's basically the Terminator.
He can just pop off and just win the games for us by himself.
So the expectations this season are massive for Complexity.
This season, we can expect from our team better results than last season, hopefully. They got one of the best players in the world.
I think this signing will allow them to reach new ground.
If I had to pick a word to describe my team, it would probably be unity.
Everything is pretty new. We got some new players on the roster.
Blameth is now going to be the in-game leader, taking over that role. They brought in Ster, a young talent in Denmark who's been rumored to Astralis for a long, long time. And they also brought in Borup.
I don't think a lot of people know what to expect from him. Myself look at him as one of the biggest talents I've ever seen. Borup, he has like really crisp aim. He is playing a lot of the supportive roles. I think he's kind of like a wild card.
Everyone got the roles they want to play on the team. We didn't really make too many compromises on the roles.
They believe in Blameth, they believe in Device, they believe in Ster. That should be enough. Then Borup and Boss, well, they'll just have to be there and do their roles. And that should be enough for Astralis to remain competitive.
Pretty exciting to get started.
We have a great chemistry in our team.
Zerk, one of the best LAN players I think I've ever played with.
Headshot will go down. They are feeding Zerk as he gets his triple.
He's so ready. Polsuk with the ace at the end.
I think everyone can show up on the day and can expect me to give everything I have.
Device is gonna play. He's piecing this together. JL jumped. Device free. Shuts them down.
The gauntlet awaits, and now time to run it back to Royal Arena the hard way. Astralis versus Complexity, first up on the chopping block. One progressing on forward, one unfortunately falling to the showdown. Let's begin with Astralis, gentlemen, because 2 series played, 2 series lost, 2 maps won, 1 in each. I don't really know where to place this new look Astralis so far.
Neither do I. I don't think they have the toughest group going into this tournament, though I thought they was going to be able to get a win or two, actually, before we got into the situation where they find themselves as the loser of their group. Against Na'Vi was one thing. I think they lost against Big is where I felt uneasy. We praised Ster in the first game. We saw good signs for him in the Na'Vi game. We didn't see that in the second one. So all the highlights we were kind of coming into the second game with fell flat already in game 2. So I don't know where Astralis is standing either.
Yeah, because we have almost no guarantee about the quality of the gameplay and the playbook that Blameth is going to create, right? This is something that is relatively new, over which we don't have a whole lot of data. So what do? We go back to the individuals. We look at players and we talk about win conditions. When Ster shows up on map 1 of Series 1 and has that kind of output, we say, oh, damn, like this is all making sense. Ster is going to be this incredible lurk/flank aggressive player, and we have Device and Blameth combined. I can see how it's working. But then you move forward, he drops off in performance, and then you find once again in a position where there's a disbalance. I mean, Buzz is doing slightly better, but he completely fell off in the other maps of the series, leaving Astralis very much wanting and us unimpressed.
I have this vision of Ster getting like so excited during the first map, being like, hell yeah, I get to play for Astralis, get to play in these big teams, you know, fragging out on map number 1, and then just losing all that energy on maps 2 and 3.
He also did play against Na'Vi, who didn't practice Ancient at all, to those of you who don't know. So it was kind of on an easy condition. So in reality, Ster haven't really had a good showing so far.
Okay, so he's had one good map then.
Maybe he's already jaded, you know. It's like, oh, I did my good one map. It's like, all right, whatever.
Well, somebody else that we always look at as a win condition for Astralis has to be Device. So let's get a few words from him before this new season began.
Are you still enjoying CSGO as much as you used to? Still finding that fire? It seems like when you came back earlier this year, like your passion, your flame was still there, your form was looking fantastic. Any changes to the individual program? We still grinding FACEIT? Like, how much are you playing?
Grinding a lot, a little bit more different now than just playing FACEIT. I think that you can actually like do stuff that's more valuable to the team in regards to how we're playing and like the dynamics of the different maps. But for me, like having that 1 year break, it really gave me a lot of desire and motivation because like I was really burned out, and throughout my entire career it was always just getting through, whereas now I just feel like it's kind of a new world because I see a lot of more positives in this life, and it's more as I've chosen it rather than it was just there, because for me previously I never really had to make any choices if I wanted to be a player or anything. It was just ever since I was a kid.
Just kind of happened, right? Just kind of going upward in seriousness and professionalism every single week,
And now it's like an individual choice. It's what I really want in life, and I think that is what also gives me extra motivation.
One, I'm absolutely loving these Henry G interviews with the teams. Two, great to hear that Device, has got a new lease of life after having that year away from competitive play.
And obviously, Counter-Strike is better off with him. Period.
Sure.
That's the end of the sentence. Just great to have him back. I think in terms of numbers, might have been a little bit below what we expect currently, but I have to be honest, when Device puts on the Astralis jersey, it makes me more demanding for the team. It makes me more frustrated when they struggle. It makes me more angry that I feel like it's just a step towards something, towards greatness, because I think he's already ready. I think he's already there. I would put my money on Device for playoffs run all the time. I have no problem with this. I just don't think that he's got the squad around him quite yet to be there.
Sure, he's been a little quiet in this group stage so far. Had a couple of rough maps, but overall his comeback has been fantastic. Imagine sitting out for an entire year, you come back in and he was instantly a star within Astralis again. I think you're spot on when you're saying it's the squad around him that's not working.
Okay, gentlemen, let's fast forward to present day, because ahead of this series, Banks had a chance to catch up with the man on our screen.
Device, a bit of a break since the big game, but the first thing I want to touch on here is, what do you think was missing when it comes to that big matchup in order for you guys to take the win? Because I think a lot of people came in thinking you guys were favourites.
I think we also saw ourselves as favourites. A lot of things didn't work out. I think for me individually, I didn't feel like I was doing well enough. First map was decent, but I think I should have been able to close the game on the ancient CD side. I was in a lot of good positions, put myself in a lot of good positions, but yeah, I don't know, didn't do well enough, and I was really pissed off at myself and frustrated because I feel like I need to play good. So yeah, I was a bit frustrated, but we had a long break, and I think for me, I always look at what I could have done better, and I feel like in that big game I could have done a lot of things differently.
This is really interesting to me though, because you're a player with so much experience, you're still getting, what we didn't see on cameras that you looked frustrated, but do you feel that harsh on yourself after games like that?
I think I feel more harsh on myself now than before, because I demand a lot from myself, and I also, I don't know how to explain it. It's like we're not having the same success, and I really want that, so I really try to just do my best and get better every time, and that time it wasn't good enough. Hopefully today it will be.
The thing I want to look at here is, obviously your early games for Astralis were looking really good. Against Big though, it seemed like you were struggling a little bit, especially when it came to Ancient. Do you know why that was?
Not really. I just had a very rough start on the T side. I think I started 0-8 and didn't really have good opportunities to kill. And then when you get in that hole where you have such a rough start, I think it just goes down. If you can't recover right, that's just how it is. Just a lucky game, I think.
So you're not worried about that going into this game? Is it anything you guys have discussed about? Because I feel like had you been there a little bit earlier, we probably could have seen Astralis win that series.
I mean, we didn't really talk about it like that because, again, I had a really bad game. There was not much to do, and I don't think it'll happen again. It's something that happens pretty rarely, I would say, at least this bad, right? You can, of course, have bad games, but this was to an extreme level that I don't think it'll happen again.
Get to see the maps coming in. Bit of a surprise as to what complexity we're banning out there.
Yeah, listen, the fact that Mirage is not really a weapon that Astralis can use right now means that complexity can take away Ancient, which is great for them because it's a map Astralis have shown proficiency. Yeah. We're going to get to see a new look Astralis on Vertigo as well. That is kind of interesting, and an overpass pick coming in from complexity. But what's interesting is this actual reaction that we've gotten. We've been able to peek behind the curtains during the veto, and apparently, Astralis were very happy about this third map.
That's their reaction to getting nuke in this
That's their
equation.
reaction to get
Is
the last
that
map.
warranted, Jacob?
I mean, you're setting yourself up for failure at that point. Like, if you go to nuke and you lose,
Can you
then
imagine
who's
they
gonna
lose
laugh?
nuke?
Who's gonna clap? That'll be hilarious. But yeah, I guess a decent veto for Astralis. In reality, both teams are relatively new, so it's hard to say where their strength are in the map pool just yet.
Yeah, complexity, we've seen strengths, we've seen some very big weaknesses as well. I'm talking about that NIP game because they had 5 opportunities to close out map number 3 and then double overtime on top of that.
And for all of the hype and enthusiasm we've had around Elise joining Complexity, which I still see as a very positive move,
Yeah.
we've had a couple of reminders of one word, one problem, one topic that Complexity will have to deal with in the future, and it's the tilt. The tilt will be an issue. The tilt was an issue. And when you replace Fang with Elise, let's not blind ourselves. Let's not kid ourselves.
That'd be worse.
You're not exactly much better off in terms of like negative emotions and negative energy when teams are losing. We had plenty of moments, Jacob, where we were watching them getting very angry in that comeback against NIP. And that has to be solved. That can't be just a thing for always in the future.
No, they have to learn from that, for sure. Because they should have won against NIP, as simple as it was. 15-10, third deciding map. It was Complexity's game to lose, and they did lose. It is going to be a problem if they can't fix that. But I will say, outside of that, the way they played so far, especially on overpass, which we're going to see in this series as well, the T-sides have been fantastic. JT, some of the calling coming out of him has been fantastic. Elise have had a couple of games, a couple of maps where he's been playing well. So I'd say there's more positives attached to Complexity right now than I thought coming into the tournament.
Should we check in with our unicorn predictions?
Yeah,
to
let's do it
see
quickly.
where everybody has
Let's take a
been
good time to
placing
look at
their
the-
bets.
Do we have a
because,
choice?
It's not ready quite yet. I
See?
jumped the gun.
You just
I really
jinxed
did jump
it
the gun.
immediately.
Yeah.
You jinxed it.
Psych.
You know what? Send us to break.
Yeah.
It's the moment.
You're the producer now.
Yes.
Okay, what Matthew wants, Matthew gets, I
Hell yeah.
guess. We're going to be beginning on Vertigo. That is the pick of Astralis coming into this series as they collide with Complexity simply for tournament life. Join us after the break to see it all go down.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Blast Premier 4 Groups 2023. It's day 9, Anders. We have made it to the knockout stages, and we do have Complexity taking on Astralis. But most importantly, Anders, we didn't get the covered talent predictions here. So we're going to bring that up right now. You can see I'm doing pretty well with 12 points. You're going with 11. We've both gone for Astralis today, and it seems like a bit of a mixed bag. It seems like big are the favorites, but Complexity might have a shout here.
They actually might. It's a bit interesting. I do measure my personal worth as a human based on the predictions, so I feel a bit nervous. Yes, the internet too. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Some of the numbers to look at are obviously the odds here. Look like they're favoring Astralis. I don't know if that's super defensible. It feels like a toss up to me right now, like almost like a 50-50.
Astralis yet to win a game here, to be fair.
Yeah.
And they've been close games. They've picked up a map each time. Complexity took down NIP 2-1 to open things out, then lost to Vitality, then lost to NIP again. So they've been a mixed bag, but I don't know. I think I agree with you. I'd say Complexity maybe are the favorites. Time will tell, ladies and gentlemen. It will be Vertigo to kick things off here. Bear in mind, winner goes forward in the knockout stages. Loser is eliminated here, and we'll go down to the showdown, Anders. No one wants to be down there.
Definitely not. It's not a fun time. It's definitely a hard format. You don't get many chances. You get one chance in the showdown. So let's see how this plays out. Astralis, they're going to be on the T side to begin with. Complexity on the CT side. I don't think we've casted this new Astralis, have we? We've seen them play, but I think you and I have casted with Borb and Stair playing around. So that's going to be interesting.
Well, let's have a look then. It's going to be a mid push coming in from Astralis here. They've got smokes, Molotovs, flashes. And we've got Buzz on the B side as well. So a B split looking likely here. The smoke towards the top or middle. Molotov towards the back of construction as well. So this looks to be that B split. And Floppy to defend as he gets that first frag. Make it a double. He's mowing them down here. A monstrous play from Floppy and a clean sweep from Complexity as they shut down any efforts there from Astralis. Beautiful stuff.
What the hell just happened?
I don't know. How did Floppy barely take any damage there?
You know what's the most absurd part of it is he never looks up. They're flying above his head and he just keeps it at a level height. Like he's not even looking up into the sky, which how do you not do that? Like almost, I think your muscles would betray you normally. You would have to look up because you see the shadow, you know they're jumping on top of you. That's actually surreal. What a surreal start.
Well, Floppy sets the tone. What a sequence to kick things off. Astralis get nothing done in the pistol, and they have nothing to work with in round number 2 here. Glocks across the board, no armor, no nades, and they want to test him once again. 3 kills in the previous round. He could be on for the ace here. The solo hold with the M4 from Floppy.
That'd be a nice way to get started, wouldn't it? Just to get him activated. I think Floppy's been playing very well in this team up until now, so excited to see it. You said the ace could be there. He's doing his best, running out of bullets. Oh, but it's another triple, and you'll still take it, of course. A couple of casualties here. Don't want a third one. 2, you can kind of brush that aside, but
I don't know. Considering how it was going.
Oh, you got a strict standard to uphold here.
I think so. Considering you get 3 opening frags, the fact you lose 2 in total.
That's probably true in light of that.
It's a little bit troublesome, but either way, clean start here.
Go back to the pistol round. I would say if you replayed that round from the point in time when Astralis have all those people in the middle, I would say 8 out of 10 times Astralis win that round because it's such a powerful position. So I don't know. It's a bit crazy, but it's all in the past now. We've got 8 Ks out.
We've got to move on. And Borup, he's putting his best foot forward here. Lovely first shots towards the B bomb side. He gets grim, but it's exchanged quickly here. JT combative towards the scaffolding. He'll find device as well. They've got lots of little tricks here. One-way central on Vertigo. And it's up to Stair. New Boy trying to answer back here, but nothing he can do. Man advantage for Complexity as they look to hold on to their streak of rounds here. 1 minute 20. Buzz is low. 37 points of health. We've got Blame F. In-game leader working towards the ladder. So limping into a B split potentially here, Anders.
It could be done. Ooh. Is that meant to go a little bit further over?
No, I think it's to allow him to like contact in towards the B side.
Fair enough. Just looked like an awkward bounce, but you know what? You might be right. Does create a bit of a wall for him to walk past. Flame F, good in the middle, but unfortunately loses the bomb in that sequence. If he got that second kill on Hall Circuit, it would have been quite a different experience. Now it's Buzz. Whatever you do, don't walk off the side of the building. It's not what you want to experience, but yeah, he's got 40 seconds. This round can still be won. It's not going to be easy. Spots one player there in JT, and yeah, he has to go back and pick up the bomb somehow. Doesn't realize, I think, that Holzerg's pushed up behind him. So good movement, good play from Holzerg, and a good round overall. No bomb plant either being allowed for, so Astralis going to be in a bit of a weird position.
Strong as you like. Complexity. Looking very, very strong to kick things off here. This is JT using the one-way. Elise with stronghold. Holzerg in towards middle, winning out the duels. And then he closes things out as well. 3-0. Bear in mind, this is the pick of Astralis, and Complexity look unbelievably good on Overpass right now. So if they can actually provide a win here on Overpass, that could be enough to take the series. It's a great start. Up against the half-buy right now. Tech 9s for Astralis. Block the device, saving up the AWP going forward. And smokes down. In towards middle. We'll see flashes as they're trying to send Buzz in towards B. That's a flashbang for the B bomb site. That's not really much you can do with it. That was the window to try and strike.
Yeah.
Bit of a fake, and they'll be focusing their efforts towards the A ramp elsewhere. Good kills found. Buzz actually did strike with the Tech 9 towards B.
This is awkward for Elige. Yeah, good to fall back behind the cover of the sandbags at the very least. He's still going to get traded, and look at Grimm's health. This is a 2-on-2, really only by the numbers, because Holzerg might almost have to play this on his own. Now, that's still doable, of course. Molotov, maybe a bit early. There's still a minute on the clock, so maybe just wait until you actually hear the plant.
I guess with the smoke down, he was assuming they'd be walking into the site itself, but they've got a second smoke. That's been deployed at this stage. 2-on-2, 40 seconds.
Or the bomb.
Yeah, well, he's starting to apply some pressure here.
This is real interesting. Grim kind of in front, but the bomb is all the way at the B bomb side right now. Smoke's going to be fading. Let's see how quick Device is going to be on the trigger here. Grim right on the other side, and a bullet away from death, so going to be real careful. Device walking up. Grim has the better timing. It couldn't have worked out better.
So, Device suggesting it could be the A finish, but it's Borup with the fake plant as well. Actually working out for him. Takes down Holzerg 1 versus 1. Grim, bear in mind, 7 points of health here. And there is time to plant, but he'd have to fully commit to it.
Ooh, and actually Grim had to run away. He was afraid he was going to get run down. You're right, he left himself enough time, and he's going to find the shot. That's a very well played 1 versus 2. He did everything. He used every single second in that one. Really well done.
The fake plant, bit of a stroke of genius there. The high HP player as well commits, tries to deny the plant. It all goes wrong, and it will be a pretty remarkable 2 versus 1. Borup delivers, and this is where it all starts. Bear in mind, this was a bit of B fake. They flashed in towards the B side from middle, allowing Buzz to get a kill. Went back in towards A, bided their time and made sure they capitalized in the 2 versus 2. Grim low HP, couldn't do anything about it. That's a massive win for Astralis. They know it as well. We're back into the action though. A difficult buy for Complexity considering the success they've had so far. The full investment has led them to an AWP, a single SMG in the form of Grim's MP9, and 3 pistols here. A bit slow around from Astralis is once again trying to get control of the key parts of the map. Any B steps as Grim gives up the fact he's got the SMG on that side of the map. We are seeing Complexity now trying to regain control of the A ramp. JT and Holzerg coordinating themselves in towards sandbags. JT at the crane, and Astralis, they've sacrificed control, so their next move will probably be their last standards. Looking likely to be a B split once again.
Yeah, and this setup, I mean, given where Complexity are on the map right now, that's probably going to work out fairly well. Oh, that's not ideal. With head armor on board, so he's taking a lot of damage for it, but I still think he's going to be fine. They're coming up the stairs on the other side with the bomb, so they should be able to find a bomb plant almost for free. Yeah, maybe. They're kind of a little bit slower than I was expecting here. Is the MP9 going to try and run it down? They're hearing the bomb plant on the other side, but they don't want to go through. Don't want to be funneled on the right-hand side because the smoke is right there, and there's going to be another smoke down. That's pretty devastating. Behind it, there's another smoke even, and a Molotov, so they can hold on to this for a real long time. Eventually, Complexity will have to just push through this and try and get the job done, and they will. Flashed in. It's Grim to get the opening on the retake.
Here we go. This retake is actually looking pretty precarious for Astralis. Device needs to hit some bangers here, and he is delivering on all fronts. Pushes Complexity back, secures the round. Mission impossible has been completed, Anders. He's got the job done.
That's beautiful. That's really, really important.
Yeah, that was actually looking quite scary. Complexity with the momentum behind those MP9s. pushing in towards the side. There wasn't a kit, to say the least, but still, Astralis will be posting their second round. As I said, Device had to hit a few shots in a row here to secure this one. Beautiful shot on JT here. This one is confirmed the round as well. Could have actually lined up for him. As we see them enter round number 6 with the saved AWP. Bear in mind, there was a force buy in the previous round, and they had a Hulzerg AWP. They at least take that into the next round with an AK-47 as well, so not all is lost. Could still win this round.
Yeah, Hulzerg's not to be underestimated. Device. It's cool to see him warm up the AWP early. You want to see that. We've seen a couple of games in the past where Hulzerg's really hitting those flicks, and he might get a chance here early on. He's got some backup. There's a pushing the middle. Checking every corner board with a gun just showing, and I think that gives it away. A little bit of an AK shot coming out. He walks right into the AWP. He did not realize it was going to be there. 3-man push to the middle, and Complexity get the early kill.
Yeah, nice little bait and switch towards middle. Astralis respond with a B push of their own, and for now, the round on a knife's edge. It's a 4-on-2 in favor of Complexity, but here comes the utility, smoking the right-hand side of generators. BlameF trying to dissect the bomb site, allow Device to focus on just the left-hand side. The plan needs to come through, but probably need a kill first.
They're going to go straight for it. Different position for the bomb plant, which is a little bit interesting. I think that could be an issue if you're going to be defending it from the stairs later on. You might have to walk really deep up to try and stop a defuse, but we'll see how that plays out. Speaking of defuses, Henry, there's no kit in play right now, so Complexity, they have to be a little bit rushed. There is a flank, I think, coming in as well, so if that works, it's going to be fine. BlameF, he goes down first. Device is on his own, and he knew it. He had the right read, but just doesn't have quite the accuracy to take down JT. So, 10-second defuse hold good. Complexity going to get a 4th round.
Quite a compelling one as well. That was the saved AK and AWP as well. They were very active towards middle at the start of the round. Normally you'll have one T-side player, then your default just providing utility, supportive grenades, usually towards construction, and flashes in towards B. They hunt him down with the 2-stage weapons, and then at that point, the snowball. Good backstabs coming towards the B bomb site. Astralis, an uncomfortable plan. The 4-on-2 doesn't work in their favor. If BlameF maybe connects the spray on the first encounter towards Generator, could have been a different round, but still a buy here for Astralis, but an uncomfortable one. They've got Stare down to a Galil. Buzz with no utility whatsoever. To send 3 players outside B for now. Stare just showing some presence. We've got the Molotov that lands on construction here. You can follow it up with smoke as well to take vision away completely. They have got some basic mid control now.
I like it. I think mid-portion of the map's so important for the T side, and I think more and more teams starting to recognize that as well. Speaking of Stage's got 0 kills at the moment. Still, it's early on, but obviously you want to see him get involved in the game a little bit more. The rest of the team doing a little bit to help out.
So Floppy has confirmed the middle is clear. He just went for the face check. They needed information, so they will rotate another player over towards A, presumably. But they're just ducking and weaving here. Astralis thinking better of it. They were setting up for an A attack, and Grim's got a very strong position. Floppy to take the aggro. This could be 3 kills for Grim right now.
It really could, especially because I think there's going to be a Molotov drop right on top. And you said it, Henry. 3 kills just like that. The prophecy fulfilled once again. Stare's going to get his first kill of the map for himself, but he's in a 1 versus 4, so not necessarily the most enviable position.
Some textbook Counter-Strike there, Andy.
It is.
Utilizing the positional control that they've given up to you there. They haven't applied much pressure elsewhere on the map. You've got this amazing setup where Floppy's just got the incendiary. Looks like he's playing for information only. And then Grim in this unbelievable position. So much power behind it. And once the aggro is taken, they swing together, trying to trade. And Grim mows them down there. Doesn't get much better than that. Stare will have no choice but to save. He does find his first frag at least. 1 and 6. But Complexity up 5 and 2. Overall, with 4 players surviving as well. This is a beautiful performance so far. After winning the pistol and getting up 3 and 0, they've only given up 2 rounds since. Here's the replay. Nothing too flashy in the grand scheme of things, but in terms of the setup,
doesn't have to be, right?
Beautiful Counter-Strike. Exactly. That's why you know it's a good play.
Yeah.
When you don't have to work too hard to get 3 frags like that. Really, really nice stuff.
5-2 in favor of Complexity. Yeah, this is really starting to look a little bit serious for Astralis, you have to say.
And just a note as well, I wonder what happened to change the mind of Astralis. They got full mid control at the start of the round. They went back towards A ramp of all 5 players. With 4. Stair was holding towards B. They were progressing up the ramp, then something changed. A call was made, and everyone hightailed it back towards B.
Yeah,
into that crazy setup. So they didn't have anything working towards B. They didn't have any steps control. Stair was just holding the pushes. I just wonder what bit of information was given over to make that decision to fall back. But I guess we'll never know. As Stair saves the AK-47, it's eco, to be honest with you, and there's not even a half buy here. We've got some Kevlar for Blame F, and that is about it.
Hard to convince yourself there's going to be an exciting round from Astralis' point of view. Obviously, some deagle shots to begin with can change that outcome.
Yeah.
But for the way that the round is looking at the moment, doesn't feel like it. Elige getting a chance to get some action over on the side.
He hasn't
been bored a little bit.
Been tested too much so far, but rising to the occasion here, ladies and gents. Hat trick from Mr. Elige. Nice, precise couple of headshots to kick things off. That's the round concluded. Just the finer details to settle now as he's on for the ace. We've had a lot of aces this tournament.
Yeah, we had 3 in one game, I remember. And then it's possible Elige here swings in for it, and he's got it. It's a little bit of an easier ace to pick up, and you know, we'll credit him nonetheless. That's really cool. And it's something you would hate to see if you're on Astralis' side. You don't want Elige warmed up at all.
Not so early on your map pick as well, with overpass, waiting in the doldrums as well, Anders. That is a big deal. Like, they've proven themselves to be a real potent force on that map. That was really nice from Elige, wasn't it? This was the ace. Like, sure, it's against the eco, but you're right. A statement round, showing the kind of form he's in right now, ready to start firing on all cylinders.
It's the kind of scoreboard that I want to see out of Complexity. Floppy, Grim, and Elige top fracking. That's perfect. It can't get any better than that. Buzz trying to sneak through, but Floppy's there to catch him, unfortunately, so no entrance. And now this A-ramp push, it has to work pretty quickly because they lost control on the entire other side of the map. So either they punch through this wall, or they're in a really bad spot.
Well, Complexity have done a great job so far. Opening pick, applying a lot of pressure with the utility as well. Stifling presence towards short here at the A-bomb side. You can see Elige not giving it up for free either. Another incendiary deployed, and that should have been a kill. Elige lucky to be alive as well. Fumbled it somewhat, but still alive. Everything okay. See the perfect incendiary. They flushed them out, and now Grim with the backstab as well. He's probably not looking out for these. He's found the bomb as well. Oh, that's so unfortunate on the timing. Blame F will get him.
Yeah, it's a bit of a knife's edge when you're doing this kind of pushes. Are you so slow you don't have an impact, or are you so quick that you run into something like that? And now there's a real opening. Device somehow finds the headshot on Floppy in the back there with the deagle. Now it's a 3-on-3. The bomb has made its way to the bomb site. Elige in a good position in the spray. It looks solid as he takes down Device. Still Blame F and Boroba on the other side. And this could be a 1 round for Astralis. And no, oh my god, the boost up on top. They know someone else is there. They're going to smoke it up again.
Well, this round has collapsed. Complexity with the opening 2 kills, a 5-on-3 in their favor. A little bit too much aggression has led them to a 2-on-2 where they don't actually have the advantage anymore. Halsey will bring it back to a 1-versus-1. Needs to operate quickly here. He does so, and very precisely as well, Anders. That is a beautiful little sequence. Thanks his lucky stars as he defuses the bomb as well. Plenty of time to spare. Got the kit. 3 kills in total. And 100 HP to boot as well. 7-2 as Complexity steal the round away once again.
Sick move from Borb to walk through the smoke, obviously, but yeah, also just too much to deal with in the round.
Yeah, well, Device did a nice shot here with the Desert Eagle. Like we said, a 5-on-3. They brought it right back to the 1-versus-1, but Horzak finding that strong form we know him for. A little bit quieter in the tournament, but this is looking great now. 7-2. Bomb planted. Lost bonus, fully online as well. So they do have AKs across the board here. In terms of the frag distribution for Astralis, at the top, it's going to be Device 7 and 8. At the bottom is Stair still with 1 and 8. So individuals haven't really turned up just yet. 2 rounds to their name after losing the pistol. Early days, they could still win the half, technically, so we'll give them some time.
Does feel like there's something rotten in the state of Denmark at the moment.
Yes,
suppose you...
Getting that rare Counter-Strike and Shakespeare crossover that we're all looking for, Henry, in the morning, you know. So round number 10 that we're looking
Here it
at.
is.
Yeah, this is... there's not much to criticize about Complexity. They're doing all the work that you would want. Occasionally they're losing maybe a little bit of mid-control, but it hasn't been too devastating. They make up for it. A-ramp looks really solid. They've got nice B holds. And they're also, I guess they're more on the B bomb side that you'd normally see. This double setup, a lot of the time you're playing solo B when you're anchoring the site and you know, the other player is in the middle somewhere, but they seem to be doing just fine. Grim will get the opening. Good little return for Borup, and he sees an opportunity. He wants to see if he can really open this up. He can get the kill. Holzerk is the only other player that's nearby in the middle, and there's Borup. Nicely done. Double kill for him. Oh, but Holzerk, just as the smoke popped, going to be able to take him down.
Finally, Astralis have a man advantage here, and time to work with. A minute on the clock. Still with a smoke and a flash available to them. Stare. Hold patiently towards Xbox. They should have the kill on a leash. How's he hit that? That's sick. And he brings it back to a 2-on-2.
Elige is absolutely locked into this game. That's a big problem for Astralis, no question about it. He's ready for another one there. Oh, the spray! It should have worked. He should have had that kill. Probably easier than the other one that he picked up, but Device just somehow a little bit too quick on the trigger, and now it's Holzerk. Flick doesn't connect. Device lucky to be alive. The Molotov might just get rid of him. Oh, but lands another headshot. Disgusting sequence for Device.
Well, that's what it takes to get around on the board. Absolutely everything they had in the tank, but they get it over the line. Third round established. Astralis will force a pause out of Complexity at the very least. I love that little move from Grim being flashed in by Floppy. Only good with a single trade, and Borup as well. Spotted the gap, saw the grenades being deployed from the default area, and managed to get a very important frag in towards that B-bomb site. Gave him the advantage. And I'm seeing something interesting here. Borup's gone for the MP7 in round number 11 here. Definitely had enough to purchase more.
It's a rare sight.
And I guess we've talked about helmets all week long. We're on day 9, Anders, if you can believe that. Yeah, helmets are the first thing to go, and the money's slightly tight. You're taking a timeout, discussing your options. So they've got 2 players. There were 3. 2 players of our helmets, so that's going to be Grim and JT. So look out for their interactions with Borup. MP7, not a very popular weapon, but a few players use it, and it has the same sort of run and gun potential to Mac 10 with a bit more damage behind it. Lower rate of fire.
Yeah, Nuts, someone that will pick it up more often than most. But yeah, I can't think of too many other players that really will favor
Chris
it.
J loved it.
Chris J used to love it, yeah?
Yeah.
Good point. That almost is the list, isn't it?
Yeah. So
we'll see what he does. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt and see if he can find an entry. In the middle he goes, putting a lot of pressure on. Either way, this is just... It's still good T-side, you know, laying the groundwork of putting the CTs a little bit on edge.
So this is the Molotov towards short. Flushes any CTs out just before you start working your way out towards the ramp. Pulls out with the one way down at the sandbags position. So Borup waiting for the call. Molotov goes down, and here we go. The Q to slowly but surely push through. And Blamef, all the meanwhile, will be finding a pick, an important one, in the form of a lead as a 5-on-4. Another opening frag here. 40 seconds. Looks likely to be the A finish, and they're going to be committing right here, right now.
Also, oh, wow. He's not even ready. He did not see that coming. Device charges through, pierces the bomb site, and there's nothing left.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Not giving them the telegraph cues of the execution. The smoke's going down first. The Molotovs just utilizing the fact they've got a 5-on-4. Rotations will be clambering around the map. Walk up together, trade out, and find an exposed bomb site there. So beautiful stuff there from Device. Great crosshair placement, and a great round overall. It all started with a Blamef pick towards middle, so just slowing it right down, and didn't really take any damage en route. 2 players have survived, though. Floppy and Grim.
I think it was quite the plan for Complexity, because they weren't just pushing middle with the leash, they were also pushing out of the B bomb site with Floppy and Grim. So I think they made a call across the team saying just hold back on A, we'll try and push mid and B, and then we'll find out what's happening. And it could have actually worked, except for the fact that Astralis execute onto the A bomb site before anyone even finds out anything. And obviously Elige dies in the middle, but I still think I do like the idea of having a more engaged CT side here, rather than just sitting back at the back of bomb sites waiting. So I don't really mind Complexity trying this. Sometimes it'll blow up in your face, but I still think it's a good idea.
So, 2 saved M4s, but a conservative round otherwise. They don't really invest anything in round number 12. Building the funds and resources for the future. Just a P2000 for a Liege here. Senses a lot of the Astralis players on the other side here be right in thinking so. Molotovs being deployed. Vaulting up and towards the crane. Stair would be very happy to receive these eco frags if possible. So far so good, but then Floppy arrives at that M4. Makes things a little bit more uncomfortable. There's Grim as well. He drops the bomb. A 2-on-2 ensues. Grim, smoke M4 and armor. Full Zerg, full eco. Bomb recovered and the round resets.
Could see Device, he took an extra second to line up the shot and he still missed it. Oh my god. He's moving. That is a good flick on the whole Zerg. Not that he had much to fight back with, really. I think he just had a pistol. It's on Grim. Now, I would say Grim has the kind of skills that could definitely win a round like this, but he's got to be real careful. Buzz is there. He just edges him out. Shallow peek, if I've ever seen one. And now it's Borup on the other side. And how pressured is he feeling? Grim is hoping that he feels stressed enough that he's going to go and take a look on that side, but he's just fallen back. He's actually slipped the net, and now I think Borup is in a much better position. See Grim. He's checking. He'd love to find him on the bomb side. He doesn't have any more nades, and there's the lineup for it. Borup able to take him down. He's been good in some of these tight rounds.
Yeah.
But that's close. They almost lose the round.
Borup's playing these sort of situations to perfection. We heard in the interviews that Device, BlameF were excited to have him in. They rate him highly as a player, and yeah, I can see the potential. He's not new to the scene, of course. Previously part of Heroic, wasn't one of the household names, I would say. We all knew he was there, but didn't really talk about him too much back in the day.
Covenant of Flames later on, I think.
Yes, exactly.
Before they folded.
But yeah, they, from what I'm seeing, the internal clock, the understanding of these clutch scenarios, how to thread the needle, puncture a bomb site, like he's been doing some great work out there. So round 13, Complexity make the eco a little uncomfortable for Astralis, but overall they're getting back into this one slowly but surely. This was the attempt of Floppy there. His teammates went down. Beautiful shot from Buzz. And then Borup coming out on top in the 1-versus-1. Speaking of Borup, he's going to try his luck once again towards B. Trade for now as BlameF will give him the lead. They seem to be finding the majority of their success towards B now. It was actually going the other way to kick things off there. It's flashbang from Stab. Surely that's the round, but 2 players are very low for Astralis here.
Yeah, if they know, I guess they definitely know that Stair is low, because he would have seen the dink there, Liege. It's always fun if you have a grenade or something, but Astralis have called for a freeze across the map. They really don't want to be losing any more players here, and I think that's wise when you got this much time on the clock. You don't have to rush anything. You can just wait around and see if the CTs are going to be showing up, and it feels like at least JT is feeling curious for the moment. It's been a bit of a rough start for JT, but in the past Complexity games, he actually has had a lot of impact, I would say.
Yeah, his individual form, honestly, has been very impressive. I've really enjoyed his contributions. We'll see if he can do anything about this. It was actually not a bad position, to be honest with you. Maybe he could get a couple of frags, considering how low they were, but that should be the round. Hallzerg in a position to sabotage their efforts. They come at him one by one, you never know, and yeah, they're trying to make sure they don't give anything away here. A sigh of relief for Astralis. Hallzerg, the way he's playing right now, certainly had the potential to win that round, but he is silenced early on.
And I think good, fundamental Counter-Strike theory coming out from Astralis. When they're going back to that A-ramp, they send Stair in first. He's so low on health. Why wouldn't you sacrifice your low health player to find out whether now he does live? I don't even know how he lived through JT's FAMAS. But obviously, if there is some kind of wild setup, if there's an AWP waiting with Hallzerg, why would you sacrifice one of the 2 players you have left with 100 HP? Send in a low health player, find out what's going on. That's what they did. So, good stuff.
So, another eco for Complexity, focusing their efforts towards middle this time, and they might be onto something. This couple of kills could be going in their favor, while apparently not. BlameF is there to pick up the pieces. There was a moment, an opportunity to find the first couple of kills there, but the aim punch, a brutal spray, and it will be BlameF to pretty much secure the round. I say pretty much because this one does have some potential to get a little bit wacky. Not anymore. JT has been found out. Floppy remains, and he's on the wrong side of the map.
He must have been spotted from the second player deeper on the ramp.
Yeah.
I felt like they suddenly realized there's a moment there where maybe it could have turned out differently. Floppy is alone. What are your thoughts on the P2000, Henry? I think Elysia's still using it.
It's not as popular as it used to be. Never was.
Is there a good reason why?
I guess it's just a silencer, right? Like, it's just too powerful. Like, the stat difference is minimal between the two pistols. Like, it's just down to feel, I suppose, and the fact it's silenced is just a deciding factor. That silenced USP feels too damn good and satisfying to tap with.
I think it's the satisfaction that makes me choose it over any mechanical or any differences like that. I just feel like it feels more cool.
Yeah, I think the element of stealth, getting those long-range one-taps and having a split second as well before they work out where you are. That would be the headline reason. But round 15, ladies and gentlemen, it was looking so good for Complexity. They were up 7-2, but they've now sacrificed 5 rounds in a row. Flame F entering the A-bomb side with emphatic pace here. Spots one towards a crane, and he is not slowing down for anyone, deploying the initial utility as he opens up that first frag. Astralis on top, but not for long. Ozark steals one away, but it's back to a 3-on-3, and that should reset the round as Borup will try his luck towards mid.
That's a very quick trade back and forth. Just 4 people dying on that A-ramp, and yeah, leaves it in a curious position here. Floppy been good on the defense so far, but he's not ready for this one. Doesn't even get a chance to fire the gun. He's going to be out of it. Device sneaking in on the other side. Also, he could have been dead, but instead, he gets it back. The bomb is making its way there because that B-bomb site's already being held. Buzz is already just holding this position, so Borup can get a clean bomb plant, and it's going to be a tough retake. But Complexity have no choice, right? It's the 15th round, so obviously they're going to go for it. And they do have some grenades.
Welcomed grenades for sure. Final round, 2-on-2. Forzerg AWP, 2 kills to his name so far. Both players coming in from the elevated position. That slow approach, you can see just going to be setting up flashbangs here, hoping for a quick opening frag.
Yeah, here comes the flash. That might be enough for it, actually. It's pretty good. Buzz a little bit panicked, but Borup comes in to help out. The spray on the follow-up was great, and Astralis end the half with 8 rounds. That makes 6 in a row at the end of it. That might just be enough to win the map. We'll find out after this.
A lot of good players now that I like to watch. I like watching if I can learn something from CS.
My favorite Counter-Strike player to watch, like anyone in my role, obviously, but I'd have to say like someone like Robs. I love him since I was playing in Argo back then. We have the same initials, we look similar, and we have the same roles, and we play the same res, and so it's like, it's someone definitely I look up to as Robs. Shox was a player that his playstyle really inspired me, and I really wanted to be that player that could play everything, every role. And yeah, he was a huge inspiration.
Probably Div actually, it's pretty biased, but I also played a lot of Faceit with him. He can not touch the game for 3 weeks and still be good. Like, it's like he has some special talent.
I think my favorite Counter-Strike player to watch is Simple. There's like something about him where it feels like he can always just win a certain situation, and he always has those like flashy plays, you know.
Obviously Simple because he's like doing very crazy things, Zaiwu because he's also incredible.
If I had to pick one, I would pick Zaiwu at the moment. He's so capable of doing everything, pistol, AK, M4. He's like an all-round really strong player.
Paula from Alpharia. When I started becoming an AWPer, he was like the AWPer to look at. And I just think he is a really good role model, both inside and outside the game.
Definitely Twist, just because his aim is very insane and it's always satisfying to watch.
I could probably name my teammates, especially Tapsen, obviously, is like a legend of the German scene, and we have Crimbo, he's like the most fun player to watch, but he's my teammate. So if I have to say one more player, like from other teams, I would probably say, yeah, probably Electronic, because he's such a great rifler and he took on the burden of IGL as well. So to see him evolve, to see him play, it's like really, really interesting.
Device, because he was close to my play style, and I really like how he played with Astralis. So I think my favorite player was Device for Outline, yeah.
Of course, Device. That's like my main inspiration.
I would answer Simple because in game he always playing very great. You like cannot predict him.
I originally was playing Counter-Strike Source, so I was very invested into the French scene with a lot of their players, you know, Existence, RPK, NBK Smith, Shocks. I think later on down the line, you know, I learned from like a lot of other players that I love to watch in terms of some play styles playing slower, in terms of like Coldzera, for his fearless personality, his consistency, and all that was a huge inspiration for me to, you know, kind of be that player. And I would say, yeah, those players.
Dead ladder. Cat. One more cat.
5v2 now.
Second. One down.
I have a flash. I'm back.
Okay, they got ladder.
On side one. I'm jumping the flash to hold for John. Yeah. Alright, wait. Flash down. I'm gonna go through left, John.
Dead as well. Dead. Upper.
Peeking wood. 3, 2.
Double.
Nice. There we go.
Really help. Let's go, guys.
Oh, we have one. Nice fucking job, John.
That's nice.
Good job. Hey, guys.
Honestly, he just up hard. The stair guy's really nervous.
It's okay.
I'll take it. I like it. I like when it makes it easier. I like you.
I like you.
It's just like you guys.
It's just over here again.
Not really sure what to make of that, but Anders, I like you as well. I think it's good to remind your workmates, your colleagues, what they mean to you in general.
I've spent more time with the people that we travel around with than I have anyone else in the last 10 years, Henry. So it means a lot. It does mean a lot to me. Henry, I like you as well. What a great way to spend a Friday. It's beautiful. He called him that stair guy and said that he was nervous. Now, first of all, I like the idea of calling him stair guy. Like, he doesn't even know who he is. Like, he's like, I don't care about this person at all. And he's nervous, and I'm going to take him down. He starts with Device in this one, Elige. He's playing very well at the moment. He's got 13 kills, 12 of them in the first half. Starting off the pistol here. They did sort of get in the slot here. Complexity need to pick it up again. Floppy back with the headshots. He got 3 in the pistol round in the opening half, and a double here to almost cement the round. Stairs sending bullets into the void. Nothing connecting on that side.
This couldn't be going any better for Complexity if they tried. A 5-on-2. Lovely little mid-split there. A bit of a classic. The Molotov towards construction. Smoke down CT spawn. A single flash required. Push through elevators. Get that bomb down. Really difficult to manage for the USPs. And the Glocks come out on top. Just trying to hold on to the little they have. The crumbs. As Stair will be... He's getting a frag here. Every kill he gets is $300, so that's what he can make of it, but ultimately Complexity tie things up. And bear in mind, they had, what, the 7-2 lead in the first half of their CT campaign. They end up with just 7 in total. So giving up 6 rounds in a row towards the end didn't feel good on their CT side, but winning the pistol here, a reset for them. And Complexity winning the pistol, of course, will be up against the Force Buy here. MP9s can be so deadly on Vertigo. Lots of narrow choke points and ratty angles. A couple of deagles otherwise. Still Complexity can make of it. They've got 3 rifles, a UMP, and a MAC-10.
I myself love a good rat position. There's nothing more satisfying than just finding the nerdiest angle you can come up with and getting one of those kills.
Yeah.
It makes it better for me if I know that the opponent's also a little bit tilted by, you know.
Oh yeah, if you can make it a one-way
Adds
with
to
the
the
smoke as well.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the way to do it. That's how you get under their skin. As we're boosting a player up here towards B. 4 players on this side of the map, and they'll be deploying the left and right smokes for generators. Molotov down. And bear in mind, with this Force Buy, they've opted for a bit of an A stack here. So this round's pretty much over.
Yeah, call it quits. I don't even mind. Just don't even get in there with the deal. Why throw it away? You're not going to accomplish anything. So just start to fall back and see if you can do it again next round. And for Complexity, fair play. They find an empty bomb site. You've got to give them some credit for that as well.
Yeah.
You've mentioned many times, we've been mostly impressed by their T-side's Complexity. So I guess in that light, maybe it's not such a bad scoreline.
It's just the way it went down. If it was like a really back and forth game, Knives said, you'd be thinking, yeah, absolutely, that would be true. But it's 6 rounds in a row. Yeah. It felt like they just lost control of the game completely. But you're right. They are known for their T side. They've got enough to work with here. Just considering the position they were in. It's just to note as well, it's the pick of Astralis. So the fact that they're making this one exciting, competitive game, we think the second map is locked in for them. Now let's just talk about that third map of Nuke as well. We saw in the veto.
Yes.
I'm not sure if you caught it, ladies and gents, but in the veto, it was, what, Blamef and the coach, whose name eludes me right now.
Castle, yes.
Castle, that's it. They jumped for joy when it was confirmed that Nuke was the map picked. Now,
they were very excited.
What do you take from that? Why would they be thinking, wow, that's the best news that's ever happened? We've got Nuke. Have they anti-strat complexity? Have they worked out the ultimate battle plan against them?
I don't know, but I can only think of ways that it can backfire.
They look way too happy. Because, like...
One is, what if you never get there? You look like clown.
You get 2-0.
What if you get there and you lose it, you know? It's like, so many... But I love it. I wish more teams would do something like that, because it does make it very interesting to watch. You know, now everyone's a bit intrigued. So I'm all for it. I'm happy they did it. You know, maybe
You're happy they celebrate.
Yeah, happy.
Okay.
You know,
All right.
I want some more investment into it. I wish more teams would show up and say...
emotional vetoes.
Yeah, exactly.
Could be the future. Like we'd never really got anything out of them in the past. But let's see what Buzz can get out of this Desert Eagle. First shot won't connect. Maybe I went a bit too hard on that one. But it will be the opening kill, unfortunately. For Complexity, Astralis, this force by not growing too well for them. As that's another open B-bomb site.
Yeah.
It looks to be the same outcome here.
Very similar experience. Probably thinking that if Buzz gets the first Eagle shot on like a random person, then they won't think it's an A stack any longer. They go back and, you know, there's probably some mind game going on there, but it doesn't really matter now.
Oh, but a deja vu here. Feels like the exact same round with an early kill thrown in. So a save once more, I'm afraid. And that does make the situation a bit weird going forward, because it'll be round 3. They'll have money to buy, but they're going to have these MP9s in hand. So
surely just hold on to them.
Yeah, no, absolutely they will. It's just like you are actually saving from the previous round, really, considering you still got the MP9s. But yeah, you're absolutely right. We'll take them. The Eagles as well. That's an interesting one. Device can probably get the AWP. He'll get $2,900 on top of his 3.3K. So yeah, it'll just be an interesting round. They won't be playing like a default CT defense here. They're going for a run boost.
Right as the bomb goes up, it's going to be action movie all the way here. Bomb on the horizon. MP9 just flies in there. I think they deserve more than that. I think they deserve the double or the triple. That would have been beautiful. I like the idea.
If he gets a double kill, I think it makes it to Reddit.
Yeah, probably.
But just a single, maybe not. It was a cool idea, though.
It's not bad. Not bad.
So that answers the question, though. The MP9s, no longer a consideration. We will have the M4s. A Device, AWP as well as Complexity take the lead. They are the first to post double digits on their opponent's map pick here. First gun round and a probe in towards B. JT leading the charge. Frantic spray from Buzz. Lucky to even get one. He lost control of that.
I actually think that's such a dilemma that you have to deal with you know, you're playing Counter-Strike is how long do you commit to killing someone after a pop flash? And there is definitely a cutoff limit. You see it both with sprays like that, but you also see it when people try to like swing wide. It's like you swing a little bit, you almost maybe see someone, you keep swinging, and suddenly you're dead because you've way overstayed your welcome. And that felt like, I mean, he probably felt like he had him, and he did, but cost him his life and cost him the bomb site. Might have cost him the round as well, the way this is going. Floppy, Grim, and Holzerk are still left. Now, there is a kit on Borup, but not that many nades either on Astralis. This retake, even if they're a man-up, is not going to be easy.
They should be winning it. Should being the operative word here. A decent flashbang through the smoke. Good utility deployment so far. Floppy with first contact.
So what a Molotov. Are they going to run into it? They might just step into their own Molotov there. Floppy gets the return, or gets the kill, but then gets returned on Blamef. Grim and Holzerk, they're still here. Smoke on top of the bomb. That's a nice little detail, but the spray, it couldn't have been better. Now no defuse is happening, and Blamef still able to get the shot. They pick up the kit, and they don't have time. I think they might have lost the kit inside of the smoke, because they might have had time otherwise, but they just couldn't quite get it. And Complexity, they win that 3 versus 4 in the afterplant.
That should have been the round.
Yes, it
should. That should have been the chance for Astralis to enter this second half, but that's now 4 in a row for Complexity. You said it was going to be a difficult retake here. It all started with this equal trade, but then at that point it was the 4-on-3 advantage. The retake was looking promising. They even had the kit, but there's no time available. And it will be 11-8.
Yeah. I think there was a world if he sort of has the perfect pathing, if he like backpedals into the kit and just starts defusing, he probably could have had it, but
yeah,
we'll never know. And backseat Counter-Strike is always a bit easier than actually playing the game, you know.
Yeah, in the heat of the moment, and you've got 3 or 4 different people trying to get the information, like telling you where the kit is, and it can get very chaotic very quickly. Let us set it though towards middle from Blame F. Double stack in towards the boosted boxes there, and they've actually got the man advantage once again. Didn't help them out in the previous round. We'll see if they can convert this. Looking for their first round in the second half. It's Buzz posted at the back of the B bomb site here. Will have to extinguish the Molotov. That's fine though, you can use it to retreat if required, but it's time to fall apart once again. Now they're aware of the potential of Buzz. Trying to lock him in with the Molotovs. And the smoke fades, he'll have no cover.
You can wallbang that with the AWP back there, and Holzerk knows it as well. You gotta be careful, Buzz. Smoke fades. Holzerk's not ready. He wasn't expecting it. What a headshot. Beautiful work come out here from Buzz, and he's feeling so inspired by himself that he was ready to go for that one as well. The device to pick him off, but there's the round that they needed. They do get to keep 3 people alive, including the AWP. They steal 2 AKs, and it's a 9-11 scoreline. So anything can still happen.
Love the ingenuity of the boost at the start, knowing they needed an opening pick and maybe getting a little bit too comfortable in the middle. Beating the tower, the stack. Got that man advantage, this time converting as well. Lovely work from Buzz, I have to say. A lot of tenacity. Didn't get a boatload of frags, but he certainly delayed them. Denied access towards the bomb site itself. And money starting to become a bit of a question mark for Complexity. 2 Galils entering round number 21 here. Device. A trademark position from these back walls of the A ramp.
Surely in a grander scheme for Astralis, a lot of this is about getting Stare and Buzz reps in on land. I think Borup is a little bit more experienced. Even if it's at a slightly lower level, I still think he's got a little bit more experience, but I would say those 2 need to start to feel more comfortable in the team. I'm actually much less worried about Borup overall in terms of also because I think he's going to be fitting more of a utility role anyway, and I think he's going to do fine in that role. I think it's the other 2 that need to feel comfortable to be able to stand up to some of these more experienced teams, really. Nice nade. Puts him on that funny number. It's a funny number again.
Yeah, we haven't seen it for a few days. Always a welcomed addition to the broadcast.
It makes people smile. Spams in the chat, I'm sure. Something to be able to do.
So, Complexity with a contact play in towards B. It's Buzz once again, the same position, trying to stay alive as long as possible. Did an excellent job before and fights back once again. Does well to even get a single frag there. The grenade though, that could be enough for a kill. 1 HP on Floppy. Avoids it for now, trying to stay at the back of the pack as the bomb is planted.
Yeah, I thought that grenade was going to get Floppy, but smart play from him to stay out of the range of it. And they're sending Grim with the bomb plant.
A massive round here, Anders. For both teams, fully invested. Lost bonus on the line.
How much can Floppy do with 1 point of health?
He just gets a single kill, that's it. That's enough.
That's all you need? Well, let's see. They might call up his number here. No, there's a nade. They're going to find him. What a start to a retake. Device will follow it up. And now smoke on top of the bomb. That looks so clean. And this time, they don't have any problems with finding kits or anything else.
Yeah.
They go straight for it.
This one is under control. A sigh of relief for Astralis fans here. This one was starting to spiral at one point when they were 7-2 down, but starting to wake up in the second half as well. A very efficient and well done retake there on the bomb site. It all started with the stair pick as well, just as the smoke went down as well. He swings on a leash. Managed to get that lovely grenade as well on a 1 HP Floppy. And yeah, can't ask much more than this. Perfectly done. Device with the double spray down at the end. And as mentioned, that was a huge round with financial ramifications attached to it. Desert Eagles across the board for Complexity. Just Grim with some Kevlar here. And just going to try and slow things right down. Try and work picks who offer themselves up. Well, it's going to be a Liege first. Down at the A ramp. Device finds the first frag.
And also, Astralis surviving with 3 members. It doesn't explode the economy on their side, but it does mean they're at least building in the positive direction.
Right.
which if you're dreaming of a comeback here for Astralis, that's something to look forward to. But yeah, you're right. That has a huge amount of ramification going forward. A little bit of a nade landing. Tags up Holzerg only the tiniest bit. 1 round lead for Complexity, but presumably after this round, it's going to be all tied up. Might be getting tapped away by Buzz.
Yeah, Buzz is impressing me in this B-bomb side. Up against the pistols for now, but giving away a kill too quickly, the round can fall apart, as we'll see them just blocking them out. Running the clock down, removing players, denying access. This is pretty perfect so far. All they can really do is boost on the other side of the smoke and just hope they can find a kill here. 25 seconds now. Smoke goes down, but 3 CTs lying in wait. They would do very well to get close to this one.
Just absolutely shutting it down. You're right. 3 people showing up to defend. That ties up the game. And you know, now we almost know we have to revisit that problem of Complexity losing 6 rounds in a row at the end of the first half. Yeah, they do good to start the second half with, but now Astralis is starting to wake up a little bit more. Complexity having to struggle for the money. This is starting to look not exactly ideal for the last hope of North America.
The last hope?
The only
hope. What about
hope.
EG? They're still in the tournament?
What about EG?
They're still in the tournament. Go on, say it.
Listen, I don't have to say it, Henry.
You don't want to say it. Just scared to say it, Anders. That's why. You want to talk shit, but you won't actually say it. That's your problem.
EG who? Henry? I don't even know who they are. I don't even know who's on the lineup, Henry.
It's working.
They're not even in my...
Well, that's the thing. Like, just to note as well, like, we are in the knockout round at this stage. So even with losing the opening 2 games, like EG did, if they win their 2 next ones, they can still make it to the top 6. So lots of CS still to be played here. We're up to day 9.
That would prove a lot. If EG could do that, I'd be very excited.
That would be unbelievable. Oh, hold on. We'll get into that later. That was a nice little run boost. Device getting himself ready for the opening frag once again. It's found him more often than not. And a rare miss.
A rare miss. And Stare engaged in some spam on the sandbag side there, hoping to get somebody absolutely taken down. So, start for Complexity. This is what you want to see.
Absolutely, considering how Device set himself up there, the run boost, the open shot, but Borup will pick up the pieces here. That's towards short, through the smoke.
JT's at 4 kills, and he just got down in this round. Now it's a little bit of an issue, I would say. Might need him to find a couple of lucky rounds for himself. Grim should have lost that fight. Buzz definitely had the advantage, but it's going to go the other way, and that makes it a 4 versus 3. And they're so far away. I don't even think Astralis will think about getting close to this one. They're probably going to want to save the money and just try and play for the next round.
Well, Complexity, I dare say, are quite lucky to win that round. Like I said, a rare miss from Device. That's a sort of shot he normally nails.
Yeah.
That was a bit of a, by his standards, not saying it's an easy shot for all AWPers, by his standards, he normally hits those. He doesn't. Opening frag was found. They give one over in the form of JT, and you're right to kind of mention his name. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not a hater. I'm a JT fan. This game is not going well for him. He's 4 and 16. Next on the scoreboard is at 16 and 12. So does need to definitely wake up if he could find some form here. Doesn't matter at what stage in the map it comes in, but if we can find a couple of rounds where he could find an impactful frag, that could be enough because it's still competitive. It's still 1 round in this. But he can just hold his nerve.
That is the mentality that you probably have at a pro level, is even if it's been an awful game for me personally, I just really need the 1 round where I make the difference, and we can, it's all good. You know, I've had the impact that I need to have. And this is, yeah, I would say probably Buzz wins that fight against Grim almost every single of the time, because I don't think Grim's spray was even necessarily that impressive, but let's see.
So, Holzerg boosted up to throw out specific smoke.
There we go. Put out, I think, to put some pressure on the A side of the map.
That lands in elevators. It's from T-Spawn, that's ridiculous. Goes through the A side, goes through the window at A, and lands in the middle side of elevators.
I love it. These are the kind of things that are just fun to find and fun to look at. Nade down there. I think it goes a little bit too deep, unfortunately. 1 point of damage onto Elige. Classic boost over on this side. They're actually, look at the defense. They're pushed out of the B-bomb side. This is wild for Astralis. They're hoping for a mid-take for complexity so that they can shoot them. Oh, now they're pushing forward. This is a very unorthodox approach to how to defend the site. Oh, the spray! Stare. He was set up for a massive multi-kill. JT practically dies in the middle of it, and now Buzz is going to show up and shoot them in the back. It's a 3-man flank. You will never expect it. You're not ready for this. They're going to get the one.
Here we go.
JT! That's the round. He's still going to be going down, unfortunately. Because, again, you're not thinking there's going to be 3. The fact that he even looked for the second is a little bit surprising. But JT nearly won the round for his team.
That was the moment. The one we were just discussing, and is if he somehow wins that round for them, all is forgiven. The quiet performance is forgotten. And this is how they open things up. This boost towards B enables you to look for any mid players walking out there. You're vulnerable, of course. It's nice to have a player towards the B steps, but when it works out, it feels so damn good. And I think this has to be Eco at this stage. We will see an AK-47 in the hands of Floppy, trying to be the hero they need. He's a top fragger, 18 and 16. But Astralis have tied things up here, the boost. See if Floppy can get the opening frag. He did spot a player there, but still comes out on top. He did very well to recover that one.
Yeah, Buzz. He's got some backup now coming in. I think Blamer from the middle. Don't want to be fighting this too much on your own and wait for the flashbang, and I appreciate it. One thing you have to not do there is swing for the follow-up fight and get yourself killed for no reason. Keep it cool. I don't know where the AK is that Floppy was using. I'm guessing it's up on top of the stairs somewhere. It'd be hard for them to pick up, unfortunately.
Yeah, he was quite committed. There it is. Oh, nice.
A little thief.
We'll take that. Snatched away. And 1 minute left on the clock. Device will give himself a one-way at the A ramp. Excuse me.
Bless you, Henry.
Yeah, thank you for saying bless you. I've never really got that concept. What does it even mean? I never say bless you to anyone, and they get annoyed by it.
Well, we'll dive into that later. JT goes down. Stare there to help out. Blame if it's a whole trio defending the B-bomb side, and it's worked out pretty well. 25 seconds here for Grim. Doesn't really feel like it was ever going to happen. Device will be taking him down at the end, and now Astralis are in the lead, Henry. 13-12.
I feel like they've done enough at this point. It felt like a bit of a death sentence after the dying stages of that first half. 6 rounds in a row for Astralis after recovering that 7-2 deficit. Sure, they lost the pistol in the first 4 rounds, but they've seemed like the better unit overall here. You can see where they picked the map. They've got some nice little setups, some set pieces, some lovely stacks we've seen on the CT side especially, and the absent JT, unfortunately, I think that's the difference maker for them. Such a close game. You got one player who's 6 and 18. Like, if you could just find a little bit more impact, I think they'd probably be winning this, but just not seeing it right now.
Yeah, he almost had that one round, but I don't think you're wrong. Sometimes it really can come down to a little bit more output in some of these rounds, and maybe it'll make a difference.
Well, the Galil for Floppy this time. Utility deployed towards B. Looks at that mid-split we talked about before. Nice HE though. Lots of damage done. JT takes a lot at the start, but continues his push. It'll be Floppy taken out of the equation first, and now JT trying to thread the needle towards CT spawn here. Good position, but his teammates are dropping.
Yes, they most certainly are. Buzz, double kill. Bomb drop a little bit further behind Elige. I think just his little boots showing there. He's going to go down eventually, so now they have to go back to the stairs to pick up the bomb. I don't even think they get there at all. Just a great defense being put up here. Everyone from Astralis really chiming in. Buzz with the early double kill, making a big difference. But Astralis had 14 rounds, proving and showing why they picked this map.
Absolutely. They've picked up 6 rounds out of the last 7. They've got the one-way smokes. They've got the crossfires. They seem to have just a great understanding here. You can see why they have big Vertigo today, even with the impressive T sides we know Complexity normally deliver. Yeah, they're not breaking through whatsoever here after winning the pistol. The first gun round due to compromised resources. It's been one-way traffic. We are going to see Device once again. Another grenade deployed perfectly down towards Elige. He's got 40 points of health. The incendiary comes down as well. And it's going from bad to worse. This is the half buy as map point is on the table here for Astralis.
I feel like they've been bullying Elise in some of these rounds. He's had, on the second half, a much tougher time at finding any kind of an impact. Another set of nades landing to force them back into the waiting arms of the AWP, or the AK in this case. Grim. That's range with the Tech 9. I don't really know how he wins that fight. It is just floppy back there, and Device is dancing to try and get out of that one. He's going to hit the shot, no problem.
To get out of there, like, he's like, look, I'll even reload in front of you. Let's just get this round over with. And there it is, map point for Astralis. 3 opportunities to close things out in regulation. It feels like they're going to do so. And they're not really giving up much at all here. Complexity are shrinking round by round. And I'm not feeling great for their chances here, round number 28. But you never know. 3 in a row could happen, might happen.
Device on 25 kills.
That's what you love to see.
I won't lie, when he was off, you know, after the whole NIP affair was going on, just Counter-Strike didn't feel quite the same. Something was missing.
Certainly.
And now that he's back, I feel more at home again. It does feel like we've really been missing his influence on the game. And the fact that he's even able to come back and play at this level is... There are not many players in the world that could do that.
Not many. Just a select few. And Device certainly is in that conversation. He will be finding the second frag as they look certain to close things out here, Anders. Their map pick, so far so good. 2 kills remain as this in cruise control right now. Complexity, a good showing in the opening stages. 7-2 up. Looked like it was going to be their map. A chance of a 2-0 with Overpass up next as well. But sure, it's a close game, but the way they kind of rolled over in the second half, it's worrying as well. And with the in-game leader unable to frag in this particular showing, they're going to have quite the conversation in the pause between the second map here.
Which will be on Overpass, which we know that they're going to be pretty good on Complexity. So obviously we all want to see Nuke, given the way that the Vita worked out. So maybe we will get there. Grim and JT trying to salvage this particular round. It looks like it's absolutely impossible. JT put all the way down with that shot, and Buzz will close it out. Astralis picking up a Vertigo, their own map pick, in a tremendous fashion. A little bit behind at one point, but the recovery was godlike.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. Showing great tenacity, good teamwork, and a solid CT side here. Astralis sweep away Complexity in the first map, but it is Overpass next, and as we always say, that's where Complexity do their best work.
Vertigo goes the way of Astralis and now 1-0 up in this series versus Complexity. But man, talk about a streaky map to start things off, because actually Complexity starting 7-2 up on this map, Jake.
They were looking good. They were looking very good. You see the round distribution right here? They got the pistol round. They followed up on it. Astralis then had 2 rounds, but from that point on onwards, it was Complexity all over on the CT side. I thought they were looking good. They were looking proactive. They had an answer to everything Astralis came with. Grim, in particular, had a great showing as well, coming up with some big frags. So it was overly positive the first 9 rounds, but then Astralis happened.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like this scoreline is alive. It's deceiving. You're looking at it, you think, oh, 16-12. Wow, talk about a tough game. That must have been so hard for Astralis. It just was not the case. I think the end of both halves is the telling story that we need to see. We're talking about Astralis who win 5 rounds in a row with a full armored up Complexity on the CT side, and then vice versa. When you flip the switch, they cannot find a solution on their T side. Complexity was 1 level below Astralis.
And it was kind of a shame that the Danes, were able to flip it so drastically coming into the later stages of that first half, because Grim, we had our eye on him as a player, particularly coming off that NIP series where he was the lowest rated player on the entire server. That's not good enough for Grim. He had a great start to this map, though.
He started off very hot, yeah. You're not wrong about that. He had massive impact on the CT side in the beginning. Unfortunately for Grim, most of the highlights you're going to see in this package is in the first half, when he was playing well, when it was working out for Complexity. He fell out of the game a little bit in the second half, only had a couple of moments where you're like, okay, he's back, and that's perhaps the issue for Grim right now. We see glimpses of it instead of that consistency we saw 6 months ago last time he was in the studio.
And I really feel like he would have been needed on that T side. Let's not beat around the bush. This is where Complexity lost it. When on their T side, once Astralis was equipped, it was over. They had no way to even get into sites and find themselves into these positions to bomb plan. I think they happened once or twice at the beginning of the half. After that, it was pretty much close. And you need someone, when the level of Counter-Strike you play in terms of detail, tactics and all is not up to par, you need an individual to just blow it wide open. And that could be Grim. We've seen Grim do it time and time again, and he unfortunately did not offer that kind of solution late in the game.
Well, let's look at one of the moments where Astralis managed to turn the tides on their T side over in the Mahone zone.
It was looking dire for Astralis in the first half, but it was this round here that actually turned it around from them. It's this round here where Device, he actually finds this 2K onto the A bomb site, and he somehow finds Halsark in the back, and then JT as he's rotating in. But of course, this round is not as simple as just that. There's actually a bit of a tactic behind this that opened up this opportunity for Device to get these 2 kills. So much earlier in the round, what you're going to see initially is that Astralis, what they do is they go for a bit of a mid take. 3 people here, they throw almost all the nades they can to take this mid area. Molotov towards window, flashes out to allow Borup to come in. Now with all these nades, this puts a lot of pressure on Elige, because now he's forced away from that window position. And what Astralis have done here essentially is set the expectation that this might actually be some sort of B wrap to CT, especially when they throw this smoke here towards the right side. This definitely creates that pressure. But what Astralis do is that they actually fall back from this. They don't actually commit to it. They fall back. And because they fall back right away, they start setting up towards A. What this does to Complexity is that as they're rotating in, they're now faced with this danger. Now, Elige right here at this moment, he doesn't actually see anything because Astralis fall back. And when you're the CTs, it's never comfortable to give up this map control. So what do? You try to retake it. Elige, he goes and tries to retake this mid area. This is where BlameF is just waiting for him. He gets that kill, and this creates an opening on the A side. Because Astralis have already set up now towards the A side, these 2 players, as soon as that mid kill goes down, now they have to rotate 1 player over. JT, he's forced to move over here towards this mid side to cover that mid push, because with them taking it earlier in the round, this is a possibility once again. This creates an opportunity now for Astralis, for Device in particular, to now hit over towards the A bomb site, because with Halsark, he can only cover one of these 2 positions at a time. That's what allows Device to ultimately come in towards this A site, where that is why he catches him completely in the side. It's because Halsark, he can't handle 2 angles at once, and it was off the back of a little fake, BlameF staying there and getting that kill onto Elige, and then Device, he finds the kill on the JT rotating back. So a beautiful little strategy here to allow them to essentially find that opening and allow Device to get these 2 kills to then turn the tides for Astralis.
Yeah, excellent work of blamef opening things up, and then Device really capitalizing on that. And we saw him getting warmer and warmer as we got deeper into the map.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously Device here at the tip of the helm in the attack, finding these 2 opening kills is fantastic, but it's also an apt reminder that if there's something blamef does have in Counter-Strike, it's patience. There's no problem. He's got them by the buttload. He's just going to be waiting behind that corner all the time, and if Complexity get a little curious, immediately they get punished, and this is the round that we're seeing once again, creates the opportunity for Device to scale. And again, Device not only has the skill, but he's got the vision. I think when he realizes the kind of space he can work with, he takes it.
It's good to see Device bounce back, though. He was not satisfied about his performance in the group stage. He was not satisfied about the fact he didn't feel comfortable on the server, didn't find any impact. I think he had tons of impact in this round, both on the C side, but also on the CT side. This was some of the best we've seen from Device, and hopefully we get to see more of that.
Wasn't actually your favorite player, though, in this map, was it, Jacob?
No.
Buzz was getting you going a little bit. Why is that?
Yeah, because he was awful the first 15 rounds in this game. He was 2-10 in the clip Danny just showed us, but on the CT side in the second half, he came alive on that B-bomb side. Complexity had a clear game plan. They wanted to test Buzz because they saw he had a strugglesome game. In the highlight package you're going to see here, there's a couple of moments from the first half, basically the only kills he got in the first half almost. But in the second half, with the M4A1S right here, he was shutting down this B-bomb side time and time again. You're going to see plenty of multi-kills in very important rounds, 12-12. It was 12-11 before, and Buzz was just all over the place. The fact that he stepped up from being 2-10 on the scoreboard to being one of the highest fracking players on the server was massive for Astralis.
I don't want to take anything away from him because he's doing a beautiful job on the CT side, but it felt super comfortable. Like, I feel like Complexity did not make his life uncomfortable. As an anchor, you're supposed to be dancing with fires and being flashed and calling for help and being miserable. I don't think that was the case for Buzz. He knew how to play the geometry. He knew how to play the angles, hide behind that box, wait for the flash, or one flash behind me. It's my time to peek. I'm getting my double kill. I feel like Complexity didn't really have the tools to put him outside the comfort zone and to frag him. He had a very easy life in
And that's quite the contrast to what we've seen on Overpass, which we're going to move on to now. The T sides, the flashes, everything Danny has shown us so far in this tournament, they make life tough on that B-bomb side. But you're right, it was easy for Buzz.
That's where things get a little bit curious. We were talking about this in the green room. Complexity shown some real strength on Overpass. Astralis, it's been the 3rd deciding map in both series so far. They've struggled to close things out, both losses on that ground. But Jacob, you have a feeling the Danes might be prepared for this one.
I think so. I think they've seen a lot of video on Complexity. We've seen what has worked for them so far in this tournament. It's been the B goes, the B flashes, the B executes. And yes, there's a lot of quality behind them, but I think if you study it and if you know how to approach it and you know how to punish it, Astralis should be comfortable. Do not forget they have Device and blamef as well in that CT side, which they in fact are going to start on as well. Device, one of the best AWPers on Overpass for many, many years, and blamef is a monster with the rifle in this map as well. So I do think Astralis have a great shot at taking this one too.
And I think this is going to be central for Complexity to very early on in this game win a couple of rounds on the A side. You have to send a message that you can take blamef and Device up front, you can battle them, you can push them away, and then you could map control. Because if you get funneled into the B side, if you get stopped on A and then there's only one solution, we'll see Astralis with stacks and reads and multi-kills.
Well, we are ready to see how it goes down, but not before we head to a quick break. When we are back, we know Complexity have been hella strong on Overpass, but can Astralis bring the pain? We'll be finding out in just a few.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Friday. It's good to have you with us. You are watching Blast Premier Full Groups 2023, and we're in the knockout stages. And there's Complexity taking on Astralis here. The second map, the pick of the North Americans, Overpass. But surely they can bite back. They can show us what they're made of.
They should be able to. They got kind of close on Vertigo, but they were obviously lacking something. JT having a bit of a tough game, but I haven't given up hope on Complexity yet. They definitely also had a huge trio in Elige and in Floppy and in Grim that were playing very well. Horse like a 1.2. So they had a lot to fire back with. I don't think Astralis is going to get through this one easily.
Well, let's get into it, shall we? Device and Co. with the first map under their belts. They are looking rejuvenated today, and they'll enter the pistol round here with 7 guns. Double dual elites, courtesy of Borup, will be in the hands of Device and Blame F. And as you might expect, technical setup from Complexity, 4 flashes, a smoke, and a Molotov. Stare. Oh, I felt like that should have been his. He'll be dinged to kick things off, but the bomb has been spotted. First frag for Astralis as they mow them down towards short. That's a beautiful start.
What a difference it would have made if Elige actually got the full 100 damage onto Stare.
Right.
That would have focused their attention somewhere else, but instead they get locked in the tunnel. Nobody wants. You don't want to be backpedaling through that tunnel. Doors opened, but they're well aware that someone could be up. Buzz will find another shot, make it a triple for himself. And they're hunting down JT. He's not going to get a chance. Nobody dies on the Astralis side as they win the pistol. Having a great time.
Nice to see a big smile on Device's face. Lord knows it's been a while.
True. I think he had 27 kills at the end of Vertigo.
That's quite impressive. I didn't actually notice that. But this is a great pistol. Astralis with the boost, taking the aggro from the short push. Finding 3 kills as Device and Buzz get 5 between them. No force buy, no bomb planted. So, full eco here.
Can I get a replay of that jump from like a bird's eye view? You understand what he wanted. He wanted to do the parkour of HE grenade. Blame F on for the ace. Henry, he's hunting for it.
Another ace.
There, he's got the Glock. Surely he could do it. Oh, it's close, isn't it? Oh, Device.
Oh, Devo, what are you doing?
He's stolen it back, hasn't he?
Oh, God. That's a bit rough.
Although maybe a psychology.
Might need to pause after that one.
You keep Blame F hungry. We know he does like the he likes the kills. You keep him hungry for another race.
I asked Blame F in these Coffee with Henry interviews. I asked him about some of his diets and approach, and I heard a rumor once that he used to eat 1 cake a day, like a full birthday cake, to maintain his macros. He said that wasn't necessarily true, but it wasn't false either. He said at some point he was eating a lot of cakes in his life just to kind of get the calories in, you know?
Yeah. That's going to be my claim in the future. When people catch me eating cake, Henry, I'm going to say I'm following the Blame F diet.
I'm bulking.
I'm on the Blame F diet. Turns out I've been on that for a while.
Yeah, it's a cake every turning a new leaf. I'm going for the cake every diet.
Grotesque human being.
So a little bit of kerfuffle towards middle, some damage exchanged, and Liege and Hulzerk taking the brunt of it. Elsewhere on the map, CTs have planted their flag towards short here. This is actually quite a compelling setup, all things considered. They've got the SMGs in a prime position here. 2 of them, the MP7 focusing towards connector, Buzz's MP9 working the short area, but it's Monster. The main area of contention here is Stare to defend. Good flashbang as you might expect, and he just about gets away.
Oh, this is what worked for Complexity the last go-around. They were so good at attacking the bomb side, but this time Astralis actually holding on to it. JT's gonna get shut down, and Hulzerk 1 versus 3. The bomb is dropped real far away from him, and he's got 30 seconds. This is where Astralis don't need to fight at all, but they will catch Hulzerk out in the open. They could have definitely also played it slower and waited for a potential bomb plant. I don't really mind either way, but it's a good defense. But this is the exact formula where Complexity over and over again last time they were on Overpass just ran down their opponents, and it was so efficient. You know, Jacob was saying in the pregame during the analyst segment, was talking about how he felt probably Astralis will have had enough time to adjust to this and be ready.
Well, they're looking like they've got a firm understanding of how to shut it down. Deny them any access towards B by having claimed territory outside the bomb site. Take down the numbers there. Don't allow them to execute with their full potential. So far, so good. 3-0 for the Danes. Loss bonus racking up. It'll be a maximum into the next round, so they can justify a half buy here. Some Desert Eagles working towards long. Run boost to try and avert the gaze of Device, but doesn't have to commit to this fight, and he'll just be peeling off.
Did he fire the Eagle before he landed? I think he just...
Possibly.
It's a quick way to make the history books if you made that work.
True.
At range, mid-air, run boosted out. Feeling a bit adventurous, perhaps. Astralis are not giving Complexity a lot of openings because they're so far back on the map, which is probably good news. Could see they're searching for it. They'd love to find someone out here, especially if they could find the rifle to go with it. They're not being giving much of a chance. Smoke to slow them down. Looks like it could still, I guess, BB, but it looks like they're sort of gravitating towards the side of the map. They've got one smoke, one flash that they just put out to run right through. Oh, it's actually a very good flashbang. Hold on. This is a bit interesting now. Blameth, front and center. He's going to get a couple of kills. Dualies are back out, and he gets the triple. Hungry for more. He's denied the ace earlier, and I don't think he got a chance this time because Stair's been showing up to help out.
Well, it was looking like that one could have collapsed for Astralis there, but Blameth saving the day. Buzz will be removed, and so will Floppy eventually. 4-0 for Astralis. An opening pick found for the North Americans there, but unable to capitalize as the captain mows them down. Held strong, denies a plant as well. And the perfect start here. They're known for their T-side performances so far. Able to post a single round, so get into round number 5 here. This is where the AWP come up for Hulza, yet to post a frag. AWP for Device as well, Anders, and we've got Blameth, who's 9-0 right now, yet to die.
And he's paired with Device, and he always has been on this map ever since Device joined the team. The two of them are playing this duo on the A side of the map, and it's very hard to break through. How nobody wants to be up against that. The Device and Blameth duo, I think, is probably not talk about too much because we haven't seen the success out of Astralis yet, but I imagine it's going to go on to be quite a hard duo to play against.
Just a note as well, they haven't won a single series yet, but Blameth is still in the top 5 performers at the group stages here in Copenhagen. So yeah, he's had some great form, but it might be enough again for Complexity, Anders. They've been absolutely wrecked at the start of the round. The active nature of this Astralis CT side is proving very difficult to deal with, and once again, they've got nothing to do.
They have 4 kills in total, Henry, on the Complexity side.
That's a good point.
It's not ideal.
It's not where you want to be. That's fair to say. Their map pick, they're yet to even commit to an execution or even get some key territory on the map. Like, they have not even got bathrooms control yet.
Yeah, but this exact kind of push, right, is something that we didn't see out of Astralis last time, right? They didn't have those kind of forward, aggression to stop. Because the problem is, Complexity proved in the last go-around that they are able to take control outside of B and then execute into the B bomb side. And once they get that stage, once they can throw the flashbangs, once they can send someone through the tunnel, they have a lot of really cool ideas for that. I think Danny was talking about, I think Mahone in the Mahone zone was talking about the Molotov that's actually landing right, I think, where Borb is playing on that ramp.
Yes, exactly. Yep.
And then the flashes to come through, like how you can do it. So, like, they have a lot of tricks, Complexity to do this with, but they haven't been allowed to really do them yet.
Yeah, certainly not. They don't even really get anything done this round. They just have to give up the ghost. 2 players survive in T-spawn, but again, Astralis finding all of the kills before they've even committed towards a bomb site there. And starting to rack up a lot of cash here as well. Just pushing off towards a short position. The nade has blown off the door. You can see that they're trying their best to answer back here, but they're scrambling into these positions. And it will be a tactical timeout now. Still at the maximum loss bonus, but they are yet to plant the bomb. With 5 rounds in, they haven't even come close to planting the bomb. Bear in mind how the pistol went down as well. Didn't even find a single kill.
Yeah.
So even on those sort of rounds, everything is falling apart from them left, right, and center. TC will be joining the comms. See what he can muster up here, because Elige, even with the maximum loss bonus, has 3,500. Grim, 38. So a Galil will have to be purchased regardless. Just deciding who will be operating with it.
Start is not ideal for Complexity, we can all agree.
So this is weird. So they've gone for Hulzuk AWP. JT, who is having a very quiet series, he's got the AK, and it's a half by elsewhere. So the two saved weapons, hoping they can cause a dent here. I thought, like, considering the maximum loss bonus, they'd probably try and invest a bit more into this one. This is absolutely fine. We'll see if they can crack things open. Waiting towards shore here. Now, the CTs have conditioned them with all this aggression. They've taken a tactical timeout. You would assume they're probably going to be conditioned at this point. They're going to be very aware. And at this point, Astralis not giving them anything. Denying any sort of contact towards shore. Knowing there's an AWP still up and about.
Timing. That's scary, isn't it? Picked the right way, maybe. You could have got the kill right then and there. Device lucky to be alive, I dare say. Bomb outside of B on Holzerk, who I think he wanted to peek through and catch someone jumping, but they got Molotov and smoked off, so they just couldn't do anything.
So at least they've got positional control to go for this B execution. They've only got a couple of flashes now, so it just have to be the contact play, Anders.
Oh, this is huge, though. Speaking of contacts, they're really deep on the site. Unfortunately, they lose the first kill. Borup just lands it on JT. Floppy's going down next. And now a little bit of a shot for the smoke. They're really being slow. I don't like this complexity. I feel like they need to kill these people on the B-bomb side before Mount Backup starts to show up. They're not going to be possible. They get wiped out. No casualties on Astralis. 6-0. And they're still at those 4 kills.
You're joking.
I think so.
No. You're not. Yeah, it's correct information. 4 kills after 6 rounds total. And it's JT at the top of 2. So that's about the worst news you could possibly imagine after the first map. And the way it went down, the scoreline's a little bit misleading because Complexity were up 7-2 and then didn't really post anything after that fact. Device feeling confident, rightly so as well. Look how well this is going for them. Barely giving up any kills here. This can still fall apart. The job is not done yet, but here comes the grenade from Device. Doesn't connect this time. Just going to be evacuating the area, adjusting the setup.
You see the frustration on the whole circuit at the end of the last round. You can really feel it. And I mean, I think they're right to be frustrated.
Well, bear in mind, this is the game that really does matter. This is the knockout stage round 1, right? So lose this best of 3, you are going to the showdown. You win it. You're not guaranteed the arena yet, but you're 1 stage closer.
Yeah, you can keep it alive. Showdown is a brutal format, and so it takes up sort of a week that maybe you could use to prepare for something else.
Absolutely,
you could boot camp a different way. It's definitely risky to end up there.
Inconvenient, for sure. So Borup, this position is always like, you would think, oh, it's so common. It'll be checked, but it's just so powerful, especially these smokes coming down.
That smoke timing.
That's they're just going for the B collapse.
It's going to be 20 seconds, I think, when the smoke fades. If you wait that long, it's very, very risky. And they're thinking about it, going through Borup close. He's so flashed. It's a great flashbang and a good follow-up stare, though, with the multi-spray down. 15 seconds, and the bomb is dropped. The lead is just real far away. He was hoping to catch rotations for when the eventual bomb plant happens, but it never does.
Oh, that's the best chance they've had, Anders.
Yes, it is.
And there's no plant again. That kind of says it all. That's the best round they've possibly had, and they've run out of time. They're nowhere near a plant. Suggests it didn't actually go too well at all. Stare, delivering the goods. Big spray down there. His teammates dropped. They were in the right position, but Flashbang called them. You can see he actually was looking pretty good for Complexity. Then Stare, prime position. There was no utility left. He had some open runway. Mows them down. AK-47 in hand as well. That was the best opportunity they've had so far. TC, he knows this one is spiraling. The boys looking frustrated. Zerk will run the gauntlet through the flames, trying to find the first pick, and there might be one available, but it's Device. He's helping himself towards long, and he's got a prime angle as well. Looks like he might be good for his first frag once again. The flashbang catches him, but he recovers.
Are they going to expect this? This is such an off angle with an AWP. The flashes, you would have thought it was already it. Oh, Zerk is going to be really mad. They flashed their way in to check it. They had the idea, but Device was just playing such a slippery angle that they never really found him. And now he's even moving forward, looking for more. JT with a good long headshot. It will not make a difference in the end. 8-0 for Astralis.
They are playing the perfect game so far. Blame F has only died once. The mixture of the aggression, the passive crossfires, Device changing position every round, seems to just have such a perfect read of every situation, Anders. Like his teammate gets the aggro towards playground, or party I should say. At that moment, that's the moment he swings, and you can see how frustrated Horzek is. He's getting the information. There's 2 kills available in middle. Swing now. We can get these frags. He leaves long for a millisecond. That's when Device commits. And he goes down. You can see it's getting the better of him. Horzek 0 and 7. Every time he gets an AWP, he has been removed. He's had 0 impact. And they're 8-0 down. Second map, and tournament life is on the line.
It's brutal, isn't it? I'm not surprised to see Device feeling this at home. I remember one of the first conversations that really happened about like how much you could anti-strat an individual was actually Device anti-stratting Fallen specifically on this map and just breaking Fallen down at a point where he was, you know, at a really at a high point in his career with the AWP. But Device was one of the 3 where they just studied him so hard. They knew every tendency that Fallen had, and Device has that kind of work ethic, I'm sure, still. I'm not surprised that you can see him. He's just slipping the net. He's not quite getting flashed. He's just at an angle that Horzek's not peeking. He goes down again. The frustration continues. It's going to be so heartbreaking. He's 0-8 right now, Henry. He just can't find any luck.
They didn't extinguish the mollies at the start, the set mollies, so you know you've got some grounds that you push forward into playground there. So unless you extinguish, the CTs will punish in that manner. So BlameF can't believe his luck. He finds Horzek, who's taking damage as well as we get the 5-on-4 advantage.
I think Device knows that they're there because they fell off the boost. So inside of the B bomb site, they will have heard that little drop off. So he's actually just going to be able to hold this. Might even push forward at one point. It doesn't matter. They don't even need Device. But he knew that they were out there. So that's why he's just holding the angle. He's so sure it's another flawless round. It's a 9-0 for Astralis.
This is the home map of complexity.
Not anymore, Henry.
Well, apparently not. We've been talking about the T sides non-stop, how good they've looked. And like I said, they didn't extinguish that second Molotov, so he knew he could get through, make a lot of noise, and Horzek just didn't see it coming at all. And that's another huge round. Have they even planted a bomb yet? No, and with 9 rounds of play, the bomb has not even become close to going down. So, they've actually maybe found a gap here. Device scrambling. Hits the first shot. They will bust through, though. Yeah, so that's actually not a bad play.
No, it's not.
BlameF, though.
He's thinking about it. Grim had the right idea.
As the upper
smart play, yeah, he knows, but BlameF hard to kill at the moment. Finally will. JT able to catch him, but that slows it down, and it still brings it into a 3. We'll say that. 2 versus 2. JT trying to make up for it. He's up to 6 kills, and he's brought them into one of the better positions they've been in yet. Complexity. 2 versus 2 here. Floppy, my God, it was close to him getting that kill. I think Buzz almost walked into it.
Yeah, Buzz thinking better of it, using the shelf instead. It's a strong position. And what's their next move? They have a JT AWP, Floppy on the M4, an HE, a smoke, and a flash. Well, this looks like a kill for JT. Oh, how has that gone down? Floppy will bring it back to 1 versus 1. Bomb has been dropped, flashbang over. They need this. I think it goes without saying. He needs to deliver at this point. 100 HP. And surely the kill, and it doesn't go in his favor. It looked like he had a chance there, Anders. That was the best opportunity they've had, but once again, the bomb doesn't go down. There's barely a fist bump in the Astralis camp. They are in cruise control right now, 10-0.
Yeah, relentless.
Has Horzek got a kill yet? No, 0-9. God damn.
He's the first casualty in so many of these rounds. It's obviously super frustrating to have a match like this. Generally, I would say he's been playing very well throughout the tournament so far, but
you would save as well. If they won that round, it's 9-1. Someone could bring a speech to the table, be like, come on, lads, we can get the rest of these now. This isn't done. Let's get 9-6. Go, let's go. But then you lose that round as well. Now it's 10-0. And you've got a technical pause just to stew over the absolute abomination that is this T-side star for complexity. This just couldn't be any worse for them. They've just got to sit there in silence now and accept it.
This is where I feel like sometimes it can be very helpful to have someone who is a funny person on a team. So because this kind of silence is obviously super dreadful. It's nice to have someone who's a little bit of a comedian, say something funny, say something offensive, anything to get people.
Not too offensive. They are being recorded right now live.
Well, you know, within the realms of, you know.
Sure, I know what you mean.
Keep it cool.
Yeah. Well, bear in mind, we heard the comms in the first map.
Yes.
And things were looking pretty good. They had a couple of rounds going in their favor, and they were like saying, "Oh, I like you," you know. It was jovial.
It was jovial.
I can imagine the comms aren't like that anymore.
I don't like you anymore.
Yeah, that would be the next the next insight we get.
Oh no.
But if you are just joining us, if you are seeing the insane scoreline on HLTV, wondering what the hell's going on, what does this all mean? This format can be confusing for some if you're not following the entire tournament. This is the knockout stage. So we're in the second map right now. Astralis did win their map pick of Vertigo. Overpass is where we thought Complexity would do a lot of their heavy lifting, but so far not so good. 0 rounds posted, tournament life on the line. You're down and out. You go into the showdown if you lose this series, and they are yet to plant a bomb as we enter round number 11. Same sort of approach from BlameF. That second incendiary gives him access to the playground, Anders, and he's got the opening frag again. I can't believe it.
Doesn't even see him. He just starts to spam, and it's a kill. Elige out. Holzerg is next.
Oh, I can't believe Holzerg's died as well. He needs to go somewhere else. Stop going to the playground and star, bro. It's not working out. Maybe they can find some success in towards B, though, making a lot of sound, and, well, Buzz will be dropped. This is a chance for the bomb to be planted for once, though. Yeah, it's looking good.
It is looking good.
I dare say they win this round.
This is what they need. Floppy, good shot. Something to bring them back. Don't get completely blanked here in the opening half. BlameF and Device, they are the two heavy hitters, but smoked off once again is BlameF. And even if they won a bunch of rounds here, there's no real point in throwing a lot away. Unless you feel like you can get a kill right now, they're going to run out of time anyway. I think they might just settle for trying to lock them in.
They don't commit to a retake here or anything like that. They'll try and stay alive, not necessarily safe. Just try and do as much damage on the exits here to Complexity. They can take 2 of the AKs away. It means compromise buys in the future. That's exactly what BlameF's going to go for here. Trying to lock them in. Ducking and weaving. Knowing they could be low on the other side. The bomb is going to hurt them as well. Floppy will be dropped. So there's the 2 guns.
And he wanted to throw the Molotov.
Exactly. So he knew he could actually potentially get the last kill as well. But that will do. They saved the AWP and managed to only allow Complexity to take a single rifle out of this one, but there's the first round for the North Americans here. They were scrappy, they had to dig deep, but it has finally arrived. And as mentioned, one player actually living to tell the tale will make things complicated going forward. A Galil for Elige, and they need to start converting some rounds here, some convincing ones, because top and middle has been an absolute nightmare for them. BlameF just mauling them.
Missed shot for Device. Reposition for him. He's not been there with the AWP before, so I like the change of defense. And Floppy will go down early. Buzz finding his 11th kill. He's doing quite well down to the B-bomb site. And the nightmare might just continue here for Complexity.
Could do. It's going to be a B finish. 2 players towards shore. Grim and Holzerg with the bomb. Holzerg yet to frag. There's that Molotov we were discussing. Flashes to go over, and that's presumably the full commitment here. Back and forth we go, still with the man advantage. The double spray down is on.
JT solo, and they know where he is. Stare already realized he really got the tag on him earlier. Gonna go and take him down. Holzerg finding the first kill, the second now off the map for himself, and he needs 2 more to be the hero. That would really bring it back, but he's now locked in behind the box. The AWP is right up there waiting for him, and Device will not even give him a chance, but at least he's on the board now. 11-1 though.
Yes, he's on the board. But they are 11-1 down, Anders. That is a good point. $2,900 per player as well. No bomb planted again. Not even close to picking that one up. Nice shot from Device as well. Barely saw him. And it'll have to be the tactical timeout called by, you guessed it, Complexity. TC trying to chime in, save the day here. A rescue mission of sorts. Need to find some morale here. Something to grasp onto. Do they take the eco? A half buy. They're averaging $3,000 per player.
I feel like surely you go for it.
I don't know. It's kind of pick your poison time. Half buy would be too much. A full buy might not be enough.
Yeah.
And we've got the full buy coming through. So 3 Galils, a Desert Eagle, and an AK-47. It's enough to win a round, but what we've seen so far, like, I think they need to do set pieces from the get-go, Anders. Like, these defaults aren't working. They're getting decapitated in terms of map control. They can't hold on to anywhere. So I would like to see a set piece That time will tell. They're going to be combative towards middle once again, extinguishing the initial smoke, but losing 2 frags to BlameF to kick things off. They don't even see anyone.
He's 18 and 3 behind that one.
They've tried to counter it now. They tried to extinguish the smoke and push through, but he's just jumped up on top of the smoke. He hasn't committed to the push, and he mows 2 of them down. And yeah, what do you even do? You have to just keep going. Use your glills and hope for the best here. No one will be too confident in the prospects of round number 13. Halftime coming up soon. If they can find 3 rounds, I mean, it's the absolute bare minimum. But it doesn't start well here. 12-1 looks almost locked in. A perfect setup here for BlameF and Device. Spots 1. Gets the bomb as well, and even commits to a little bit more of a peek.
It's got to be so frustrating playing as BlameF. He's got that multi-kill potential, but he's also, you know, keeping himself alive a lot. He's, you know, he's not over-aggressing. You see him there. He probably could have crouched in for the shot against Holzer, but he's like, nah, I'm cool. I'm just going to hang around.
It's just one of those rounds, like, when they're in this mindset as well, that they've lost hope. They're going to be going with some more audacious picks. Like, these rounds can spiral. Like, Holzer will just be all guns blazing right now. Fighting. Looking to get any sort of point of access, but we'll see if he can get one. 30 seconds here, but unfortunately Device will be ready and waiting to pick up his 2nd kill of the round. 3 for the big man in the middle. BlameF, who is his 19th frag, has only died 3 times as we go to round number 14. And that was the force by Anders again. No bomb planted, 2 frags given away at the start.
Clearly,
yeah,
clearly been a 2-cake day, this one, Henry.
He must have been stacking them up today. Extra icing. And yeah, Device doesn't really have to work too hard here. Very relaxing scene for Astralis. A half buy is called. Scout Steagles. 13-1 looking likely. Back towards middle. You very brave here, lads.
Well, they forced it in the last round. It didn't really work out. You did say it could have been a warning. You know, you go for that force up. Maybe it's not enough firepower. And now you're in a really weird position.
Yeah, these are must-win rounds. Even with maximum loss bonus, you just have nothing to work with because you're not planting the bomb. They barely even got flashes to access the long area. Thankfully, a missed shot comes in from Device. It's not that they can really capitalize upon it, though. But what do you do with this now? He's having a field day, but Grim, nice free firing towards the connector, will find BlameF, who's been potent to say the least. It looks like BlameF will lead towards the demise of Device. Here we go. A man advantage. I don't think I've said that too often, but they're walking into Borov's aim. 2v1.
That could have been throwing the round away. Good conversion for Grim. You want to see that kind of thing happen. Yeah, swap it out. He's low health. Maybe try and see if you can send him into final innovation. Stair very often has been playing down to the B bomb site, so that's why they're a bit paranoid that he still might be down here. And Grim, look at it, he's just taking a task. He's saying, I will run in and check everything. If he's here, we're going to find out. Horsuk holding the back line. Stairs walking in, and Horsuk's going to get that kill every single time. So 12-2. Second round for Complexity is very much late in the hour to try and start to make a comeback, but you know, you have to try.
Well, that's all you can do. Like we said, tournament life on the line here. No more chances after this one. Already a map down. Sure, it couldn't be going worse for you, but like I said, 12-3. That's not outside the realms of possibility. Sure, it doesn't look great. It's likely you lose, but it's not impossible. Got to hold yourself together here. Try and keep Horzuk's head in the game.
Yes. Somebody.
Here we go.
Get him in this.
They've got a response now.
Yes, they do.
But
He's surely dead, Device. There's no way to live through this one. He wanted the deal. He's so greedy with it, but he's going to get traded out in the open again.
So you can see now, like, sure, it costs you a lot of your resources. 2 smokes at the start, but at least it denies access to the party position. Like that was overwhelming for them. They had no idea how to stop him once he got in toward that spot. They were losing every duel. Just have to give up the smokes.
Look at this. Astralis sort of taking a page out of Heroic's book. You rotate 3 to the A bomb site, but you don't just defend it. You're pushing forward to try and catch the T's, and it actually could work. Stairs there. Oh, and the timing, it could have been better. Spray's not really perfect, but it doesn't matter. No one's looking.
It's the bomb as well he finds. Oh my god, the grenade does max damage. Elite is in a lot of trouble. I'm surprised he survives to tell the tale. 2 points of health. Back to a 3-on-3. All of a sudden, this round looks possible. Beautiful shot from Floppy.
Yeah, that was with conviction.
Yeah.
Again, Floppy, I think it's been a reliable resource for Complexity throughout the entire tournament, really. 9 kills on him right now.
We said 12-3 was the absolute bare minimum in terms of a chance to convert this game, take us to a third map, and maybe they can do it. Ball up to defend. Their final push towards B.
That HE could do a lot of damage to Lige. He's going to get the kill anyway. And yeah, Blameth going to be right on top, but not enough for the kill on Floppy.
Oh, he didn't plant. Oh, he did.
Oh, he did. Yeah, I thought for a second. I was like, wait a minute. Well, let's see what Blameth could do. He's only got 4 deaths. Might be given his 5th right here in the 1 versus 3 to try and steal the round back. It'd be heartbreaking for Complexity. This is the most winnable round that they've had yet. This one is essentially locked in, but Blameth is looking to see if he can just get it open again. Yeah, the smoke. There's a massive gap, but they're going to be a little bit panicked, aren't they? He does have a kit. They should be peeking. They're not peeking yet, and there's Elige. I don't know how he lives through the round. He gets a quad kill at the end. 3 rounds on the board. It's not nearly enough, but we'll see if Complexity has the strength at the end of it. Second half is right up.
Hey guys, Floppy here from Complexity CSGO. Today we're going to be looking at just 1 round. Let's begin. Starting off with Nuke. I see my teammates have a full buy. He threw a flash. This is before they could drop nades back then, maybe. He's starting towards upper. He's not pre-nading or pre-mauling HUD. His teammate's probably mauling door. Dropping down insta. Just spamming the vent a little bit. You can obviously see a gap in that. Yeah, there's a molly in front of the door vent, so they can't go out, lurk outdoor there. I think at this point right now, if you're not anti, you're probably gonna get pop flashed. But I think he's just looking at the gap instead. Because a lot of teams like to upper pop in general with that smoke just to kill this guy who's not playing anti. And now he's at the CT vent, just nading door. I don't really know how I feel about that just random nade. Right now, I feel like I would get popped on upper like this whole time. I'd rather go into the CT vent and actually just chill, or at least play up close to it in case I do get blind and can hide. Right now, he's basically still away. If he gets popped on, A is kind of lost. He needs to smoke door a little bit earlier, but there already is a smoke, so maybe his teammate threw that already. I don't know, he's just chilling at the CT vent. Maybe a resmoke door. If there's no resmoke door, he's probably gonna get walked out on. That's what a lot of these teams like to do. But yeah, so now he probably hears the mini smoke bouncing off the wall, so then that's his cue to peek door, because someone's probably already out to the Tetris box. So that was pretty good actually, because by the time you hear the mini smoke bounce, there's probably going to be a molly CT vent as well. So that was actually pretty good. Now 5v1, easy cleanup. Wasn't too bad. I think playing anti would be a bit better at the start of the round, just to prevent the pop. He was holding an AK with electronic stickers. I don't want to say this was an official match or not. It's just to make fun of anyone, but yeah, I wouldn't say it was like too good in my opinion. Don't know if I can guess who's playing because I feel like it doesn't look too good to me. Because it might be an older demo, maybe. I'm not too sure when this was played, but yeah, I have no idea who would be playing this right now.
The one team is Envy.
Envy, on the CT or the so.
The other team is Cloud9.
Envy versus Cloud9 in 2020, so that must have been me.
It is you.
It's me. It's me the whole time. Holy shit, that is embarrassing. Because I have the knife, but no gloves, which I didn't have back then. What am I doing at upper, man? That's embarrassing. What are we doing? I don't even know what to say. Things change.
Things do change, Floppy, but maybe not for the best. They find themselves at the bottom of the barrel here. 12-3 deficit as they switch over to the CT side here. We've been talking about how commendable the terrorist forces have been throughout this tournament, Anders, and just didn't turn up today. They get absolutely manhandled by Blameth.
It's been a bit of a shocking start, I must say. Although someone did see it coming. Jacob, Pimp, Vinica was talking about it, saying, you know, he felt like Astralis would have adjusted. He's maybe more right than even he could have expected. This is wild what we're seeing here. First half, absolutely misery for Complexity. They need to have a strong start. They need to win the pistol, and then they need, I don't know, someone has to step it up individually. Floppy was trying to get there, Elige was trying to get there, but they need so much more than that.
It's never over until it's over. 7 guns for Complexity. Jeweler leads for Elysian Grim, and Device dissecting the map, making strides towards the A-bomb side, slowly but surely.
This is actually a style that Elige played last time. Remember how much Elige was infiltrating this A-bomb site by just taking his walk up long, and it worked really well.
If you can get him there all the way towards bank undetected, you don't even have to commit towards B just yet. You can just see what he can find. And so far, that might be exactly what's happening. So yeah, in towards bank, and they don't want to commit until he actually gets in position where he can find the kill. Then they want to start creeping their way in. Well, they're aware of it. God damn, how's JT done that?
That's massive. So much time off the clock. Now Astralis like, well, there's no choice anymore. We just have to go for it. Hope that we get the openings because we've been completely called out. Good flash to set it up, and maybe they get the bomb plant. At least that would give them something. Grim is on a very long flank. They're going to be boosting up on top behind the smoke. Oh, this is interesting. The round is still on, Henry.
Absolutely is. It all starts here. It's Stare to try and find the opening frag. That boosted Flame F is going to be a real nuisance now as the bomb is ticking at some pace, but handled. The Jeweler leads, shining bright there, Anders. An interesting round. I can't believe JT had the presence of mind to be checking CD spawn. I guess it was just way too quiet. They suspected that the only hole they had on the map would have been long. And Device, yeah, he tried to puncture the backlines there, but JT just one step ahead of it. The big brain comes out on top, and Astralis still get the bomb down, Anders, but what a retake this was. Even with the boost up and towards heaven, they managed to come out on top. And that's the must-win pistol landing in their favor. Starting to believe now, knowing this is their map pick. And it should be for a reason. But the bomb was planted, so you would expect the potential, at least, for Galil to come out in the second round. You can buy in the third and maybe guarantee a round on the board. But if you're looking to steal one away, this is the time to buy. And I'm seeing a Galil for Blamef and Borup. So that seems to be the case. They'll take a tactical timeout, looking to close things out early if they can win this round. Job pretty much done, Anders. This would be an opportunity to find the win potentially right now.
Yeah, they must be feeling confident, Astralis, in terms of closing out the game. So that's probably also on their minds. Is just, you know, before Complexity get to warm up too much, just see if you can close the book on them right away. But yeah, I mean, the fact that they realized that there was a flank coming in is definitely well done. I think probably Blamef could have played for the actual plant itself. I think he was looking a little bit deeper to try and catch
He'd already got a kill, though, so they knew he was there.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have really done too much for him, especially when they got the USBs. The bomb's not... Well, it could have was planted for him, to be fair. You're right, but I guess they knew of his position.
Yeah.
Trying to make it chaotic and actually find some manpower, but either way, they now know what they're up against. Galil's confirmed. And a bit of an exchange here towards Connector. I was going to say, Stare has an opportunity to strike towards that position. At least get a trade for now, and counter device. Of course, it connects. It looked like he was done for, but they've got the man advantage, and Grim is tantalizingly low as well. Buzz can't make it happen in the B-bomb side. That was a brave maneuver and one that doesn't work out for him.
They still have 50 seconds. We'll see if Complexity make a mistake in rotating towards the A-bomb side. They're getting there. The bomb still on that side, with Device and Blamef duoing up, although it's going to start to fall back a little bit, so you can tell what they're doing. How long before Complexity realize? Smoke to keep their attention towards the site. Blamef is out. He's still got a flashbang. Could also throw it down to the B-bomb side from up here if he really wants to. But yeah, he's going to commit it here. Again, just about selling the idea. And it leaves just JT alone. If he goes down now, the round might be over, and he is going to go down. Borup sneaking through. It's a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, it couldn't really be worse for them now. The fake is perfect. It keeps 2 players towards the A side. JT overworked in the position, having to look towards Short and Monster. At the moment he looks away, he's peaked. He even did well to do some damage there. It doesn't work out. That's the round done. And like I said, this one is pretty massive. It's the 4-spy of Astralis, round number 2. Getting 13 rounds on the board, and you have to save now. You've got 2 M4s, so not all is lost, but most of it is. Lost bonus will not be there for you whatsoever. You're going to get $1,400 per player on top of the 0 you have right now, the 2 M4s. So a chance. Grim and Floppy can single-handedly win you the next round, but they're going to have to dig deeper than ever. As we go 13-4. 3 players survive for Astralis. 22 kills for Blamef, just to note that. Horzok, who had the nightmare start, starting to wake up now. He's 7-14. It's Grim who hasn't been able to have any sort of input here. 4-13 for him.
Yeah, This is not the complexity that anyone was hoping for.
No, just from how good they've looked in general. Like, they've always had, not necessarily winning all the maps, but their T-sides have always looked fantastic. Like, in terms of execution and fundamentals, they've always seemed to have interesting ideas and a different approach to other teams. But this is an enviable spot. It's double scouts for tournament life.
Personally, big fan of the double scout, Henry.
Well, they fully invested as well, so they're all in.
There we go. It's the first tag. Give us another one, Holzog. You've got nothing enough to lose. Just, oh. Is that it on Buzz? Yeah, I think so. A little bit more. Here's on the other side. Fair enough. Grim. But there's Liege. He finds a headshot on the device. It's still a 4-on-4. But a couple of people have been tagged up already on the Astralis side. And Liege very, very active. As you should be. Why stand still if you buy the scout?
It's
not
a good
what it's
point.
for.
I think they win this round, the CTs. I think the scouts have set up very powerful positions here. The A bomb site. Oh, the flashes, though, are making things a bit more complicated. The Molotovs aren't bad as well. That's what might change the outcome of the round here. It was looking great for a second and now starting to shrink. Bomb planted. Just increases the chances here for Astralis. Borob chiming in as well. Now there's 2 saved M4s and there's 14-4 is locked in, and now you just have to save. There's nothing you can do. And they're going to be getting $1,900 per player into the next round. So it'll be similar sort of territory. Like, you might as well buy.
Yes.
It can't be going. We can't really justify saving any more weapons.
No, definitely not. Borb with 14 kills. Just talking about him, I think he had the start of his career in Tricked. Then he was on North Academy at one point, and then shuffled around in a bunch of these tier 2 or 3 teams in Denmark for a long time. But when Copenhagen Flames went under, like, what a surreal experience for him. Like, the organization that you're in actually stops existing. Sure. And then you're on, you know, not that long after, you're on Astralis. Like, what a pickup.
I don't think many people would have predicted this move.
No.
Like, obviously, experts of the Danish scene would have had some insight as to what Borup was up to, who he's playing with, and Faceit and stuff like that. But yeah, I didn't see this coming whatsoever. Like, it's a name we're all familiar with, but not a name you'd think would be in that conversation. But so far, so good. He hasn't had any crazy standout performances, but I'm noticing his fundamentals are fitting in well. It seems to be...
He's not there for those anyway, right?
Exactly,
like
right. He's not part of that fragging unit that we expect.
Let's see. 10-round lead, Astralis. Complexity. Actually not buying into this round that much.
I'm surprised at that. I get, like, it's literally like pick your poison. It doesn't right answer here, I'm afraid. But yeah, I would think you're not going to recover a 15-4 game. Like, you might be able to win a round of 2 M4s and some Deagles, you know. That's my thinking. But like I said, it
would have been my approach as well.
There's no correct answer here.
No, not really. Yeah, either one is very unlikely. You know, you're either playing for overtime or you're hoping for a wild round and then a more comeback, just to get to 16 before the other team does. Either one is probably very unlikely. Floppy's out here. Gonna run right into the M4 of Step. And that'll confirm that the B bomb side is empty.
Yeah, that's the problem. You think, oh, he's got a kill. Maybe he can do something with it. No, unfortunately, that just gives up his position. It does some damage towards him. They know he's so far removed. That's series point. Complexity are not going to be making it to the arena on this showing. This is them eliminated now. So the showdown. In terms of the run here, let's just talk about the context of this one. It's the first event with a Liege. Yes. Everyone was super hyped about that prospect. In the first game, they came out all guns blazing. They had NIP, and they managed to win 2-1. Really epic series. A Liege managed to get the best stats in the tournament after day one. He was looking great. Moved on to Vitality, 0-2. They got absolutely wrecked there. Let's be honest. They didn't turn up. It was one of those games you're like, well, it's Vitality. Like,
sure.
You're probably going to lose that one. But bear in mind, NIP went on to beat Vitality.
I know.
So that's confusing. So kind of suggests that maybe Vitality weren't as strong as we thought, because they only really took down, what, EG, Complexity on Roots, then lost to NIP.
Yeah, that's a good point. That is a bit confusing.
Right. So,
and now
Complexity, now you're like, you've just been owned by Astralis. Like, what are you taking away from this event? Like, we've had some good showings, our T-sides were decent, but overall, we couldn't keep up in the last couple of showings.
Yeah, it's a good question. I would say my overall takeaway is probably just a an inconsistency that maybe is to be expected at the start of a new roster like this one. Absolutely. But obviously those inconsistencies can breed a lot of frustration. In individual moments, I think Elise definitely has been playing well. I think Grim overall has been pretty steady. I think Floppy's been the one that I feel like has been upgraded a little bit more from before this. And I have high expectations still of Floppy. I think he's still a really good player. So, yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, I'm not necessarily heartbroken and completely in despair for Complexity. I think there's a lot of individual pieces that are looking good for them. But this kind of collapse is a little bit alarming. You don't want to see that, right?
You don't want to end your tournament on this, no. You want that pick, 4 rounds, like, barely got the bomb planted on the T side, which is what you're supposed to be good at. That's your thing. That's the identity of this squad. It's the tactical prowess, the executions towards B, the understanding of the rotations and the timings, and it's all come crashing down to this moment. 11 rounds in a row required to keep the dream alive here. A chance at the Royal Arena.
I think Buzz might have spammed Borup. Maybe it was somebody else. But either way, Elige will certainly take full advantage. Headshot to bring him down is a good kill in the right direction here for them. Stairs can open it up, but Buzz, oh my god, the shot towards the barrels. Grim, the only one holding onto the bomb side. He has to stay alive. Complexity, the whole tournament line for them here. Elige and Holzerk trying to now retake it. 2 versus 3.
The smoke goes down towards shore. They are done for, Anders.
Yeah, you're right. How do you even start the retake at that point in time? Bomb is being very delayed right now. Astralis really want to know what's up. They finally go for it, and they have identified one of them, Holzerk, on the other side. At the L bend with the AWP. Flashed into it. BlameF wanted to take that fight.
Oh, he's low.
He is a bit low, but he's on the right side, and they're not expecting it. Henry, this is all over. BlameF comes swinging back into it. A huge couple of kills at the end, and just a remarkable performance here for Astralis as they managed to bring down Complexity with BlameF at 27-6, Henry.
Really strong performance there. Astralis turning this tournament around, and sadly we do say goodbye to Complexity. They're going to the showdown. Astralis not to the Royal Arena just yet, but they're one step closer now and to go into knockout stage 2. What a comprehensive showing it was. Overpass as well. It felt like a lock-in for the likes of Complexity. Even after the quiet showing on Vertigo, we know this is a new squad, but Overpass has always been theirs. It's where they shine the brightest. It's where the tactics are displayed. It's where the individuals find their finest form. But yeah, disappointing way to close things out here in Copenhagen for them. A tournament they can learn a lot from, but won't be the fondest memories.
I agree, especially this last one's probably really hard to swallow. You get the map that you really wanted to play, and it turns out your opponents have just madly adjusted and they're super ready for it. So a bit of a rough time, but James is ready with Mr. Cake himself, BlameF.
I've got a very happy Astralis and a big BlameF by the side of me. And Blame, I want to ask one thing. Yeah. When we watched the vetoes going down, as the vetoes were happening, you were overexcited, you and Castle were just laughing. What was going on there? Was this just perfect prediction?
I mean, we predicted all 3 maps, but it was pretty easy veto to predict, honestly. So we're just like making fun because I think we love the guys in Complexity and they beat us some annoying times. So I think we're good friends with them. So we just made some fun with them, and yeah, I think they can take it. You know, it's not nothing. It wasn't trying to be BM or anything.
Okay. So just some fun before the game, but it was fun in the game for you as well. Now, Vertigo was a bit close. Was it closer than you expected?
I think it was close scoreline, but if you actually look at both the half, we came behind pretty big in both half. I think we're like in the T half we're behind 6-2 in the beginning or something, 7-2 maybe, and the CT as well. We had a really bad start. So I think if you take away the first 5 rounds of each half, we actually won pretty dominantly. So yeah, I think we just had to like get going and like maybe get the jitters off, you know.
Get yourselves ready and up into it, and then it continued on Overpass. Here was absolute dominance from you guys. Was this maybe them being too predictable on it? We'd seen obviously their games against NIP, which they have mad confidence in this Overpass, but you guys just rolled over them.
I don't think it was them getting too confident in how they play. I think it was honestly just us. We haven't talked about CT before this game, but now we had I think we had 4 practice days between our last match and this one, and we've just been talking CT honestly almost every day, just sitting and watching demos and talking CT and just trying to get better on CT. So I'm really happy today that we showed that we can get more than 3 or 4 rounds on CT side Overpass. You know, that's pretty nice. So yeah, I think they're a great Overpass team, but I think it also showed that we had a great CT Overpass.
And now next up, right, to try and get yourselves over towards the full final, be facing Liquid. What do you make of them right now? Do you think you can do it and go all the way?
I definitely think we can, but I also think they've been looking pretty good with some of the teams they've been taking down. But it's just it's just one of those things where like two new teams. I think both teams can win. They want to win, we want to win. It's just who's going to be better on the day, honestly.
We got a little bit of time to prep, so get to it. Thank you very much, Blair.
Thank you.
Well, Jacob, your suspicions were correct. Astralis clearly had done their homework. They dispatched of Complexity in a clinical 16-4 on their own map pick, no less. Unfortunately, Complexity, the end of the line here, they will be falling into the showdown. And Astralis, they got one more opportunity versus Liquid to make it to the full finals.
Very, very strong performance coming out of Astralis. They shut that game down from the first moment it even began. They had a clear game plan. They knew exactly what they wanted to do in order to make Complexity feel uncomfortable on the map. I know I did say coming into the game, but I didn't expect it in this fashion. I'm going to be completely honest. 16-4, Complexity were never even competitive in this game.
No, and I'm disappointed.
Yes,
I'm wholeheartedly disappointed about this game. Astralis winning the series, that's one thing, of course, and I think some of the individuals popped off massively. We've seen the work they've put in on the CT side, and you have the round history to kind of envision that for yourself at home. But I was really hoping for Complexity to make that a fight. Like, give us something, do something, you know, fight. But in a positive way, we've seen the bad sides of Complexity once again that we were talking about. We've seen frustration here and there. We've seen too much simplicity. We've seen lackluster in the trading, in the distance between the players. It was just, yeah, we have come up with some of these images. It did not leave me with a great feeling. It's much more than just a result. It's how you basically gave up halfway through the second map.
You can see how the mental is coming out within the physical here, right? There were multiple desk slams, frustration clear on all their faces, and it makes sense because before this, the least amount of T rounds they got on Overpass was 9. Here they get 3 at the tail end, and it comes off some really desperate plays. This was a totally different Complexity.
Yeah, the rounds they did get, they really had to fight hard for. It got down to a 2v2 and a 3v3 both of the times, and I guess you can somewhat relate to it, right? When you're tilting, you're feeling frustrated because nothing is working. What you've been used to, your safe card, your Overpass, your T-side, as you so aptly put it, that has been working so great for Complexity, and when that's not working, then nothing is. So I understand where the frustration is coming from, but I agree with what you're saying. They fell flat and they left me with a feeling of, wow, there was just nothing, absolutely nothing coming out of Complexity.
Listen, I know you have a point when you say the team is probably not ready yet. And so you have frustrations at times. It's not going the way you want it. Maybe there are mistakes being made. That's okay. Yeah. It's part of making a roster change. But the problem that I have is that I feel like we've just seen a Complexity that's going to come over and over and over again. The symptoms we are seeing today as a new team, and we always talk about honeymoon, we talk about the hype of having a new player, Elias is joining, hey yo, hooray, and this is what we're seeing. I guarantee you that these images will be seen from event to event to event, and that worries me, and this is not a great sign for a first outing.
Yeah, sadly, the end of the line for Complexity here in Copenhagen. So let's get a few departing words courtesy of Floppy.
Looking at this when it comes to the matchup against Astralis, we're seeing this Vertigo. You guys started off really well, but why do you think it slipped away going in towards the second half?
I think, well, even towards the end of the first half, they were sort of adapting to what we were doing, especially towards B. I'd have to rewatch the whole game, obviously, to see what happened, but I think they just adapted pretty well. And then T side, I felt like we're getting shut down. I feel like we got picked kind of everywhere. It felt like, I don't know, I have to rewatch the game to be honest, to be sure, but yeah, a bunch of different stuff happened.
And on Overpass, this has been a great map for you guys, but it seemed like you weren't able to come alive at all in it. For them, they've had some struggles on it for sure as well. Do you feel like they were able to anti-strat you in some way, or just be prepared for what you're going to throw at them?
Yeah, I think our T-side Overpass, it felt like we're in some 3v5 at the start of the round, and it was towards us at short and A as well, and yeah, it's just bad CS from us, just getting edge picked off so early, so we just have to look at the game back and see what happened.
And I think the problem I look here is that we saw some really great games from Complexity, super competitive, but then we see some game like this where you get blown out. Obviously, you've got Cologne and stuff coming up as well. How does this make you feel going up into it? What's the practice plan for you guys?
I think this whole Blast event is a good learning experience with Elige. So we've put our first event with him together, so I think that's super important, preparing us for Cologne. And yeah, just work on what we're messing up and keep moving forward.
Floppy touched upon it aptly there. Literally no opportunities for them on the T side to break into either side. You go to either end of the map, Astralis had it locked down.
Yeah, I think we may as well take a look at it because we saw it very early on from Astralis. They shut down that B-bomb side. So if we play out round 5, we can see it from the get-go. Astralis had a clear game plan. They wanted to retake space and remove I guess, the comfortness of Complexity on this map. You see it right here, pushing out short with a Molotov, with a flash, and there's just duels all over the place. This is just one example, because we saw it over and over again for Astralis. They didn't allow Complexity to do the execute. For Complexity to work, they have to have space, and they didn't get any.
And it happened on both parts of the map. Here we have this very good aggression with Device, who's aptly positioned. He grabs Halzerd, who's trying to fight onto BlameF, who's getting a multi-kill, name a more iconic duo. And basically, Complexity never really put a foot anywhere on map territory without losing a player, without losing at least some HP, some damage. And then you can see the frustration. Yeah, you know what? It's unacceptable to do that, but I feel you. I feel the frustration. You feel like you're being trapped. Everything you try and do doesn't work because you do it badly. Let's not beat around the bush. This is a bad take. You cannot just scroll out and give your flank to long like this when BlameF.
Yeah.
It's basically getting tunnel vision when you're frustrated. And that's psychologically, it's a very known factor. You get a little bit annoyed. You focus too much on one point. You hear BlameF is fighting. You think, oh, you know what? Fuck this, I'm going in. And then you give your flank too long and you die. And this is how it feels like dominoes. And I think Floppy was right on the money. All of the entries going Astralis' way, too easy.
As much as I agree with Complexity being bad, which they were in this game, Astralis also played picture perfect. Their CT side was fantastic. The game plan coming into the game, fantastic. They were aggressive on B, they were aggressive on short, they were very aggressive in middle, as you said. BlameF and Device controlled toilet and mid area completely in the first 12 rounds in this game. There was nothing to be found for Complexity. So once we had our questions and once we had our doubts, I guess, about Astralis, how good are they, how good are they going to play, I think this is the best we've seen from them in a very long time. The performance on the CT side right here in Overpass was world-class.
Yeah, listen, BlameF put another clinic. We've posed the question with this new roster, what is going to be the tax, the price that he has to pay individually now that he's at the helm of this Astralis lineup. And look, we all know the level of opposition. We know there is a context to it, but the least we can say is that he's very much here. He's very much there. He's still able to have a crazy output. He still does BlameF things. I feel like I see him in positions that we had seen him before, where he can use these qualities to give us the multi.
And his qualities has always been the CT side. And I'm sure you agree with me, as an in-game leader, your performance is less affected on the CT side than it is on the T side. You need to spend more focus, more time, trying to micromanage players on the T side. Whereas for BlameF, he's always been decent on the T sides, but a monster on the CT side. So I think this whole worry about BlameF and his output is a little less significant, in a sense that he's going to thrive on the CT sides and then maybe drop off a bit on the T sides, but that's okay.
I do love that we got that little nugget of information from the interview with Banks. They had 4 days to just be looking at their opponents, seeing exactly how it was going to be playing out. And the CT side was a real focus for them, right? Even though we know that BlameF's very comfortable, it's about getting everybody on the same page, particularly with a lot of positional changes.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the CT side is at times harder to work on than the T side, because you're building strategies on the T side and you're assigning roles and you're watching demos, and then you basically just have to follow through the steps that you've created. Whereas the CT side is much more reactionary, right? It's the round is happening, and then you have to trust on everybody to read the game correctly, to give the good information that leads to the right decision. And it doesn't have to be only BlameF. It can be other players around the map that have the responsibility to say, okay, you know what? Give me the flash, I'm going to retake water. Give me that flash, I'm going to peek bathroom. And usually these skills and abilities develop over time. Now, it can be the focus and the priority of a team, but I still believe that time is your best friend if you're trying to work on your CT side.
Yeah, let's check in with the gauntlet, because unfortunately Complexity down and out here in Copenhagen, the first team to be eliminated from the tournament. But as we were saying, Astralis versus Liquid, that gave me some taste of nostalgia. And then I'm like, I'm eating actually a completely different dish from what we had in 2018,
You can't escape it.
No.
But they're colliding again.
I think both of us would have said coming into that game, Astralis-Liquid, that Liquid have looked better than Astralis. But with this performance, it puts me in doubt, at least. I think the way Astralis played today, that's going to be a great match against a well-playing Liquid as well.
Well, Astralis do survive this series, at least, and 2 more teams looking to keep their heads above the chopping block. It's going to be big, taking on OG for a battle for tournament life after this.
Hello everybody and welcome to Skin Guesser by CS Money. I'm joined by Astralis and FaZe Clan today. We asked the community some questions ahead of the start of the fall groups, and now it's your guys' job to guess the answers of the fans. Each correct answer is worth 100 points. Each incorrect answer is worth 50 points, as in a negative 50. If you get 2 incorrect answers, you then switch control of the question to the other team. Whoever gets the 8th and final answer gets an additional 100 points. Astralis, you guys are gonna start. Question number 1, what is the best AK skin?
Wild Lotus.
Wild Lotus is correct.
Oh wait, just need to fill them out?
You gotta fill all 8.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, yeah, you're
Fire
gonna have to do the whole 8. Fire Serpent.
Case happens.
Both correct.
Neon Rider.
Neon Rider is the skin that starts with an N.
Asimov.
Asimov, that's 5.
Okay, we're gonna
pass. I like that.
So B is Bloodsport.
Correct.
And V is Vulcan.
Correct.
Redline.
Correct.
There we go, Finn! You're back!
All right, nicely done. Okay, so FaZe, get ready for your second question. What is the best team sticker with an animal on it?
First one, Furia.
Furia, correct.
Vitality, the B.
A bee is not an animal. I would say Virtus.pro.
Correct.
We play against so many teams, how the f do we not know, man?
What is team?
Is Team Liquid.
Team Liquid is correct.
iBuyPower as well.
iBuyPower is correct.
Mouse.
Correct.
Is it? Yeah, you're
It is
right.
a
Yeah,
mouse.
yeah.
It is a mouse.
It's mouse walks.
Are you guys done?
You wanna pass it, no?
Astralis, the floor is yours.
I would say Copenhagen Wolves.
Copenhagen Wolves is correct.
I played there.
And, and then I would say North.
North is also correct. Okay, I'm gonna have to address this.
No.
It's the definition around animal. What is the best team sticker with a creature on it?
I deserve it. I deserve my chance. I deserve my chance. Bro, I deserve my chance to guess.
You guys got an answer?
Dignitas.
Correct. Last round of the game. We asked the viewers, name a skin you would give to your friend. You don't want the most popular answer, straight up. FaZe, you can choose whether you start or close.
We will start.
So,
Asimov.
with that correct answer, Astralis, it is your turn.
Wild Lotus.
Wild Lotus is correct.
The Gamma Doppler.
Incorrect. Negative 50 points.
Gut Knife.
Astralis says gut knife with a chance to close the gap, with a chance to steal the win.
But it's wrong.
Incorrect answer. It's a good effort.
Almost.
But congratulations, FaZe. You guys have won. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me in the CS Money segment.
Where's the trophy?
There's actually something.
Congratulations, Finn. You are now the primary opper.
Thank you. I'm back, guys.
You've been promoted.
Going back to years 2008.
I think we have some great things coming up.
These are moments where they could peak. Pressure is going to be immense.
Nexa clean as he swipes away 3. Nexa puts together a classic.
Everyone is like really hungry. We have the greatest talents in Germany. Everyone wants to win.
Angle for Montu. Montu's dropping bombs. Simple gets blasted. That's huge, man.
Last chance saloon for both Big and OG. Two squads have had their rosters shaken up coming into the new season. Now it is truly time to see what they are made of. Let's begin with the boys we see on our screen. The Big Clan coming into this. Jacob, I didn't really know where to place the identity of Big Clan because coming off the break, we now know they're communicating in English. They brought Mantu into the fray. Have you learned anything so far from what we've seen in Copenhagen?
Yes, I have. I have learned that they're building a new identity. I've learned that they try to revamp the roster, try to revamp the way they do things. tabseN no longer the in-game leader. That's going to be Sin for the future. I think right now it's a joint role where tabseN, of course, is helping out. Sin is perhaps the biggest voice within the team, but tabseN will help out. Mantu as well, as you said, coming in, now forces the team to communicate in English. Now, the way they played so far in this group stages have actually been all right, all things considered. The fact that Sin is the in-game leader, the fact that you're bringing in a new guy like Mantu, who hasn't played Tier 1 Counter-Strike in a very, very long time, I don't think my expectations were high for Big, and I think they've not necessarily exceeded my expectations, but they've at least made me somewhat happy watching them.
There is one thing that is worrying me or puzzling me just a little bit. I was looking at the numbers. tabseN is the one that has the biggest decrease between the last 3 months at this event. He's the one that's the most underperforming, if you will. So we're putting this story out there that him being relieved of some of that duty should help him be individually focused and be more sharp. I'm just wondering to what extent he's here a little bit lost in this new system. You have to imagine he's been the one voice, the one deciding factor for so long, and now he's having to mentor this new guy next to him who maybe has different ideas, maybe a different philosophy, a different view of some of these rounds. And it feels like tabseN still is in an adjustment period where he's maybe one step in the leadership, another step individually, doesn't really know how to dance, because I'm hoping to see more from him. I don't think these numbers are acceptable, not when you have his level.
Yeah, a bit of a topsy-turvy party from tabseN. I do want to bring Mantu into the equation, and I want to give Scrawny props for this narrative because he pointed out very aptly, Mantu won't be in Cologne. We've obviously had to go with the logistics of it with big academy squad qualifying. There's a lot to move into there. Mantu won't be there. Is this going to be his time to shine and really, you know, show what he's made of?
I guess so. Like the first-hand impression is important, and we all know that from all parts of life, I guess. But also for Mantu within Counter-Strike, you gotta get off with a good first-hand impression. I think so far in this tournament, we've seen some of his qualities. The reason why he was being booted away from OG back in the days were that first and foremost they could bring in Dexter, who at the time were one of the biggest talents with the AWP, and it was also given the explanation that he was a little bit too passive. They needed someone who could go in and can open the rounds and be a little bit more aggressive. Now think of who Mantu is replacing within Big. CSGO, who's also a very passive AWP player. So I think they got a replacement that not on the same level as CSGO, but he has some of the same qualities. So what I've seen so far, I think Big should be satisfied with.
And I'm just thinking of the isolation that looms over Mantu potentially, right? Hear me out. I know that Big made an educated decision to bring in Mantu. And everybody on board is probably okay with the idea of speaking English, and we're going to create this culture. Whether you want it or not, if the vast majority is German, everyone speaks German most of the time. I think if you're Mantu, you immediately have to leave a mark. You immediately have to have an impact to make sure that in nobody's head does the seed of doubt poke and be like, maybe, just maybe, we should actually go back to German. Like, I don't know if this guy makes the cut. Think about what we're losing. Think about the trade that we have to give up because he's with us, right? He has to make it clear that he is worth the hassle of being international, because he's got 4 Germans with him, and there are German players out there who could try and take his spot. So I would argue he's in danger from day one.
And they're going to play, I presume, in German in Cologne.
Yeah, they will.
Right? So, yeah, I don't know.
Hopefully
this
not.
is looking
Hopefully not. No, they should stick to English. They should stick to the true nature of the team for the future as well. I don't hope they're switching over to German.
No, I hope
even though
not.
it probably would be, you know, convenient for them. But I also do think it's a realization from Big that if you look towards the German scene right now, who else could replace Mantu? If it's not Hype who did a decent job, then who else is it? So I think it's also trying to secure the future for Big, you know, having the talent pool being English.
Well, let's look towards a specific German. It's Process with James Banks.
Process, for you individually, it's been quite a tough event. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I agree. It's been tough performance by myself. Like, I'm also disappointed, but I'm also like looking forward, like, to do the things that I've like always done. Also like in the Big Academy team, right? And I know that I'm capable of doing it. It just needs some time, I think, and good preparation. I'm prepared like always, but I think I just need to like get them to my zone, like my comfort zone, right? And then things will work out, hopefully. Yeah, but I'm confident that I will do better in the next time, and also today probably, maybe, we will see. Not gonna jinx it, but yeah.
You've had some very tough opponents, so if you think of it, like Heroic, Na'Vi, this side of things, it's not easy games. Do you think, like, on OG side, you have more confidence just naturally going into a game like that for you personally?
I think playing against OG is like a match of honor also, because I also played with Kito in the team and also Regali back in the days, like in Fnatic Rising. So it's a different type of match, and I always like these matches, you know. It's like, it's getting more intense, and just the things are more intense in every way. But I'm pretty confident today to play against them. Also, we are really prepared as always. Yeah.
Now, I want to ask about Kito specifically, because with him, he's been inside the big system, which is its own unique system. Yeah. Do you think there's information he can take from that and use to help OG today?
Yeah, probably he can, I think. Like, he's been so long and big, especially in the main team, right? He knows the philosophy, how we approach the game and think about it. So definitely he can know some things probably, but we are sure that it will work out for us. And we also know that, of course, that like he was in the team, right? Obviously. Yeah, but we are pretty confident about it and have no fear at all.
In theory, the only way should be up for Process because he's been struggling so far this tournament.
I think he's one of the worst rated players in the entire event so far. So yeah, individual output has not really been great for Process or Sin for that matter. They're both down there. You can argue Sin is more focused on his in-game leading duties, so he has an excuse in that regard. But we need to see more from Process. The cool thing is he's going up against OG, and I think that's a great showcase of him. You know, there's no excuses. There's no like talk about OG have more player material or better players, or you're not going up against Device or Play Myth for that matter. So now you have a chance to put a mark on your foot, and here we go and take it.
Yeah, I think in terms of experience, right, these are obviously two of the least experienced players that we have on the server today. You can argue Regali is also here, is kind of new on the block. But I really think neither Process or Sin are used to play against top tier opposition. We're talking about individuals who think faster, move faster, aim better. So here, it's a bit more of a evenly matched up teams where they could shine and they could show us what they can do.
And I would argue that we're demanding even more from OG because we haven't even seen a single map win, let alone a series win, Jacob.
No, it's kind of weird because we have seen some maps where they played well, you know, where they gave us some glimpses. One map, you know, where they gave us a glimpse of what the future may hold. But I think we had that conversation already that a lot of the players they brought into the team, Kilo being one of them, Fasha being another one, it's players who didn't succeed in their respective teams before coming into OG. So there may also be a confidence issue coming into OG. You don't really have a player who's had a lot of success as of late. You have a lot of players who were in their respective teams, couldn't really find their footing, couldn't really find their role. Now they come into OG. So I think this is a project of time as well, where they need to find some confidence and they need to find it soon.
Yeah, and we have Nexa obviously returning to the active roster, returning to the in-game leadership role. So let's get a few words from him, courtesy of Banks.
Next, I want to start by looking at the fact you've just come back to CS, right? And I want to see on your individual level, do you feel like you're noticing a difference?
Yeah, obviously my individual level is not what it used to be. Yeah, I mean, obviously it happens when you haven't touched the game for quite some time, but I have no doubt that with enough time and just playing the game again, I'll get back there.
Are you putting some extra like personal, individual time in to grind away?
Yeah, of course, I still have a lot of catching up to do, and I'm doing everything that's in my power to do it as fast as possible.
Now, you've had two very tough games to start off the season, but you certainly try to put up a fight on it. But what have you managed to learn from these games?
I think the nice thing is that, like, yes, we played some of the strongest opponents here, but there's also a lot of data for us. I think we're in a learning period where we're getting to know how each of us likes to play the game. You know, we all play new positions that we didn't play in our previous teams. So yeah, it's basically just learning, adapting, and then figuring out stuff as we go.
And with that learning and adapting, it's something you guys have told me a lot throughout these interviews of like getting different positions, more positions that people are comfortable with. But is there still room for it to change potentially if you don't start to see things go your way?
Yeah, definitely. There's like a time period there. We'll go in this direction for now. And if people cannot find their groove or don't really feel comfortable, we're obviously gonna swap around roles and then figure out what fits best for the team.
And I also noticed as well that when it comes to the veto process, it's the coach and assistant coach that are there more often. How much input do you have in that?
Like, obviously, I haven't been here for a while. I told them, you know, I'm fine with any map that they want to play. Like, I obviously need practice on all the maps, you know. But I think the idea is that they've done it previously while I was on like having my time off. They took reins and they did all the vetoes, all the preps, and everything. So that's like at least one thing that we can stay consistent on, seeing as like we basically brought everything else brand new.
Okay, we have seen some signs from OG, namely Regali, but we kind of ignored those in our unicorn predictions. We all went with big. No signs of hope for OG in this one, gents?
No, I mean, I think everybody had a recency bias, which means that Big did decently in the last series. They gave us signs of life. We had that really tough battle against Na'Vi. We thought, damn, like, could be legitimate. Whereas OG pretty much existed one map out of 4 throughout the event. So I think this is what we go skew with.
Yeah, a little bit skew with, indeed, but the playing field will be leveled out as one of these two teams will be progressing on forward in the Blast Full groups, the other falling to the depths of the showdown. Let's get into it after this.
Good evening, everybody. Scrawny and Launders to bring you through the back half of this evening. We've got some knockout rounds going down here at the Blast Fall groups. We've got the Unicorn odds having this one pretty damn close. I know that personally myself, Mo, I'm a bit more inspired with what we saw out of Big. I think that Crimbo's swinging to be one of the better players in the server this evening, and I think it's an unfortunate reality that Prosus and Sin just haven't hit the ground running the way Big would have hoped.
That's a good point. I think that for Sin at least, you know, Prosus gets to focus on his crosshair, be a part of rounds. He's not going to be a carry player, but I think he'd be very smart. Sin, on the other hand, is the IGL. I think some rounds could be attributed to him. I think he's been actually doing a pretty good job as an IGL. Big were fighting like crazy versus Navi the other day. That was an interesting game. I have no expectations for either team in this matchup. I think they both know they can win. I think the odds are accurate and speak for themselves. And so it's really about seizing the day here for these two teams. They got to be happy at least that they're going up against each other. It's gonna be one of their better matchups. So I agree with you. Crimbo, probably the player to watch. Now, if we're gonna pick one from OG, let's call it Regali.
Yeah, shall we? The new Opper meant to be the key to this team. Which rifler steps up alongside him? That is still the question everybody's wondering. And of course, the reward if you win this match, you get to play Vitality. It's a long road to the fall finals for one of these two teams. Showdown looms. Prosus taps 3 shots down range, connects with a kill. Montu out from the side of triple. Just can't get the one on Tetris or ramp, but it's okay. Prosus is here to help him, and I mean, this is an excellent pistol coming out of Big.
Oh, they stopped him in their tracks. Look at all the X's on the A ramp. That's pretty easy.
Who did you predict to win this one, Mohan?
Whoever you picked.
Yeah. See, third time's the charm. Proof is in the pudding.
He proved the tracking was good the first 2 times.
Yep. Warm-up shots. Got there in the end. Of course, it's a weird one, seeing as this is not the Big that we will get in Cologne next week. Obviously, Montu not a part of that roster, so...
And Gabi not a part of that roster.
Weird. Very weird. You know, obviously a result of a certain set of circumstances. Yep. They told me rules are meant to be broken. I feel like that set of rules...
Well, no, if I was Big, I'd be very careful because, you know, got to play Cologne.
That's fair. Just feels for the other players that qualified for Cologne through the Meisterschaft. Imagine, you know, every young German player's dream is to probably play Cologne. A lot of them have probably attended Cologne, but exposed to Tier 1 Counter-Strike in that way. And then you qualify for it, and Tabson says, yeah, that's my spot. Give me that. Whatever gives you the better chance to win. It's a cutthroat industry. And Sin cutting throats top mid. 3 down to the Famas. Sorry, OG. Nothing yet. 4 kills for Sin in the conversion. 0 kills to OG in the first 2 rounds.
Who are the better teams outside of Big in Germany? Do we even know?
I don't really know anymore, man. You know,
yeah, Germany's one of those regions that, like, it's great to have Big, and then it's great to have players like Tabson and Gabi on the roster.
I'm just going to say alternate attacks because that's a German org that I remember from 7 years ago. And
I wonder who's the best. Who's the best?
We've got the internet at our disposal. We can go looking.
Alternate attacks. That's the one with Oni Pixel on it.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Can't believe that poor guy opened 2 NIP Cato 14s.
Going out of his way to prove it's not rigged.
Yeah, right. Yeah. What a great service he provides, you know? Anti-gambling PSAs.
Well, he keeps Valve in business. Such a good guy.
Honestly, decent caster. Mantu, he's going to gun down Nexa. And Fiku trade frags up towards the A site. We'll get Crimbo just tucking in. No panic. You know, there's no flurry out of OG here with that one frag. We've just got Fasher kind of floating down bottom middle. We've got what's now left of OG starting to exit up the ramp. But Crimbo's stoic. He's waiting for you. He's not stressed. And I like that about Crimbo. Good in the clutch, good in the pressured situations. Still waiting and waiting and waiting. And he'll get his reward. 1 frag as tabseN topples 2.
I would say, if anything, if we go forward like 6 months, I would say Big will be the better team in 6 months. So I'm not really high on OG's changes, and I feel like they need a little bit more. Really happy about Regali. And honestly, I've been kind of impressed with what they've been able to do with the players they have now. But it's been only hard matches for both Big and OG so far in the groups, so not surprised it hasn't been all roses. But with Big, it's like when I see Gabi behind him, I see Crimbo as a pickup, I see Montu coming on the roster. I'm seeing like a lot more promise overall. And I find it very interesting, Sin storyline. Like, in a few years, are we going to be talking about Sin as a legendary IGL in Germany? Because he's got the right support system to create that for him, and he's already shown interest in becoming an IGL. It's not one of the roles that was forced onto him. He said, I want to be tabseN in a few years. You know, he wants to be that player, which is awesome. I think anytime anybody wants to become an IGL, like, they have that sort of urge in them. That's one of the rarer roles that I think people want to take on. So I think that's maybe a blessing for Big and for the German scene as a whole.
Yeah, because it really feels like it has just been tabseN for eternity, and it may have always only been tabseN. But for somebody to come out of the thick of it, the same goals and ambitions, we praise thee. Of course, you've got to add time. Very important variable. Frag grenade goes into the apartment. It's going to chip away Nexa, but this patient spot as Crimbo tears down Nexa, gets Sin into the mix, and his A1S popping heads. 3 kills. He's cleaning up on these versus pistol rounds.
And we don't see the second op on Sin like we did. Like, I remember when we casted WePlay, it was Hype's primary, and then Sin would be the second op, and they ended up double upping a lot on Mirage, was one of the things. But I don't think he's grabbing that at all. I just realized it's Keto versus Big. That didn't even occur to me. Wow.
Forgot the big man was in the server.
Yeah, something to try to show for here in this matchup.
4 rounds into the game, 1 kill for the OG camp. Let's hope guns can change that. Regali has shown us potential in their matches thus far in Copenhagen. Oof, but the poor guy's getting pelted by utility. Had to burn his own smoke.
Said find him and kill him.
Sending home the homing missiles.
And we're still, I think, on... Wait, there's still 3 smokes left over here for Big. No pressure on the map right now for OG as they sit and wait to take over mid control. They have top boxes, that's one thing. But as we can see, with Big holding on to forward aggressive cat control and close connector play, they're ready to counterattack. And they're not even worried about the full B hit right now, so... Will this be too much patience out of OG is the question. Bomb is coming to mid as well at 50 seconds, and here is the counterattack.
Oof, they're right there in the open. Next peek knows it. Prosis drops bomb in the open. Keto trade frags. Fasher's going to come out from underpass, and the bomb gets picked up. Sin still sitting in cat.
Yes, this is the time to lead into B. I think, you know, if you're Fiku in this spot, as the bomb gets collected, because they did do the push off of cat.
Still not moving.
At least there's no one in sight here for Big, so it's still a good place to go.
That could start to change. Sin could come up from that cat peak. Now he's going to hear the util. But also Big sat still. They were happy to respond to what OG throw out. And now Sin is dangerously close to this bomb site. Going to make things very scary here for
great
Keto.
Smoke for him if he...
Keto watching it. Oh, he loses the duel.
God.
Fasher's going to have to show us some value. And he's been under a microscope for all the wrong reasons. He's at least slipped out past Van. I don't believe the drop was spotted by Sin.
Did his AK get spotted, though?
They may think that he was up top, but now he just Molotovs the bomb a little bit too early. Sin could still come in with the defuse. Fasher hanging on. 10 HP versus 7. Crimbo waits and waits, and now he presses in, and he'll come through with both the kill and the defuse.
Yeah, leave it to Crimbo in that situation to not get scared. A nice round out of him, but a great round out of Sin. Seriously. First of all, the timing as they were coming into B, I was thinking, oh, they're holding on to mid way too late here. We're at 20 seconds. Of course, the site's going to be picked, but he picks the perfect opportunity after Fico finishes clearing the second window, say, hey, I'm going to get into this fight. And the fact they held on to his smoke for so long, you could be tempted to throw a smoke at any part of that round just because, you know, and we see the value of it. It helps him scale onto Cat. He uses the one-way, hits a great shot as well, even though he gets spotted. And his player model was obfuscated inside of that smoke, so it made it hard to hit him.
Oh, fast. I like it. Fasher looking for redemption. Nexa's with him. Matu could still seal this. The way of big. Ooh, ah! Scope back in. Oh, Fasher, poor guy. He's got nowhere to go. And even with that spam, Matu's sitting on a good amount of health. He's surviving. Fiku's going to end him. Somebody finally puts the guy down. And Crimbo back into another clutch. But this was that fast mid-move with Fasher at the helm. Fiku 2 kills as well. Palace pressure pays off. But we do have OG kind of just hitting the brakes. And that could play into the hands of Crimbo.
I think they're worried about the A-ramp flank, so they're just sort of chilling for a second. Crimbo's taking the most natural rotation out of the site. No one off of Cat, and surely no.
Regali could back up into his death.
Oh,
Crimbo
yeah,
sees
there he
it.
spotted one.
Palace player still watching flank, so that's one dead. Crimbo's got the smoke. Trying to piece it all together. Goes back, grabs another frag grenade just in case there's somebody firebox. Again, going through the protocols with that extra time he has. Sensing these two positions. Doesn't know it, but I mean, he is not wrong.
Wow, he has a smoke as well. I'm surprised he doesn't try for something, and Nex is up very low on HP. But the round will be won here for OG. It's a fast call into mid out of Nexa. And he's got the entries to do it. Really nice between him and Fiku. Or sorry, Fasher, I think, and Fiku specifically to open things up. Montu makes it marginally close with his 2 answers back. I got it wrong twice. Fasher and Nexa to take out Connector and Cat respectively.
I'll put up. Nothing there. There's that fast mid play. That's how OG posts their first. Fiku looking animated there on the player cams as he gets up into apartments. Everybody floating around. No rush in round 7.
Yeah, there's just too much inactivity in these situations from OG, and I think that big... They knew about it last time, the round that Sin sort of made that smoke play and got back into B. The trades were still good for OG, which was the nice upside, but I just think that big know they can hold grenades for a long time versus this style of play. A quiet map can be good, but it can also be bad.
Crimbo close to Fiku.
And they're being very stingy with their utility, but this is the only grip on mid they have. Shoved back after 2 nades come into underpass.
Yep.
Up now off of Cat. No third rotation, however, towards B, so could still be a good site to hit. Comes a lot down to Crimbo.
Very much down to Fiku as well in the front of it. Here we go. Crimbo ready. It's Montu who actually gets the kill, so that's going to just draw a bunch of attention away because the op shot from Cat is what's got you distracted. Montu, it's a multi-kill. He's going to charge down the bomb, and Fasher is denied. No scope,
time.
Which means no plant, which means no consecutive round. Can he hang on? Oh,
no.
Okay. An op move forward by Regali, but it's Crimbo back on bench, and Montu's op off to a 12-3 start.
Yeah, it's nice. But you know what my criticism's already going to be. You know, we get this late in the rounds. We had nothing done from OG up until this point. And I feel like in terms of priorities, Nex is like, all right, make sure you don't die. Make sure you don't use too many grenades. Okay, boom. Those are 2 things done. But that's like fundamental basic things.
Yeah.
You still have to multiply your presence in the default. You still have to take map control. You still have to at least take connectors so they don't know if you're going to go up B or into A. You still have to do something to make it so that the other team uses grenades, makes a bad rotation. No, the map stayed the same from beginning to end for Big. They knew they didn't have to use too many grenades. They countered under patch was the only spot that OG tried to breach that was even slightly CT controlled. And then they went into a B exec and lost. So...
not the most inspiring.
Not the most inspiring, and it's just something that they could have done at any point in the round, I would say. There's something special about the time they attacked B. The only upside there for OG was that, yeah, Big stayed 2 on B, but they had an op and a rifle.
Grenades are going to scare him off the original boost. But OG will come back and look at this ramp. And all of that was still without, like you alluded to, that third person rotating over to the B site. Just the original defenders. Big didn't look stressed at all. And we've already seen versus, you know, the tougher opposition, Big have walked into every single round fired up, hungry, inspired to win something here at the groups. We used to say Big is best at Blast because they would always qualify for the finals of each season, dodging the showdown.
Wow.
But a showdown top middle is where Montu has thrived.
That's the bomb.
2 op shots, bomb down, total control of the situation, total control of the economy. They're like the 1%.
Yeah. Controlling 33% of all the wealth. And they haven't actually made that much money, so we can say OG brought some rounds close, but this might be where it begins. Still 5 alive here for Big Clan as they sit on the bomb and try to hunt down the 2 remaining OG players. And this was OG's map pick as well.
Damn, Mo, I gotta make it so bleak. Oof.
Yeah, my bad.
You got Big on overpass after this. That's gotta be a scary idea. You're not even gonna hang on to your gun here, Keto. It's been taken from you. Repossessed. And then they sent a flash into Regali just to tell him, if we wanted you dead, you would be. Nobody even breaking a sweat so far from Big as they get that 7-1 lead. The op saved, though. Can Regali be the hero he was hired to be?
Montu shooting straight right now. That's a good sign. Everything from Big, it's all good. So the one thing that's nice for OG is their 1 round they won. Fast mid control. And again, talked about this. They've got interesting players because I don't think they still don't have those good defaulting players that Nexa was looking for in their last lineup. But they do have individuals who are oddly good at both opening and closing rounds.
All right.
So you have Fiku, who's actually a solid entry, but also very good in the clutch. Regali is the exact same way.
Putting Sin up, but smoke fades and nothing there. T's already pulled back. It's a run boost out middle with the smoke grenades. And no defenders here at all. Big pocket of control can be given over to OG, but it's going to take some Desert Eagle headshots to really make this round winnable. Or, again, that saved op. And at least with this mid control, you know, you're posting your op slowly up in through connector. He's trying to look towards A site. Of course, Big are very aware of this, and I think they've done a great job of playing positions where they won't get picked. Nobody in window, nobody on cat, nobody in con.
Yeah, and Tabson's just watching the back of window. I think Great was broken, surely. Yeah, pretty sure he walked out of there.
Yeah.
So that'll hold them for a sec, but you see he's leaning towards B, not A. Split's coming this way.
Feels like this truck position, Crimbo, that's nice. The only person who could have gotten picked. And with enough time, OG finally hone in on it. Tabson draws it back. Oh, but Sin out from apartments. Can't control the weapon. Keto. Deagle! Oh! We love a Keto Deagle around here. And with it, a plant. The op of Regali unravels the B site. And Keto slots in to help him. Taking damage, though, backbench. Spam coming through. Oh, and it just gets Montu into the op shot. Regali, your round to win. Looking for the third. Frag goes past him. Oh! He's nailed it. Regali opens up. They gave a lot of space over to OG. And the only player who could have gotten picked because he wasn't hiding in a corner was Crimbo. And that opened the door to B.
And that's what I'm talking about with Regali. Good opener, great closer. shows it all in this round right here, and they peruse the map supporting him. No lurkers in place, just making sure that he has pawns around him to trade out so he can hit his op shots. They manufacture an opening kill. As you mentioned, the one place they could get it, they found it.
Ooh, back to the faster mid play. This is how they got their first round. But it also went way easier for Fasher compared to this. Down to 2 HP and losing players ramp. Fiku's smoked off. There's a threat on all 3 entrances to A. Oh, Nexa burned out. And Regali down to 12 health. Sure, you got that op up, Cat. Sure, you got a second round, and you sent Big a message. But Big have battled right back. Fiku also on the brink of death. Look at the bars here for OG. There's nothing remaining that should keep them alive in the face of all these rifles. Sure enough, Process having a bit of a round. Adds 3 kills to the tally. The Academy players coming in with all 5.
Does a great job working himself around the A site. Holding out both choke points. Pretty solid here. And Regali was the only one with some extra money after that last round, so they had the op. Even though last round was sort of an eco, they aren't, I don't think they'll be able to buy again. I do like that it's a split at a faster timing, but they have been pretty comfortable inside of middle. Oh, we went back into the smoke.
That's a little crazy.
And the op now.
Oh, 2 Deagle kills. Hold on.
They have to go back and get the bomb. This actually slows things down a tiny bit for the CT side.
Fiku grabbed the gun, but
yeah, he can't see the cross.
Keto came through. Back of Tabson, guaranteed. A site looks open, they think, but we've got Crimbo on an op, awaiting them on ticket. Keto's dead. He crosses back.
And the bomb hasn't moved just yet. Tabson walking through the halls as Fasher walks up to him. Op in hand for Fasher.
Ah, he's done.
Knife out, and he's dead.
Sin, great push up through the apartments. Allows for Crimbo to start making his moves, but there's a lot of time for the 2 remaining players to try and grab this back from Sin.
Regali got to go get a gun, and then they're going to attempt this. They both have half armor right now.
He's not going to get a weapon. He's going to come at it with the Desert Eagle, and Sin, as opposed to sitting around, gets closer back to the B site.
Now, this comes down to whether or not Sin thinks they're both together. We'll see if he takes the peek. At the moment, 30 seconds, and we get past the... Oh, now they both show themselves in. Oh, my goodness. Wow, that's a really good amount of damage. But there's no time to go A. Sin knows this. So how does he protect the bomb? Behind Get right now.
Fiku has lost track of him. You can see him. Scared.
Not
spinning around. Getting
hear
closer.
That footstep. Oh!
Sin out in the open. Gives it over to Fiku. Another round OG win with just pistols.
Now, there was a chance that Fiku drops default and tries to plant the bomb, and he has no idea where Sin is. So Sin's trying to catch him coming out of the window, misses his timing. And if that bomb gets planted with the amount of time left over, it could also still be a fake. So I understand why he's still playing actively. We'll give credit to Fiku for tapping the idea to just go around. That was sort of just like, emergency, this is all I can try to do, but it works.
Now in hindsight, I'm looking at that Montu push back through the connector smoke into the pistol rush. That's what started the unraveling of the A site. If not for Sin's push into apartments, then that round doesn't even get close, I don't think. But he dropped the bomb, slowed it all down. And this does leave Big in an awkward position. Big moment for OG. It's the economy's in question for their opponent. Could have been a total blowout of a half, and now OG maybe bank on their own defense. Nothing. Big will have 2 Deagles, 5-7. See if they can give OG a taste of their own medicine.
Ooh, was that missed?
4 big members on this site or nearby. OG open up, start using some util. Montu gonna get cleared out by Fiku. Good for a headshot on the entry. Fasher now with smoke top con. This one's looking good. OG, go ahead. take your fourth.
Okay, goes into a more of a real round. We'll have big buy up, and I just want to know what OG are going to try to do. With like if it's going to be another fast play or if they're going to try one of their slower defaults, but with a different idea in mind. There's definitely a couple ways of calling. IGLs sometimes do more of one or the other, and you could default with an idea to say this is the kill we're looking for, and then this is the site we end up on. Or you default with no specific plan in mind to say what kind of information can we get, and then you make a decision later. And players respond differently to both these different styles, I would say. Some teams are good with the openness and want the freedom and liberty to kind of press an advantage or take a pick or something like that. And then some are better to know, you know, what's the intended goal. It's hard to say which one OG are going with at the moment.
Nice nade. Fasher, yeah, gonna come and swinging for the multi-frag. Working out. Nade on Fiku, softens up a second. A1 Ness can't quite stop Fasher. It's 3 kills for Fasher now. Climbing that scoreboard real quick. Kind of stunning big after they put up such a strong start.
Nexus said in the pregame interview that if things don't work out, they're open to changing roles, changing things around to see what'll work better. We saw Fasher as sort of an underpass lurker. It was getting countered a lot, but look at him as an entry.
You know, losing a couple of rounds to only pistols, something to just laugh off if you're big. If you still close the half, 11-3.
11-4?
Yeah, that's 15. But you lose 2 rounds like that, it costs you your own economy, and then OG make this half close? It's no longer a joke. You missed your chance to have a total blowout of a CT side on your opponent's map pick. And we're not at that point yet. But we can't forget about how this all started, how the economy for OG started to look good. No last second attempts on the site, so 4 survive for OG. 2 on big. We go next. Nice job by Fasher. Not giving them much space to breathe. Money's still shady here for big. So that door is very much open now. This could very well be 5 rounds straight for OG to close with.
And they're coming in fast.
All right. 5-7's gonna be up close. Oh, they line up. It could have definitely been a second. And it could still be a casualty. As Montu sits on the stairs holding the angle, Nexa crossing over bottom con. He's got support behind him. But that support's starting to get unraveled. Nexa being a nuisance. Montu has to deal with him up close and personal.
It's a good fight for him.
Yep. And as he gets that frag, he can turn his attention back to Palace, watching the smoke and thinking that someone could have crept out. Keto just did. That USP, we'll see what weapon it can pick up. It looks like the op is stranded. And Crimbo just dies out to the AWP. He's been spotted off of Tetris. It's a recovery from OG. Nicely done from Keto, creeping out the smoke and reopening A.
Yeah, they stayed patient. That's probably a situation where I think Mantu feels like he has to do more because he has that. He's like the one of the only 2 guns. No rifles. In fact, just him. And he does a great job with the op, but then also was sort of in his final good position near the staircase where he could have a lot of counterplay and not. And I guess he was worried that maybe they pull back, go to B. So that was something on his mind. But OG stayed patient. They stayed calm. Let the kills come to them.
Yeah, he definitely kind of waded out into the open waters. Op announces itself. It's OG picking up the tempo in the last few rounds. Crimbo, secondary op. Hits the ground. Tabson's fast rotate and the Arch player now known about, so OG got the picture built. Sin's burning down to half. And that Van player is going to finish him off. Tabson crawls out into the crosshair of Fasher, who has definitely had an uptick in performance throughout this multiple round win streak. It is Regali trading back, and it is Montu 1v2.
Oh!
Nice kill on his counterpart. USP to the bench. Oh, he just can't kill him. 28 damage out of 30. It is a hell of a recovery from OG. 5 in a row for a 7-round T-side.
Hey guys, Naf here. I'm going to be analyzing just one round. Alright, I see this guy's got a Ruby M9, Fade gloves, and a Howl M4. This guy's rich. This guy's got a lot of money. He's doing a little A-Ram smoke. He's just throwing some early nades, you know, to prevent a rush. You know, it's pretty smart because his teammates are doing a mid push, so, you know, he kind of wants to fake out that he's, you know, holding the bomb site close. And so, yeah, they're just fighting out mid. The T in halls knows that maybe there's players playing close. But now they kind of just realized, you know, they're fighting mid, so maybe they're just stuffing to slow down the A players, and maybe the Halls player kind of just realized that. And, you know, they're fighting out mid, and they said, hey, they're fighting out mid, let's try to maybe fall back, maybe try to go back A, check out that we just need, you know, just fall back and try to hit a site. They're prioritizing mid, but the CTs are doing a really good adjustment to, you know, fall back and figure out what they want to do. And right now, they're kind of doing more of a gamble. They're leaning more towards A. One guy gets taken out of the A site, but they know they're doing just an A hit, but they already have 2 players here pretty quick. It's a shame the guy in the site couldn't get an early kill for his team. Right now, you know, this player's kind of jumping. Wait a second, this is me. Holy cow, it's me. I'm jumping out A site, I'm killing 3. I remember this is at an event in Dallas. This is against Astralis. And yeah, and I took them all out, that was me.
Do you remember when this was from?
I do. I think this was ESL Pro League season 8 or something like that, I think, or 7 or something. It was like one of the ESL Pro Leagues in Dallas. It was, I think, maybe the first Pro League that I played with Liquid. I think it was like me, myself, Twist, Nitro, Taco, Nitro, Elige, Twist, and Taco. Yeah, and Zeus is our coach. And we're playing against Astralis in the grand finals. And we won this map and then lost all the other maps.
Molotoving. Ready? Molly.
Yeah, Molly.
They smoke window.
Right? Yeah, let's fight, guys.
Chicken B. Oh, behind box.
Dead up.
I'm with you.
Many B, baby. Out with one. Nice.
Bomb. 1 BFs. No one has under.
One more
window. Open field. B, more
wahrscheinlich
BFs.
alle.
Ja, for sure.
Jetzt einer
There's
down.
one more B.
Sehr sicher beide. Rocket
Eagle
down.
tot. Drop BFs. Big close to you, ne? Ili hat Kids. Launch B.
Nice!
Richtig gut gespielt,
Sehr gut,
Junge.
Mann!
Well played, Alter.
Take round, guys.
100%.
Nice, guys.
So,
There's a who let blood on this team?
Yeah, dude. All
the
these
only one
German
speaking
celebrations. Good job, dude. Nice, bro. But honestly, in hindsight, OG, 2 eco rounds that could come back to haunt big if this series gets close or if they even lose it. Because hell of a start to the half. Couple weird rounds go the way of OG, and then they string 5 in a row with some faster tempo. The speed that OG started to play towards the tail end of that T side, Big just got caught off by. Now OG play their defense. We'll see what Sin, Tabs, and God B have all been cooking. Regali, dual Beretta's up. Hanging on and waiting. Smoke comes down towards Arch.
It's like a Beyblade. You just pull the cord, let it rip.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. Now they know. But bomb dropped. All looking good here. Fiku comes through with the headshot. It's a 3v5 attempt coming back. But you got Crimbo and Montu. I like those odds. One goes back to clear apartments, making sure the flank's not there yet. Fasher is indeed coming through apps. But Montu's also trying to give cover, because if Crimbo tries to plant bomb, he's worried he's going to get rushed. Now he's lost his teammates. Keto, that's a headshot off of Cat into the apartment window. Crimbo, getting away. Now, Keto could still be a problem from the site. Fasher has an angle out from apartments. And Fiku's not going to peek. Keto comes through, gets it. OG tie this game. And I didn't think that was something that was ever going to happen.
That's true. Yeah, they pulled it together. I mean, their slow defaults didn't work. Not capable of doing that. They tried it. And then when it went to the fast rounds, everything went a lot better. Their entries made them look way more ferocious. So, and also in this 3v1, they locked down everything. Communication looks pretty solid here for OG. That's nice. And they tie it up.
One flash to make a world of difference in the hands of Tabson. Keto's looking lethal with his M4 covered in big stickers. God. The Germans have turned against each other. Oh! Easy mow down here. Unarmored pistols. Dead quick. 3. 4.
You gonna ace big?
Oh! No 5th on the anti-eco, but still solid hold. 1 death, no big deal.
You got everyone except the guy who replaced him anyway, so.
And that's why they replaced, no. Top of the board here, Montu 20 and 10. Sin behind him on 17 frags. And Fasher was leading the way for OG until Keto just tied him. Keto had a very slow start to this map.
Yeah.
I believe he was like 4 and 9, 4 and 10.
So did Fasher, actually. I mean, those early rounds. But they started hitting entries.
Yeah, I guess OG all look bad at the gate. Oh, Fiku and Keto kill a piece. Fiku wants more. Careful. There's 2 players still waiting top mid. He tries to chase him down. Nexa does the exact same thing. So if you're going to go. Oh, Nexa was trading guns.
Yeah, but they thought it was going to maybe be a B player, but Crimbo was already through the A site entire. Wait, the bomb's going Palace? Okay. Well, I guess they're trying to figure out what Regali wants to do, but he is a threat in these 1v2 situations, so we'll see if he can figure something out. He's on the right site, that's for sure.
He's got a full belt of utility. He's starting to leave, though. So he's not going to be here as they come out from Palace, unless he turns around now. He's just watching Murder Hole.
I guess it's nice that they can leave one inside a Palace as they plant. I was sort of wondering about this rotation, but...
Crimbo, yeah, I was going to say, should be exposed as Montu plants. Possibility of the ticket peak was there.
Now, the thing is, Regali has the nades to deal with Palace.
Yep, definitely.
So he can isolate this fight at the moment. He needs to scale a little bit, but...
And Montu's low. Chuck a nade on him. That's going to clear the bomb site.
Oh, he's a threat.
Yes, sir. He's got flashes. Can't cover off the bomb. Crimbo comes out early. Oh, he's standing in the open. I like that from Crimbo.
He
deal with your problems fast.
Absolutely.
Get ahead of it.
True. Go to do that checkup. Go to the dentist. Just deal with it fast.
Preventative action is most important. Swings wide before any tap comes out.
Yeah, because that smoke was just going to put him in such a terrible spot if the tap came in, so... Had to get out, found a time to do it. Regali could have still got the kill because he heard him running, but Crimbo also a threat in the 1v1s.
Happy German noises. Can't celebrate too soon. This game is tied up, 9 rounds apiece.
And that round was extremely close from beginning to end.
I like Crimbo as a player. I think moments like that where, he's just on the A site, doesn't sense any danger, kind of sizing it up. You can just rely on Crimbo to operate on his own.
He is sentient.
Man on a mission.
He has autonomy. Crimbo's so good. Yes, yes, yes.
Balloon. Where is this world going? Oh. To the grave with Nexa. Corner. Occupado. Fiku gonna show some presence. Bomb runs up that connector, and it's all good. A is yours for the taking.
It's time for you to tell me what the scoreline is going to be at the end of the game.
I don't want to predict anymore.
I don't want to make a prediction. I don't know either, to be fair. But yeah, I think this will be a very close second half. I'll say that much. I don't really see like Big just running them over all of a sudden.
Sure.
So.
No, I mean, I have Big in this matchup. I've got Big on this map still.
Yeah.
And I think OG were able to set a tempo with those aggressive rounds that just ended up getting them a few more than they'll finish with. Let's go 16-12.
16-12. I'll take 16-13.
All right. And then we'll talk when the next maps come through. Next, they're having a little struggle this evening, 4-15. But it's okay, because so is Tabson, 6-12.
Brothers. One thing that I've always liked that Nexa calls all the way since, you know, from G2 to OG's previous iterations. A lot of deep B control, for sure. That's something he gets a lot out of. And I think for a while, it was just so underplayed on the T side, just hitting B in the first place. So it's not even about when you push halls that you're looking for a fight, but when you push deep B halls at any point in the round, your A site becomes a lot stronger. And I think Nexa has always been good at figuring out when to do that. Early attack coming on the A site here for Big. They've got players in good positions. Not the best guns here for OG, but Keto could really barrel stuff them with his MP9. It's just scary for him knowing that they could come out of A ramp. Let's see if he can figure out the perfect timing here.
There's a whole pack of them coming out of that ramp as well. Gives up his angle. He's going to try to play close instead on ramp. Dodging the flashes. Oh. Perfect. The same threat that we were trying to call for up on Palace, and he gets it into the ramp position right when he needs it. It's going to cost the last two remaining members of Big half their health. Tapson does pick up bomb and crosses over. Palace player manages to get past the op. A missed chance from Regali. He's got support nearby, but the plant's on the other end of triple. And Fiku, well, his gun's empty, but he gets away with a frag, comes back, and finishes off Tapson to boot.
Nice one. That's so nice out of Keto. Basically wins the round, right? Double spray down on the A ramp. There's one player coming out of Palace slowly. He locks that down with one of the weakest guns on the map. So that's pretty much all you need. 10 rounds here for OG. Well earned. And looking for that timing. You know, he doesn't want to get lamp flashed. He doesn't want to get basically blind is the only thing he has to be worried about. But if he does, it's over. So team does the rest. Now he'll have enough money for grenades as well. But still, full strength buy here for both teams. Ops in play on both sides.
Rough. Flubbed frag in the mid window. Could have been thrown top mid, but everybody's good on the Big side. Damn, Montu having a game. I feel like his absence in Cologne next week is going to hurt. So again,
Montu versus OG as well. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, man. Obviously, that one had some time to cool off.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, Keto's wound's still fresh. Oh, Nade does still come out. Now, do they know about Tabson? They're going to let their guard down. Nah, Keto. Oh, has to, in fact. He was just about to catch the guy top mid, and instead, Crimbo comes to save it. Process has died as he tried to peek out from Palace. Regali keeping that op in between both ends of the attack. And now we're looking at an OG who's about to take a lead back.
Man, so good at testing mid here, CT side. They are causing problems. The one player that they lost was this ultra-aggressive push to the top of mid, but Regali picked one out of Palace. They won 2 fights inside of mid to the CT favor, and now it's a Tapson who's bleeding out, and Crimbo Regali inside of the halls, awaiting their arrival.
Nice repositioning coming out of Regali. Sorry, Tabson. Op fight. Regali's going to play that pillar to perfection. OG, 11-10.
Yes. Now they're in the lead, and now Bake don't have money. So, I mean, I like this a whole lot better, I'd say, for OG. T-side, I found it overall very disappointing, even though they won a lot of rounds on the comeback just because their lack of default victories. But here on CT side, they're showing that proactivity that you kind of wanted to see on T side, actually.
Sure. Yeah.
So that's sort of a nice sign.
Fair point.
It's definitely strugglesome when you're in IGL and like your teammates use grenades you need, you know, for later in the round. You wanted to call a default, but like nobody knows the value of their smoke or what your idea is for the end of the round. So you become too severe about the call and just like don't use anything basically, and then you know you get nothing done in the way of map control. That's why CS is so hard. Obviously, everyone's got to know what, you know, where they can push, what gaps they can take, how much they can expend throughout the round,
how much, you know, individual freedom they actually have.
Yeah.
And how much could actually come back to cost the team. Run boost goes over the op, but these are Glocks. Crimbo with the Deagle. He is the man trusted with the $700 sidearm. Nobody's peeking him. Yeah, sorry, Tabson. Not going to happen. Now 6 and 15.
Yeah, he's getting fried this game.
Regali missed chance.
Oh, saved it.
Nice quick scope. Process. Guns him down, though. Chases him out. Remember, that Deagle's still in play. Crimbo could pop a head or two.
I've got a question. Should you ever no-scope in your entire life?
Yeah.
Instead of quick scope?
Yeah, sure.
Why?
Style points. I don't know. Ask simple.
Okay. Style points. Okay.
Ask simple.
That's a good answer, I guess.
Psychological warfare.
Okay. True. Mental stuff.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's one less click. You know,
it's one less click. It's less effort. It's easier.
Yes,
it's
the brain
easier.
Spends take any millisecond of brain effort that has to be put into hitting the right click before the left click. So you're trying to time it properly. Should just be
that could be a millisecond of focus in a clutch 5 rounds later.
Exactly. Or, you know, you could still aim a no scope as far as I'm concerned.
We can't go there. Sorry, no, we can't go there.
Pretty sure you can aim no scopes.
I don't know exactly what you mean by that, but is this like when I pass the tarot card readers on my street in Toronto and they say like we can solve all your life's problems?
No.
Okay.
No.
So what do you mean you can aim a no scope?
You know what I mean.
Actually,
there's people out there right now, they know what they can aim. Some of us can aim our no scopes a little bit better than others.
Okay. All right.
It's just
I'm not hearing, but I'm listening.
Okay. If you know, you know.
Okay.
Simple knows. You just don't have that vibe, Launders. Half by coming out of big. Ooh, Keto gets nothing.
Oh, that's CT control and an M4. That's too quick. It's scary. CTs want to get it back fast.
Dude, these fast terrorist wins. At least this is what that looks like. Frag grenade goes out, softening up Sin very nicely. M4 awkwardly thrown back down to the dirt. They've got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Fasher, with the reload, waits for the peek, and Process gives it to him, but still these Tech-9s trying to hang on to the post plant.
Oh, Nexus got to make sure he gets this.
Oh, he doesn't. His struggles continue, and now Regali has been called on to clutch. A missed chance with the Desert Eagle. Big, due to OG, what was done to them twice.
So you could even argue OG are playing, you know, well enough to win on these rifles, but now just a 1-round lead. That one's tough. Just didn't understand exactly how far they could be across the site already.
Yep.
And Sin just held W.
He missed the first guy, tried to track the second as the Palace players came through, and
it's tough.
Man, Sin just closed that distance. Rapido presto.
Yeah.
Straight in.
Back dose.
Now Process perched outside of the ramp.
Op fight. Ooh, Montu's been hot, but Regali wins the head-to-head. Sitting on that angle. Opper goes down for big. Process falls. There's a CT that keeps looking. He could be dropping right into the lap of Keto. Yep, sure enough. Keto comfortable here.
Yeah, well, you know, that's the op down, right? So they're not worried about it. They're not worried about it on A ramp. So he's kind of holding out in the open, but he's kind of free to do that.
Sin hoping somebody just gives him a freebie. But missed chance. Keto's sharp.
Let's go, Keto. He's putting in work.
Yes, sir. Now he's dead.
My fault.
But what more can Big truly hope to accomplish here? I mean, that A site's looking understaffed at the moment. We could get a Crimbo Fasher fight if Fasher goes too far, but he doesn't have a reason to leave Palace. So as long as he sits comfortably in there, no issue. It doesn't even look like Big are going to try to force the issue either. So 13 to OG.
I feel like Tabson's more frustrated than comfortable today. But retaining the op is nice. Game's definitely not over, but hey, your op takes out an op at the beginning of the round, everything else falls into place.
Yeah, this one was made easy for Regali. Sat there waiting. Also, Keto. Just floating. Comes back through with a second kill on Sin. That A site is the source of 3 frags for OG. Big take their final timeout. Gob, get working.
There was this one spreadsheet of stats that was trying to calculate how many times a team won after a coach had attack. It was sort of rough. Like sometimes it was before an eco, so it was impossible to know if the stat was totally perfect. There was no one who had like an amazingly high sort of win rate after the pause. I would have guessed like Blade, you know. Some were higher, some were lower, but there's only so much the actual idea can do. Execution is half the battle. Maybe you can even argue that execution is 60% of the battle in CS. And the idea is maybe only worth 40. No, bad strat's good if you do it fast.
Yep. And also rounds change so quickly. Uncontrollable variables. Nothing's set in stone. Gotta go with the flow. Tabson wasted no time to get out middle. While connectors smoked, they'll throw one more down into underpass. Flash and a frag from the CTs. So blindly vying for control of that part of middle. No peeks coming out of OG here. Saw what OG could pull off when they were given a lot of respect in mid. That Deagle up cat to take over the B site. Now the fight's starting to rumble.
Yeah, bigger working.
We got Nexa, of course, inside of the B site with Regali, so the two of them will have to hold this off, and we can see Big starting to stack numbers in apartments. Third player starting to move over is Fiku.
Nice from OG to take this risk. You know, it could still be Palace and mid connector, but Fasher clearing out A ramp, that should give you some confidence. They're taking the lead off here on the relay, and the full rotation's coming in. Keto alone on the site, but he pretty much knows it's going to be B at this point. Just chilling for the moment as that flash is about to soar over the B site.
Still worried about mid, though. You can see Fiku holding off on the flank. Utility's going to make it weird, but he does catch Process. Still, it's the CTs with the man advantage. That flank is coming in. Fasher getting closer. Regali tries to stop the bomb. Great cover from Crimbo, but that flank, it hits the mark and the timing. Montu's had a great game. Can he post a clutch to keep Big within one? He knows about Fasher, has lost track of Keto. And And that back market door is under question. Montu feeling small, just wants to keep himself down. Fasher starts to get aggressive, runs out, and that sets up Keto perfectly as the op gets distracted and the retake shines through.
Yeah, there was no, he clearly had no idea where someone was out of the 2 players remaining. So good patience from OG, and they win that clutch. And listen, Big, they got into cat control. They got the cat split going. Tabson actually ate Crimbo's flash before he came off of cat. And that was one chance for them to have some kind of split. But other than that, it was just 4 players coming out of halls. And OG had already had a Fasher pushing the A ramp like 20 seconds before that. So, you know, really good rotations, really good comms here from OG. And they stopped Big, even giving them the entirety of mid, saying it's fine.
Pack of players quick. Sin is ahead of it all. Flies down. Gets cleaned up by Nexa. That's his 5th. 3rd player already here to support, so it's looking fantastic for OG. Another B-site defense, rock solid, thanks to the utility. And Big have just been bruised these last few rounds, completely walloped inside of the apartments this time. They get nothing going, and this CT side ends up being fantastic. We've got 3 T round wins.
Yeah,
from Big. That's it.
The first half doesn't inspire too much confidence from OG, but you know, can't judge both sides by one. And we see in OG when they switch over, they're playing like so much of a better team. Next has 6 kills. We got 2 in this round, but still, it looks like OG have had full control this entire half.
You know, and there was this.
And it was only Ecos, right? That big one, even.
Yep, very true. You know, there's this whole conversation around OG and like who's going to be the star rifler. If one rifler starts to perform more consistently than others, will they be set up? We saw it from Nexa saying that, you know, things are still very susceptible to change early on. And tonight, we get a showing from all 3 of those riflers. It is indeed Fiku, Fasher, and Keto putting in the work, proving their value, keeping Big at bay. We were hoping that Regali would just get maybe 1 or 2 on a good day, but for everybody to take a step forward in form, this is what OG needed to win. They didn't sign some big star. They didn't splash the cash. Trying to make a project. Montu hanging on for dear life. They're going to keep charging him down, and he'll survive that. So he has earned his AK, got up to 25 frags, and now OG with 4 opportunities to close Mirage.
Yeah. And, well, Montu's AK will also be the biggest gun in the round, it looks like. I mean, they'll put together all their funds and still make out with a pretty good buy. They're just missing 1 AK. The last stand.
Done.
Wow, okay.
2 players dead already through mid. Fasher trying to fight to the top of the scoreboard. Him, Keto, and Fiku all challenging one another. Having fun with it. Oh, and Regali's going to snap Process out of the jump. So this one, unfortunately for Big, the T side just falls flat. On an individual level, it looked like nobody on OG was going to step up enough to take a win. Slowly but surely, they climb that scoreboard, and the whole troop looks good. Yeah, okay. Your T side only started because you win a few rounds with pistols. But at least they adapted. They gave up on those defaults, the slow mid walkouts, the stringy T side. They got together, packed up, and pushed in. And it net them enough of a runway, maybe a little confidence too, to just steamroll through this CT half.
If Matthew wins this, I'll be giving away a Cat of 14 capsule.
You don't have one of those.
I am good for it, trust me.
Okay. Weird flex. 1 from Montu. 4 to go. You know the price of that capsule?
No, wait.
He's going to creep out into Regali, who's going to end this show. 16 on Mirage for OG. It is indeed Fasher to top the scoreboard for this camp as well. And there was moments in this map where Rugga was looking real stressed, almost dejected. I saw some rolling of the eyes throughout the struggles of OG, but they all came together, all contributed, and can all be proud of a map 1 win.
Welcome to the Blast Spring Final here in Washington, D.C. We're bringing up the level of competition here.
Oh, it's so close, but it ends in heartbreak for Cloud9.
A little bit disappointing to say goodbye to Astralis at this point.
They've put complexity to bed. Unfortunately for FaZe, here in Washington, they're gone.
That I do it so good. Look at the way that I do what I should. Look at the way that I got you amazed. You should see the look on your face. Look at the way that I bang with the bass. Look at the way that I'm running the place. Look at the way that I'm keeping the pace. You see the smoke, well look at the flame.
Look, Acadian Heroic have finally done it.
And that's where Vitality lock in grand finals.
It all comes down to this. To this matchup to define how we end what could be the last season in CSGO.
I see the look in your eyes. It be the look of surprise. That's just a part of the game. You gotta look for the prize. Look at the way that we ain't gonna fall. Look at the way that we all gonna rise. Look at the way that I answer the call. Look at the way that I handle the line. Look at the way that I ride. Look at the way that I roll. Look at the way that I'm live. Look at the way that I'm
Took a while for OG to warm up into their map pick, but once they got the fire in their step, they completely burned Big out of the server, because let's not forget, Matthew, this started 7-1 up in Big's favor.
Yeah, it started really well for the German side, or almost German side, I should say. We had Mantu cracking up a multitude of kills early on, a man that we called out in the pregame. We talked about how important it was for him to stand out, and he did just that in the first half. At least in the first half, because after this, if my math are correct, I believe it's only 4 kills after the pistol in the second half. So it's very quiet, unfortunately.
Ouch.
And let's just not beat around the bush, rather. OG was the better team. You just look at the last 5 to 6 rounds, that was miserable from Big, easy for OG.
It wasn't even a game in the later stages of the game. It felt like OG were just running all over Big. They couldn't get anything going whatsoever. You're right about Mantu. He had a strong first showing.
That's true.
In the first half. He slowed down together with the rest of the team. It wasn't really only about Mantu in the sense that, oh, he was missing in the second half. It felt like the entirety of Big just weren't there. They got 0 entry kills. Whenever they tried to execute out towards the B bomb side, it was disjointed. The A bomb side disjointed, and it felt like the last 5, 6, 7 rounds for OG was super, super easy. It wasn't down to clutches. It wasn't down to 1v1s. It wasn't pressured situations. It was more or less just, you know, Big not doing anything.
You gotta appreciate just the highlight reels from Mantu going on while Jacob is raving about how Big got destroyed on the second map, and Mantu is trying his damnedest right here. What actually kind of worries me is that there's a gap in the highlight reel from 7-1 to 8-5. Production didn't have to cut it, you know. We can still give him some flowers. He still did okay, but there was a big gap. I think from 7-1, if we are to be honest and objective, from 0 and 7-1, Mantu was huge. It's a huge force to be reckoned with for Big, but once they started being caught up, he struggled to keep up the same pace.
And then the highlight reel just stops at 8-5 because, to be truthful,
for
that
highlight
is
reel, you
where
need
it
highlights.
stops. Yeah, unfortunately, because from that point onward, only a handful of rounds going the way of Big. Whereas for OG, you put it very aptly, Jacob, just incredibly easy for them to be holding down those bombs.
I think it was a good T side, all things considered. You're down 7-1, but they came back. They won 6 of the last 7 rounds by some good calls, some good play. Come into the second half, and they were dominating the game. I think the scoreboard is slightly closer than it was in the game. I felt like OG were in full control. You saw Fico play well. You saw Keto having a lot of impact on the A-bomb side. You saw Fascia as well doing a good job. There were so many positives to highlight for OG.
And listen, you talk about like how OG had this second gear that they could actually tap into for their T side. Big never had it. We can have a look at round 26 and to kind of illustrate you guys what we are talking about here, how the lack of detail for Big and the disjointment between the players was problematic. Look at this. Sin is absolutely running alone, completely alone, before the utility, before the smokes fall down. Once he is, everyone from OG is kind of in position. You have that third player who is in market. Next has been forgotten because the Molotov has already kind of extincted. So all of the details and all of the timings are sort of wrong. It's like seeing an orchestra play, but they don't have the same rhythm. So everything, if you take it isolated, is correct. Sin running first is correct. The smoke towards Catwalk is correct. The Molotov towards Truck is correct. How about everything together? Just a try.
It was a cacophony for Big in that second half, let's be honest. And then for OG, you could basically throw any of the individuals in the ring to bring up highlight package 4. I want to do it for Keto, though, because we've got the extra cherry on top, managing to take down his old team of Big.
Yeah, he found a lot of impact from his favorite position on the A-bomb side. Mirage, he's very good at playing that CT side. There's going to be a couple of highlights on the T side as well, but the main impact for me was on the defensive side for Keto. His Deagle has always been great, but he's always been good at playing the defensive roles and being stable with it, especially on a map like Mirage. I remember a lot of Keto highlights. I remember a lot of Keto plays where it felt like, he's finding his footing, he's feeling comfortable on a map like Mirage. This round is a great example, getting a multi-kill with the MP9 at a very important stage in the game. And Keto on ramp, that's just a given. He's going to get you a couple of kills, and he was doing tremendous work for OG.
Yeah, the MP9 round specifically, I think, was a big punch in the gut for Big. That does not beat around it. The fact that you are going up against an MP9, you don't really use a flash. He's not using a flash either. He's just waiting for you in the dead angle and grabs 2 before getting traded. Huge mess.
Let's throw Fascia under the spotlight as well, because I don't think we've really even touched upon him in terms of his integration into OG. Where were you seeing him having the most impact?
I mean, he found impact this time around. That's good, and that's a guy we have to keep an eye on if we want to see anything from OG in the future as well. His time in Fnatic was no bueno. It was not good for Fascia. Didn't have the roles that he would like to, was playing a little bit different, and wasn't really being catered to. Now, and OG's been promised more responsibility, and so far in this game, he's delivered. Now, can he do that consistently for the future? To me, that's one of the question marks that can unlock OG to become a competitive team, because you can't rely just on Regali.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I'm starting to realize that there is a disconnect between what he can do and what I picture. Right? I don't see him as an entry fragger. I don't see him as a particularly aggressive player.
Sure.
But we're getting highlights after highlights after highlights where he is the one actually having the courage to take these duels, to get into connector, to get into juggle, look for a couple of kills. And it's happened in the past as well. So good for Fascia. Maybe he can fight that kind of department in the game where he uses his bravery, so to speak, to find the kills.
Well, OG do seal out their own map pick. Maybe hope on the horizon for Big as they brought Overpass into the mix. So let's throw it back to that game versus Astralis in the Mahone zone.
Big are a comfortable team Big are a comfortable team on Overpass, and one of the reasons why is because they have a couple different ways to hit short, or the B site rather. Now, towards the B site area, it's actually very typical to use the monster side to attack towards B, but Big, they actually like to use the short area to hit towards B, and the reason why is because they have a couple of really well-placed flashes that make it possible. So the first flash here is this one that lands over towards that short side. It pops right about here next to the wood wall and the pillar. And with this flash, it's actually very useful because what it does is it basically blinds this monster area to allow the players from short to scale up. And as well, they also layer it with the second flash. With this second flash, this lands towards that graffiti side, towards that pit area. And what this does is it blinds basically the left side of the site. What this does ultimately is it allows both sides to be blinded here towards that B site and allow these players to basically come out, because whenever you're coming out towards the short area, there are so many different angles that you have to worry about. So by using these two sets of flashes, it allows them to come out. You'll see that from Sin's point of view, as he comes out here, the reason why he's so confident that he essentially could put his back towards that graffiti side is because he has those flashes in place. That's what allows him to get this kill onto Borup. But as well, pay attention to the pathing here. You'll notice that with Sin, when he comes in, he hugs this very right wall. And the reason why he does that essentially is to ensure that he doesn't get blinded by this flash, because if he peeked that angle from this left side, he'd actually get blinded. The pathing is key here. So if you watch this again, you'll see that he goes close to the wall here to then find the pathing towards that B site. Has his back turned to Graffiti as well. And in addition, the reason why he has that possibility is because Mantu also throws this Molotov here towards Graffiti. This Molotov here makes it difficult for CTs to rotate in and fight the B site. What it does ultimately is it allows these players, as they're coming out towards short, as they're fanning through, they don't have to worry about Graffiti. It allows them to then isolate Blame F, who's towards that water position, and they can't really do anything about it. Sin, he's able to find the skill onto Blame F, and then Stare, by the time the Molotov fades, he now has to worry about the entire site. So Big, they love to hit the B site, but they do it in a very unconventional way. They like to go up short instead off these two flashes, as well as the Molotov.
Okay, so I said there was hope on the horizon for Big. Danny has provided some evidence.
Yes.
Is there actually?
Listen, we've been harsh on Big, but it has happened in the past that they get slapped around on the first map, but they bounce back on their own map pick and show a better Counter-Strike. So all hope is not lost yet.
Yeah.
I think we're going to 3.
What? Yeah, well,
yeah. He's mad.
Yeah, he's crazy. He just wants to see more of Big and OG in action. Luckily, we do have Big's map pick of Overpass coming up very shortly indeed, but not before a quick break. When we're back, it's Scrawny and Launders with map number 2.
So for a battle where the Vitality rematch is on the line, we've got Big down a map, folks. That's right. You may have come in here and thought Big were the odds favorites, and they were at the start of the series, but right now they're not. OG have surpassed them with a map 1 win. Overpass in order to determine again who plays Vitality for a spot at the fall finals. Loser of this to the showdown. And we know what happens at the showdown, Mohan. Upsets, tragedy, heartbreak, all the things you love to watch from the comfort of your own home. But the players themselves, they don't want to deal with that. So fight on, brothers. Big, come together around your new opera of Montu and figure it out, whatever it is you need to take this map. It is your choice, of course. Overpass is where Big wanted to take this battle. Let's see what they've got in store for us versus OG.
Overpass has provided us some interesting results here at groups, right? Because everybody thought Complexity are going to no problem Astralis. Astralis won that game earlier today. They smashed out Complexity.
Smashed them.
Not only that, but it seemed like Vitality were definitely going to be able to win their Overpass match. Was that also versus Astralis? Who was that versus? That was versus someone else.
Ninjas in
Pajamas. And Ninjas in Pajamas said, we're not even comfortable on the map yet, and won.
Yes, they did.
So now Big picked this map, and OG, I mean, when's the last time they played it? You know what I mean? So does that mean that they're... I won't jinx it. Let's see what happens.
All right. Okito's brought all of Big's secrets with him.
That's true.
Tabson's going to peek out and catch Regali in the water, who was a little preoccupied with watching the door that never opened. Got the graffiti push coming through from OG. 3v3. One up in heaven, still smoked out, but that smoke now fades. Fasher wants to come through, but now it's his chance to do anything, and his teammates are all dead. It is Crimbo in order to put up a multi-kill towards graffiti and get pistol in Big's back pocket.
Lock it down, Big.
Crimbo. I expected better things from him on map 1.
Yeah?
Yeah, well, you know, highest rated player for Big, clearly. Majority of the team down in the red.
Yeah.
And,
actually, you know, I hate to call out Papa Tabson, but I was feeling like a lot of awkwardness out of him in a lot of the rounds of Mirage. I feel like the creativity wasn't there. He's doing some of the regular stuff, and then it looked a little bit frustrating for him, so he got some kills, you know, but if I had to be honest, I think if I asked him, he'd say, yeah, I wasn't feeling it today.
Sure. It's all right, man. If you hate him, you can say it.
I love Tabson, okay? I love Tabson. I love Brazil. I love everybody.
What do you hate the most in this entire world?
Ooh.
And I mean hate.
Ooh.
What do you hate, Launders? What gets your blood boiling?
Construction sites.
Oof, yeah. I hate Vertigo, too. Bring back train. You know, they found cobblestone files. They went digging. The data miners. Just saying. Scout shots down long from sight. That is a very stacked bomb site, for the record. OG have put their pieces.
Okay, Timmy.
Put their pieces in place. Prosus will push. Double kill off the Mac 10. Fasher, that's a Galil to be had. Ooh, sketchy upgrade. He's got the armor. They're trying to press him, but there's a little gap between the two peaks of Big. And now, Fasher has managed to take another one down with him.
This smoke has been the most important CT smoke of the new generation of Counter-Strike players. Just the front sight smoke. It slows T's down so much. It's so hard to deal with. It makes your truck angle hard against the wall so much stronger. And now the CTs are set up to stop them. There's almost no time to plant. They have to dive this, and Nexa has to dive them.
Oh, he gets the scout, but the planter comes up.
Oh!
Doesn't stop him. It's OG with the force buy win. 2 kills from Fasher up in bathrooms. 2 kills for Nexa in the clutch.
Not gonna lie, I don't know if this is... You tell me if this is smart or dumb. I would have jumped across, shooting at the default guy, and went for long.
As opposed
maybe
to
just ran
stopping
across.
Here.
Yeah, I wouldn't have...
Sure.
Yeah, I would have tried to skip this angle, but... It's a big one.
Sad German noises.
I was walking out to get a snack out in between games, and Vladi was walking behind Montu and goes, "Montu, you want some snacks?" He was like, "Whoa, I got scared."
Vladi making sure the troops are fueled.
Well, the wrong troops, right? He's no longer on OG.
Oh, right. Oh my God, you're right. I was like, what's so funny about this story?
It took me a second as well, yeah.
Wow, Vladi goes the extra mile.
Oh!
See ya.
Not bad.
Oh! 2 scout kills coming out of Montu.
Oh my God. Is that the round? He's fueled up. It's not the round, though. It's not the round. This is a good, fine position for Keto to be in. He can multi from here. You know what? I'm going to say it. He's going to multi from here.
They're not too far away. That's 2 Ts equipped with M4s, 1 runs. So Keto hears that.
They're trying to bait they're trying to bait him into pushing.
Sin came back.
So I guess they're going to hard clear it.
Maybe that means he just lines him up. You said multi-kill. There's the first. Crimbo coming at it. Oh, let's go, Keto. 2 headshots. And then they catch one out in the open ground. Prosis slammed. And Montu, I'm sorry, your double scout kills in vain. Nexa has shown up on map 2 already.
And it's not to say that Big's position was bad after he got the kills. Not to say that that was like not the best advantage you could ask for. It's just that the CTs were in fine spots for how far Big had gotten to, where it wouldn't really feel like you were down 3 to 4. Of course, if Keto died, whole different story, but it's telling to say that. You know, Montu hits 2 scout shots like that that are insane, and you're still not super advantaged here on T side. It's a hard map.
But a map they picked. One gets ahead of the Malo.
Damn, you said it in European.
I did, yeah, on purpose. It's weird that they say it that way.
Is it? I mean, we're the ones using slang. They're just using the first half. Well, I guess both slang, but we're adding the letter.
Molly.
Nobody. Connor. Molly. Okay.
Regali. Easy clear. Poor Crimbo. Just looking to climb around. Oof. See ya. M4's just shredding flesh from bone right now. Don't get me wrong. Big have a chance to win some rounds in this half. But it looks like OG are done making any kind of mistakes. You know, no hiccups versus rounds like that. We go back to Mirage. It happened once to them. A time that Big flooded out from Palace and got up into Keto's face on Ticket. But it happened twice to Big. OG were the kings of the eco rounds. At least on map 1. Can't be affording mistakes like that. Nothing costs $1 in Denmark.
That's just so true and so real. We're calling him the Royal Arena. I mean, he's Romania, but he went to school here.
Right?
Lives here. So that's...
Well, I just remember last fall finals being here at the hotel across from the Royal Arena and seeing Regali. Like, he was present at the event.
Right.
He was kind of hanging out with a few players, and we were talking to him. He was explaining how he was now done school and playing full time.
Yeah.
And just crazy to think that he is now involved in the circuit, trying to qualify for that same event 12 months later.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
Felt at the time, I thought he was going to Liquid to replace OC at one point. I really did.
You know, I think anything was possible. I just want to know what didn't happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's so much stuff that didn't happen in that off season, and we heard some of it.
Man.
But to think the amount of offers and deals and counters and things that fell through, that's maybe even more interesting than what actually happened.
No, I heard a rumor today that there's a picture out there of Electronic in an EG jersey. That's not right. I don't know, man. I was skipping beats today. I got that lag.
We're on land, son. Come on.
Regali splashed off his angle. Quick pop, you know, Big sense no danger elsewhere. Decided to just go numbers out monster.
Yeah, the setup is a little weird, actually. He was alone.
Yeah, had some support from Graffiti. Keto duking it out from heaven, trying to keep them at bay, but now they've already been able to extend out further forward through the site. And this bomb site belongs to Big. Short does not. That's Nexa on a little reach, but sees nothing for now. Big have some post-plant positions.
OG have no nades. They might not need them, though. We'll see.
It's going to have to be a headshot from Keto or Nexa. There it is. That kicks it off. Activates the peek from ramp. That then there gets the Heaven player out. And it starts to fall like dominoes. Taps and swaps and clutches. 2 kills from inside of the site. Big with their second.
Nicely handled. Nicely handled. Time was on its side, but he definitely could have died, and that round would have been won by Fiku. So, well played. Nice try from OG. Certain situations, you might even pull away in a 3v3 just because you're not having grenades, but they had 3 great positions to attack from. The problem and the culprit of OG losing this round is Regali is sitting on Monster Pillar with an op, with no one in Heaven, no one on CT, 1 player pushed off of short already, and no other support. So they weren't exactly ready for a monster hit. And they also put the op in jeopardy for the site hit. So, like, you lose your 1 rifler in the site, you still have, like, an interesting spot, but it gets a whole lot scarier when they know the op's down. Can't be in Heaven, can't be holding off of short. You can take all kinds of new risks. And they can also use it against you, the post plant. Or carry it forward and give it to Montu. Oh, it's not coming. They assembled it so fast.
Not rewarded.
German engineering.
Yeah, is it that good?
With a Polish guy on top.
Oh. Regali kills Tabson. Oh, dude. Fasher's position's gonna catch him now.
Forgetting about this. I mean, I would go fast here with, yeah.
Okay. Crimbo's holding it, though.
Oh my God, what?
Well done, dude. Yo, Crimbo's ice cold.
That's my bad. You know, I said I would go fast here.
Crimbo got the chain on, sitting on the flank. Oh, and Montu, he hit his shot. Regali survives on 17 health. Oh, Crimbo reacts to Keto. German on German violence. Somebody called a Krankenwagen.
Was it ambulance?
I think so.
Oh.
Or Krankenwagen?
I was in an Uber, got hit by an ambulance in Berlin once.
Damn.
Yeah. That was a car with machine and James, and we spun out. Crazy, but okay. Regali.
Low health.
Oh, he's done. 30 seconds. 2 full health CTs. 1 on this 5-7. Why does Crimbo have his deagle out?
I don't know. Where'd Crimbo's gun go? What's where?
They're just coming up the stairs behind him. He still doesn't have a gun.
Nexus slowed down, though, so the flank's not that fast.
But Fiku could just win with 1 kill.
That's it right there. Drops bomb.
Yeah.
Crimbo's 10 HP and has lost a weapon.
Where the hell did his gun go?
Picks up bomb and dies out. It is OG 4-2. Something weird's in the water.
It did so much for him that round.
What happened? Where'd the gun go?
Only 1 mag? Forgot to buy ammo? Crimbo, talk to us.
Odd. Nice shot from Regali to start it. Good hold from Crimbo, catching the flank as Fasher looked to really maximize the moment. But at the end of the day, it is Big back to pistols. Crimbo's preference, apparently. Very odd. Don't get lost in the sauce now, boys.
Ecos are always possible on A. What you need is for the CTs to give up too much space, and you find those gaps, and then you hit the A site. Fasher's here on the stairs. People are watching him, but he finds a perfect time.
Yeah. And doesn't overdo it. Keto sensing a chance, peeking around the side of bathrooms. Whole bunch of bodies.
Oh,
big old pack of players. Crimbo's got that Desert Eagle still.
They're calling for rotational support because of that death.
Molly left side bath.
They're coming through it.
Yeah. Forces them out. Fasher Able to clean that one up and ready for the second peek. Nicely done from Fasher. I like this round from Fasher.
For sure.
I mean, his enemies are weakened and easy pickings, but still, that top con peek, didn't overdo it. Jumped right back down. Instant rotation up to A. Just clean and easy.
Yeah, disengaging is a really important part of CS, 100%.
And I mean, I'm coming into this project for OG as a Fasher critic, personally. You know, he
not a fascist?
I'm not, no. I'm not, no. At least not on weekdays. And, yeah, nice to see him kind of finding his groove this evening across both maps. Don't do this to yourselves, Big. Don't implode like a submersible. Boost into the short water. We've got one in there. Nice flash. Beautiful. Oh, actually, it's never mind.
2 taps.
Team flash. Not ideal. Still a chance for Nexa to bring it back.
Flash worked. Are they running through still? They are.
Yep. Dropping bomb.
They're too spread out. They're too spread thin.
Totally
you know what I mean?
Owned. They tried to hit the gas pedal.
They were just
accidentally spin out.
Yeah.
There's a team flash too. I thought that was just perfect timing catching the jump up, but on Luco.
The attack is quite disjointed. Keto has to pee, or Crimbo. Keto's no longer on big. Oh.
Nice shot from Monty.
It was like you said, though. Wait, is that? Oh, sorry. I thought it was. Wait. Oh, Fasher was up top. I thought it was Regali on an op there. He's actually off short, and he showed presence. So, you know what? This might offer up a kill for Regali if they didn't know who it was. There's that op shot in, but it's 36 damage.
Thick cement down here. Crimbo tagged up a bit more down to the half health. Lots of bodies on the B site for OG.
Fiku is playing it very risky, but you know, they're not facing him. The only risky part is that they can swing from stairs as well as from beneath him. We'll see what happens. They're getting too close without the bomb right now. Crimbo is probably the one who has to go and take that back.
Man,
and they'll die off of long. Fasher looking for some support. Crimbo goes down as well, and now they're leagues away from the bomb.
And there's nobody to go get it. Montu gets clipped by Regali as he was just looking for a piece of cover. You can keep taking the site all you want, but you can't plant.
You know what? They might as well just keep going, though. 40 seconds? I mean, I guess at a certain point.
But Fiku killing Prosis and Nexa catching Sin. You're right. They could have just kept going. The kills were there. The duels are presenting themselves.
I mean, you wouldn't think they wouldn't have the bomb in that spot, so at least they'll come to you, but that one's weird because it's like 5v5 and they'll leave the bomb back.
I just feel like things are deteriorating on big side.
Fasher's looking good. Fasher actually, I think, I'm going to check on his overpass, but playing on Fnatic, this is one map that they definitely played a lot.
Okay.
So this is, you know, we're an emergent map pool here for OG, so they're not even sure which are going to be their favorite maps just yet, but I think overpass might actually make sense. Fasher from OG. Nexa, previous history with OG on overpass, no problems there. I would say it's definitely one of Fasher's better maps overall.
Putting in the work this evening. He did it back on Mirage as well. 1.29 rating from him.
And you're still not a fascist.
Again, only on weekends.
Oh yeah, the point about Regali. You mentioned that Mantu's got more kills, but Regali's better in the head-to-head.
Right.
That was something to think about as well. And Regali had a pretty good amount of kills on Mirage on top of it.
Yep.
You know, so
21 frags, 1.31 rating. Topped the board for OG, despite it being real close. Tight-knit pack on map 1. Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Dink from the Tech 9. Regali's wounded. Still, he's going to drop the bomb, and then Keto is here to clean up everybody else. This is a solid OG defense.
They're mopping him up.
I would have painted this series as like a big 80-20.
80-20?
I thought so.
I mean,
yeah,
I would
really
be like,
did.
I'd be pretty close. I'd probably be like 75, 70, something like that.
I really, you know,
but it's like
I'll
odds
admit it.
said, you know, 1.5, 1.6, something like that. So, you know, and I think that's, I get it though. I get it for sure.
No, I mean, I'll openly admit, like, I'm not blown away by the OG roster, you know, like with it all coming together. And I thought, like, there's no star potential, but if they all contribute, if everybody has good days.
Yeah, now I hate to be a, you know, real negative about this, but this isn't a game that you can sort of measure that.
That's also true.
Yeah. You know what I mean? I mean, you could be happy about the result, but the real tests are like, these guys play Vitality tomorrow. So do Big, of course, but
right.
Brick by brick, of course, brick by brick.
Yeah, you got a point.
And at least for Regali, consistency has been pretty damn good so far at groups. I would say it's getting better at least. He's had at least one outstanding map per series, even if they lost, into now maybe a whole series where it's just straight up dominant control. And I'm loving the Fasher over past CT side, that's for sure.
Good. Yep. Also, shout out Nexa, because on the first map I was concerned for his well-being, and now he's right up there.
Now I'm concerned for his opponent's well-being.
Exactly. Exactly. And I suppose when we look back at OG's outing so far here in Copenhagen, I mean, they opened up versus FaZe. Lost that one. Wait, have I crossed my wires? No, okay, yeah, they did. They did on the 14th of July. And then they played versus G2. So put them with somebody of their own caliber. Not even looking close. At least you're on this map.
I wonder how many overpass picks at this event. I mean, I can already name 3 that have been
blowing up in people's faces.
Yeah. And, you know, in a totally unexpected way. It's not like, you know, Cloud9 picking Nuke versus FaZe or whatever. It's like
3v4 chance, though. Very truly well and alive. Regali. Great chance to flex what he's got, but it's a one and done from him. We said good things from the Fasher CT side overpass, and that continues to reign true. Looking for his 4th on the round. It would put him 14-7, and it would close a 1v2, and Process gives it to him, but he doesn't finish the kill.
Oh, when you make a play like that and
so
a perfect
close.
read and you don't get the kill. Oh.
8 HP. That's all Process had left to live with.
Damn, that's tough. That's tough. But he's still, you know, you gotta love how confident he was about that. And he made it look like he was going for the short rotation with the flash, and even had a few bullets to work with, but Process won. That's what's important for Big.
Nice 3 versus 4 in that round as well. Kept it simple. Walkout monster, trade train. We got Big taking timeouts. 3 rounds on this T side. We saw OG pull back their T half on Mirage and then run with that momentum in the second. It's not too late, Big.
Yeah, it's definitely not too late.
But you got your hands full. Regali, Fasher, Nexa, all putting up big numbers. Not just fluke rounds, but consistent routes to victory, round after round. High multi-kill potential, clean setups. We'll see what Big comes swinging with here in round 12. 2 out into the short water already. We've got Fiku on an island. Oof, gets back. And Fasher again betrayed. Same situation, Process and 12 health.
That was perfect molly.
It's gonna disassemble the boost. Frag goes a little too far. Risky business throwing Keto up here, but nobody's watching it.
Wow.
3 players inside of short and no eyes for that potential boost.
Gotta appreciate the perfect counter. And now they'll start to look off of short because they put a lot of players here. Here they are. 2 getting spotted. Crimbo switching to a nade. They were trying to assemble a boost. So it's been counter tactic after counter tactic for OG that have worked out every single step of the way.
Smooth moves from Keto.
You boost, I boost.
Well timed on all those engagements, and we'll get the Montu Tabson 2v4 attempt. Smoke in front of them makes that way harder. They've still got a little time to wait. They really want to try to milk this moment for all it's worth. Keto and Tabson locking horns through the wall.
It's a facade. They will not try.
Done. 9 for OG, and another round where Big get one win, only to be shut down in the follow-up.
Yeah, and we're looking at a pretty damn well-prepared OG.
Yes.
Having
yes.
not played this map with this roster.
Yes.
Like, clearly, they're not putting together fluid tactics and transitions like that on the fly, right? But again, it's not as if their players wouldn't know how to do it. It's just a smoothness, right? It's right after they just mollied the counter boost, put pressure on short. They go for their own. They find it's double timing to push off of short, the comfort, the confidence. This would be a tough way to go out for Big, especially considering how they, they fared before the gauntlet.
Yep. It's looking like Big, we're going to get something done this week. Instead, showdown. Basher. Yeah. He's going to finish off Sin. Pistol. No, sir. Not enough punch in the USP. Crimbo versus 2 outside of Monster. Bomb's coming as well, and Process is back. More players here for Big than OG.
They flash short.
They phase the smoke, but Process is just the Tech 9. A4 goes down with nothing. Fiku takes 2, and now Crimbo's got a nice timing on this short play if he wants to push the issue. Keto up in heaven. Keto's always up in heaven. Looking for the contact, he gets it. Crimbo takes his head off, and we've got a Regali 1v2 clutch attempt queued up. Quick wrap around from Crimbo. Flash over. And
they're gonna swing,
giving him a chance.
Oh my
nice
God.
Snap.
Oh, that was nasty.
But an even better nade. Crimbo chucks one up into the heavens, sends him down to hell, and gives Big their 4th.
Yeah. And you know what? I think they can get just like isolated rounds and still be okay. Because they're at 4. Like 5 is kind of okay. It's not that bad. So we'll see if they can stumble on by one. Nice round out of Crimbo, though.
That shot from Regali.
Yeah, huge.
Low. Money's busted for OG, so 5 looking real likely. Unless the Kings of the Force pull it off again. Nice. Process didn't forget about the second player, and Regali, oh man, big chance. Here's him coming. Oh, good trade from Montu with the Galil
sharp.
as well.
Yeah, sharp.
No helmet, I don't think. One bullet makes it way easier. They've now lost their M4 and will have to bank on a Deagle 5.7 P250. But watch Big take all the time they need. Looking to throw that nade out, but Montu keeps himself down. Oof, crisp. Fiku just toying with him. He's still alive.
Honestly,
down to 35 seconds.
He's not taking any damage either. They really want the trade, but they can't kill him. He's getting more shots in. One more to go.
Get the frag. Dies to a Glock at the end of the day.
And they eventually leave. This fine, man. This guy is too much.
That's so ridiculous. Gonna be careful just to make sure there's nobody hiding in the corners.
5 rounds, dude. They got 5 rounds.
Yeah.
You know, not the prettiest half, but they got 5. So I don't even know if they'll feel that bad.
At the end of the half, Launders, all that counts is the numbers at the top.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
5 with maybe a 6th. But there will be guns in the next one for OG.
Also, is Gob here? Is Gob there?
Yeah, Gob's coaching him.
Oh, okay. I just haven't seen any, like Gobbergy. You know what I mean? Gob energy.
Sure.
Out of the back, from the
Right
back.
there.
Yeah. It's been taking it easy. Rugga also Danish, looking to get into the Royal.
True. Most Danes locking it in quick. Heroic. Kerrigan. Maybe Astralis.
Maybe Astralis.
Maybe. Just maybe.
Maybe Magisk.
Yep. Very fair.
God, they're everywhere. Yeah,
already in. Well, true.
They are actually everywhere.
God damn, for a little country.
Yeah. They're like Popeye.
And honestly, when Danes are talented at something, they always let you know.
I mean, yeah, honestly, they're pretty good. They're pretty good at a lot of stuff. Got to give them that.
It's true.
Handball, whatever that is.
Yep. Danish driver leading the F2
cycling
racing series right now.
They're really good at exercise.
Good at exercise. Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike, not a sport. There's got to be something good in there.
Final attempt. Now the Danes are in our ears listing all the things they're good at. Badminton.
Yeah.
Producing Counter-Strike events. There's another one.
There we go.
Shout out production.
That's the only real.
Yeah. Molotov down on Monster. Final hit of the half. It's been pretty slow, but it feels like Big have been trying to, squeeze something out of it, and they're getting there. Progress, baby. Step by step. Whole pack of players ahead of that smoke, but right into the meat grinder named Fiku. 3 kills with the A1S, no assists even, just Tabson's team flashes. Oops.
With 1 mag.
Very clean shooting.
1 man with 1 mag.
And again, that's putting his name up amongst the rest of the pack. It is all of OG coming together to defeat Big, or at least to get double digits on the CT side.
Yeah, that is nice.
Tabson leaning forward like Jabby. Trying to get the advantage versus these sharp shooters in the sights. He'll catch one off, but Nex is there to give it cover, and Fasher is the closer. So it is indeed double digits from the OG CT side. Can their offense finish this off?
I think if I was on that team, I'd be the water boy. I would just bring them water with electrolytes every day,
Who do I pick if I have unlimited money and I'm an owner? Myself, because I'm gonna still playing, of course. Then I will take Simple with me. And then I will take Zyvu as third guy, as a rifle. Because I know that he likes to play with a rifle as well, and then he's, we saw the clips with him. Then I will need an Igel. I will take Alexi, my teammate. And then I need one more guy. I will go with get right to the beginning of the concept whenever he was owning, with a good lurker. Firstly, I have to pick Forest. My former teammate, I love him. I think he's a great player and one of the goats of CS. Device, because of course I think he's a great player. We just have to stack these teams. I'm picking Sarvu as well. I think we need to have some other players as well. In-game leader. I think then we have to pick Kerrigan. Also been at the top of the game as an in-game leader for since CSGO came out basically. And our last player, you just have to go simple as well. Go five amazing players and you just have to win, I guess. I can be an analyst. We get a good coach and I can just be an analyst and help them with the small stuff.
If I had unlimited money and I can choose 5 players, I would choose Zywu, Nico, Exile. I'd choose Twist, and I'd probably choose Rops. Those are my 5 players. Those are the 5 goats. I think if I was on that team, I'd be the water boy. I would just bring them water with electrolytes every day,
Say myself, Fallen, Fur, Twist, and Stewie. Those are players that I enjoyed playing around. And I think a lot of them are super talented. Fallen, he was a wise professor, in-game leader. And like I said, Fur, a player that I looked up to in terms of his play style and his personality and somewhat. And, Twist, my fellow Canadian, my good friend. And, Stewie, him and I had a lot of good memories, and I believe he was one of the more smarter and intelligent players I ever played with, and he taught me a lot about the game. So yeah, he was those would be my 5 or my 4. I included myself in there. So
go-to answer would probably just be 2018-19 Astralis with that level. I think that it was very special to be a part of that team. If I had to do a little more current one, I would maybe take Blame F, I would take Stair, I would take Magisk as well. Yeah, and then I think maybe pick Yabi from Heroic and then me. I think that would be really crazy. You gotta go with Sonic as the coach as well.
Prime Caldera, I'm gonna pick Zywoo as a rifler, simple on the op, then Kerrigan as the IGL, and then I'm gonna pick Rain as the entry. And the coach is gonna be Gary from Furia. And I'm just the owner. I'm just there with the money.
One is running up A.
He's left side long. All alone off angle position.
I don't know.
That's short.
I'll try to help
It's
you.
the
Wait.
B-lurk.
Toilets one. One toilet.
I didn't
Should
see
be A,
anything.
boys. Should be all A.
One low.
Dead
One
long.
toilet. Headshot. I go away.
Long and ace out.
Der Brace golden. He's bank. They have no bomb.
Smoking stairs. Bomb is C-spawn. I tried to search him. I can
Only default. Go SWAT.
Last
Long.
Nice! Nice, Nexa!
Bank. Nice.
Nice, Julian, man.
Nice, boys.
Well, Big wanted to take the series to Overpass, and they did put up a fight, but it was no easy feat getting the 5 rounds that they did. We saw some slow ones, some burners. On an individual level, OG looked sharp all over the map. There were problematic moments for Big to get rounds everywhere all the time, and some breakdowns, I think, in the strategy and kind of calls and responsibilities. We see Bomb left in spawn, for example, in that mic'd up moment. It's not the kind of Big that inspires you out of the gate, but now they've got a CT side to work with. So, their map choice. And, unfortunately, for Fiku, dead real quick.
Super easy.
Boosted 1 tap. How much did OG prepare on Overpass? What's their T-side going to look like? Can they play as a pack? We're going to get a pop-off from somebody because everybody's doing work. That's the OG formula this evening. It's what got them through Mirage as cleanly as it did.
Letting the T's get very close right now. I mean, there's still 2 CTs here, but Tabson's got to hit a zinger, I think.
Nexa with a smoke just threw that one out.
Oh,
there's the zinger. Looking to put Keto in a box. Off the flash, the repeak, but they're getting just ever closer, step by step. He jumps in. Okay. Oh, Keto trying to charge down his ex-IGL, and this is definitely Big's pistol.
Yes, and it's a much better taps into map 1. That's nice. I think the pistol's like the only thing that keeps this map alive. I know. I mean, 5 rounds can be good. It can be fine for sure. CT come back on Overpass, not unheard of, but if it's going to be like 13-5, I don't know. Now, I think OG managed the eco after round 1, so that will be the oh, wow. There he is. Forgot about him. How could I?
Very much here. Glocks all around for OG.
Oh, yeah, no bomb plant.
Nexus says, don't you dare spend a penny. I feel like Crimbo's had a frustrating day. Hasn't been putting forward the big performances that he had previously in their group matches. But, speak of the devil, gonna go ahead and farm 3 frags. Process here to help him. Clean conversion as you'd always expect versus Glocks.
Confidence round.
But yeah, I feel like Crimbo's operating on a shorter fuse today. You know, I've seen some frustration.
Yeah, he has been getting frustrated.
Gotta keep an eye on that. We know his potential is very real. Also, chance for Montu to just dominate CT side Overpass with an op. He had a phenomenal first map. Fasher Ooh, victim of the smoke play. Sin crossing over into the AK upgrade, trying to fight his way out of here. Regali's trying to keep him boxed in, and sure enough, that one doesn't come for free. 4v4.
He was left alone to do that. Keto will search up the part of the map that Montu left. Now, he could still die right here. It's free for Tapsin. Multi-layered CT defense here on the A site.
Feels very risky for Keto to just walk out. But I suppose since no trade frag or nobody else fighting by Fountain, Fiku just bests Tabson Galil over M4.
That keeps it 3v3.
They're going to go long. A is so clear right now.
Yeah, and Montu was the guy who was here. He left. They are now starting to push Monster, so Montu can start to leave. It really comes down to, will OG play fast enough? That was the story of Mirage.
Yeah. Got the utility for this hit, but CT put a smoke in front so that they can still challenge. That smoke's given a huge gap for Montu. Oh, yeah, he's got to press into it.
Oh.
Does so at the worst possible moment. Nexa takes his head off, puts another smoke down on the same spot, and you've got to cover this connector flank. Fiku, loses the fight to Prosis. Suddenly, that bathroom side seems sketchy, and Crimbo is inside of the bank. It's a plant and a double out of Crimbo.
Wow, he cleans that up. That's a beautiful round out of Crimbo for sure. Stairs flank, pivotal. Every single part of that was just so important for Big to go correctly. If Crimbo dies, they still lose, you know, but if they get the stairs and Crimbo, well, now it's over. Here's a kill that started it off, but they boxed it up. Sin made sure he couldn't leave. Nexa found the trade, and then Tabson brought one back. Each player sort of tried to go for more and got punished for it. That's a pretty big opportunity, I would say, for OG for sure. They're back on pistols. Uh-oh. Wow.
Trying to chase him. Next is on the hunt with the Deagle. Fasher is going to open this one up. Enough upgraded pistols here to definitely do damage. They've all got Kevlar.
Yeah, true.
Be careful now. 2 round wins just like this already in the series, back on Mirage, and an M4 now acquired. Sketchy, sketchy, sketchy. It feels like CT is kind of, scared enough that all of the OG players could just group up and hit one of these bomb sites. Utility looking good down here on the B site. 2 smokes between Crimbo and Prosis. They're pressuring Monster with some flashbangs. They're going to put the boost up. I mean, Prosis is dead.
Yeah, well...
Surely.
Can they actually see him on this corner? How far does he have to edge out? We'll see in a second. It looks like they're going to take the peek now. Oh, the cover from Crimbo is right on time.
All right, never mind. Prosis standing tall. Covered by Crimbo. And now they're just going to go into the monster hit. That M4 is still in the mix. Oh. Fiku with the Deeg.
Damn.
And Prosis just sits down beneath the site. We're going to get vision out from heaven. There's no utility for the T side. Tapson comes through with the cover. And Big hang on.
All right, so marginally scary, but they land on their feet. 2 and 3 alive in the last 2 rounds for Big. OG will get back to guns. And now that it's a 1-round game, you'd say Big it might be properly in control. I think this round will say the most. Would have loved to see if you could see that corner of the box if he, edged out slowly.
Right. I think he might have been right. I don't think he could.
Yeah, he was standing there definitely with that in mind, with Crimbo watching it, but there was a moment where, or a few seconds where Crimbo wasn't, so.
Big bringing it back. It's 4 in a row to start the CT endeavor. Fiku naded down to 65. He kills Sin, who I'm pretty sure was just on his own. That was just a jump spot. There was nobody even boosting Sin. That must have been a killer shot from Fiku.
True.
He dies, sure enough.
Oh!
But Fasher also putting up some headshots. Montu spotted, wants to reposition. 4v2 for OG.
Yeah, he sticks around. Not bad spots for the CTs in terms of activity. You know, this is...
Ooh, Montu hears this.
Yeah, but Keto will take... Oh, now it's his Montu versus 3. And they just killed Crimbo on short. That's the kill. That wins the round here for OG. No sense in Montu even attempting this. So the plant will go down, and OG will keep the lead. That's what's key.
All right.
And you know what? Again, 2 and 3 alive on the last 2 rounds. Luckily, they had 1 with 3. Luckily, Montu saves this op because it'd be a stringy buy otherwise. That CT economy is so pesky. So fickle.
Very realistic.
What is?
Fickle economies.
Oh.
I heard the op's going to be 5,000 next year.
Yeah, I guess we should be lucky about... You know, I was complaining about mollies being too expensive.
Nice shot, dude.
Oh my goodness. Oh
Just
my
like
goodness.
that. Yeah.
It wasn't even a jump across.
No. Wow. There was actually like a micro adjustment from Fiku there.
Wow.
Very clean shot from Fiku. And he had a player right in front of him on that smoke. I mean, he dies half a second later.
There actually is no buy at all. I thought they would be able to scrounge up something. Instead, they've just got half armor on Prosis. That's it. Some nades. Uh-oh.
Well, not the end of the world, but here comes the op. Montu, nice shot. You got the 1 weapon of the round, and you start strong with it. Now, all of a sudden, OG, you're going to lose track of that. Next thing you know, by the time they make contact for the second time this round, it could be anywhere.
Anywhere.
Anywhere. There's still a gun to be grabbed, too. You know Crimbo's thinking about it. T's aren't watching it. They've completely evacuated that half of the map. But Montu's coming hunting. Regali versus Montu. It's right there.
He's here so early. Maybe they walk into him. Yes, they do.
His reposition is sharp. The rest of the players still just with pistols. Good flash.
Ooh.
Montu being set up to succeed here. This will be a 1-man army round win. 4th player is Fasher and takes him back.
Yeah, but he goes so far. I mean, it's... Listen, it's 2v5, but he was the only rifle. He's done this a couple of times. I think they kind of need to take care still, at least until guns can be recovered, because as far as I'm concerned, it's still winnable here for OG.
And of all the other guys, only Prosis has armor.
Oh, there's the op. Oh.
Nice shot. Tabson picks it up off Montu's dead body. Fasher loses his teammate. He's been spotted outside of the bathrooms, but it's going to be a grueling run to the A site. Big with a single op on Montu. That immediate peek into the pipe versus Fiku. The reposition lightning fast.
Yeah, that was very nice. Why would Keto walk into that? Well, Montu 3 seconds ago was over on B looking for a pick inside a short tunnel, so ran at full speed for that one. Fasher going to try to save this. His feet are going to get spotted. No death, though, and now it's a gun carried forward and a chance for OG to at least fight here. But they lose to Montu. That went up, and that was just a money padding round for OG.
Yep. Huge boost to the economy for Big as well. Nice flash from Tabson to help him out. And we can talk about just it being the 1 op, but a couple tidbits of utility make a world of difference. Tabson with a real turnaround between Mirage and this map as well.
If Regali can figure out an op, like how to find an op kill in this situation, that'll be unreal. Because of course, easier on CT overpass, T overpass. You're not even going to buy your ops most of the time. So how are they going to set it up? I mean, the most natural thing to do would be the 5-player boost and then see what happens. But that might be a little bit obvious to Big. We'll see. If they try to go for something else, like Regali. Oh, sorry, I thought they were not going to have enough money. They've got it together. Full buy behind the saved op on OG. They won't have to do anything gimmicky.
They're looking at that B site fast, though.
Yeah, which I think that's what makes OG.
Nades? No? Okay. Never mind. No frags for the T's. He's looking at that 2-man boost and thinking
they're trying to
would be a perfect round for that artillery strike.
Yeah. But they're trying to exec, so they don't want to let him know. Well, you know what? It's not a bad situation to go for it.
Got 2 players close.
No full flank, no CT push, no one playing right side monster. Very vanilla here for Big.
A struggling Sin back on Graffiti. Flash doesn't blind them. Second one will. Stuns them for a second. Big just sliding off the bomb site. Crimbo down in the water, dies. Graffiti player will add 1 to the tally. Fasher, he's also found Tabson. We've got Prosis looking to come around the site. Oh, the spray connects. He's able to track him through the smoke, falls down into Keto, who then gets traded by Sin, and a misstop shot makes a world of difference. It's been Sin on the struggle so far this map, but he puts up a 3K when they need it.
Yeah, let's go Sin. That's a big one and a huge hold, and honestly, not the ideal setup to stop it. And they even let, you would think when T's can get that far through the site that it's actually very scary for the CD side, but they couldn't find a target for so long. He wrapped in a pit. And I feel like Fika was even lucky to get one. The CT guy peaked late. A very good defense here from Big.
Now the money's a problem. Now OG have seen that lead disappear. And now Big feeling like they're finally in the driver's seat. Man, we know they had to dig deep on that first half. A test. That they got through with 5. Still a good amount of pressure being applied by OG. It's got Big reeling back, but it's also got majority on this A site right now. Montu extending off of the safety of the bomb site. That temporary cover won't last forever. Could have been, but isn't.
Yeah. Shies him back off that push. And looking towards B. Anyone off of short? No, not quite yet. So Nexus serves as the bait, the fake here, that it's going to be some kind of A commitment. And they get ahead of the Molotov.
Keto real far up. Ooh. Shocked that he gets Prosis.
Yeah, that's one gun. That'll be hard to get back, but 30 seconds. They still have time to try, and Fiku a sharp shot.
Montu, 2 scoped. Has to jump back. He'll get into cover. He's lucky to be alive.
Oh, this won't be the most easy retake in the world. It's possible, but oh my god, are they not going to go for it?
No way.
Wow, they actually give up. That's a hard shot from Fiku, but a clutch one.
Damn, Montu was looking for kills inside of the bomb site, and they hadn't even crossed over yet.
Yeah, true. I guess a hard comm to make. You say they're on short, or
a little misunderstanding in just how far that distance had gone.
You could say he has the audible to make the, you know.
I also want to say shout out Keto, because he took Prosis down with him when it looked like he was just dead to rights.
Yeah,
already out,
very
exposed.
True.
His teammates
With 2
stepped
players
behind
about
him.
to peak, for sure.
Yep, had to soften that bomb site up and did so.
They definitely got to, I mean, both teams got to tighten up, right? That's just...
No, that's kind of why they're in the bottom game of the gauntlet.
Yeah, there's just so many rounds here that are just like, one player's like, I'm going to win this round, no problem. We already have the advantage, we have better guns, and then they die, they give up a gun, and they lose the whole round. And we look back and maybe forget at how many maps are lost to these kinds of situations, but it really adds up.
And I mean, this is a match where basically everybody's providing. Kill spread from OG, 19 to 15. Sin is kind of the only outlier, but we just had that impactful round from him. You saw the pop off from Tabson, the praise. We got to fight, folks. But we've also got OG map up already. Can't forget about that. Guns for all.
Yeah, I think Nexus calls make or break this situation for OG. They've shown they can win these rounds. They've shown they are way more comfortable than you could expect on overpass. And there's a world where this game is won on the T side, even if Big picked it. I'm going to put a lot of emphasis on him, whether or not he can lead the troops in the right direction. Montu, man, Montu's honestly been so good, but right here, massive pickoff from Regali.
Man, he wanted to deal with Fasher. Instead, he just peeks up into the scoped op. Man advantage for OG. Took Big 14 rounds on their T side to win 2 consecutive. And OG would be pulling that off a little sooner.
And Big are not moving anywhere. They're not doing double monster push. They have short control, just spotting it. 2 watching.
Nope.
No one on the A side. You're saving. I'm sorry.
Done.
Don't
Just
even,
like that.
Don't even move. Run farther away from the site. Let them plant and call this round, because OG are touching 13, 2 clean picks, and that's it.
Oh, Montu's going to be beating himself up. Because it's not like he peeked into that angle snappy. Regali just got there. Just got there. Counter-Strike. Game of milliseconds. And this time it is OG's. And then we get this.
I think it's also quite a... I don't know if... Did Regali buy the op? You know, sometimes you're just not even expecting an op to be there on the other side.
Sure. Well, pays the price. Very important. Big hold on to these 3 weapons. Money at a low for everyone, but the rounds keep getting added. Two rounds in a row on this T side. Seems like a golden ticket for OG.
The default's looking a little better here for OG as well. Ironically, Mirage was a little bit of a struggle. The pick of Big is the one where it looks like OG are showing some more comfort.
Gotta be his last chance to get into it all. That shot from Nexa, man, that just sucked the soul out of Big. If he slows him down inside of A, maybe we get a rotate. Just 2 instant frags. And the 24th round's added to OG's count. That's a sea of CT round wins, folks, at the top of your screen. But it's OG breaking into new territory with the back-to-back. Regali softened up immediately. Limited utility here for Big in round 25. They're going for the boost inside of the B site. Keeping eyes on short. Fiku has nailed some nice shots from behind that smoke, but right now, ultra passive OG.
Again, more comfortable defaulting. Actually, their one sort of explode on B did not turn out too well. Big one around there. Here they're peeled back on all positions. No short control. No one in con. Overstacking on B, holding for Monster, but not actively spotting it. Just playing from the barrels. Taps in one floater here on the CT side. Let's see if OG can scale appropriately.
Man, Tabson, a lot of responsibility here with just the FAMAS. Sitting up inside of the bathrooms.
You know, Montu doesn't have his op, but he is a very sharp rifler as well.
But Regali's hunting for him.
Yeah.
Jump again, and
it might come.
Boy.
Missed it by a hair. Regali has to decide if he got spotted. Taps it, starting to flank.
Yep. Oh, but he loses out to Fiku, who's got the better gun and the instant headshot time, though, folks. 15 on the clock. M4 inside of the bomb site. Montu's gonna get squeezed. Fasher trades him back. Bank player comes through with 1, but can't stop the plant. Does get Regali. It's a man advantage for the defense. It's a retake needed soon enough. That dumpster smoke will fade, and Process kills Nexa. Falls on Fiku. He gets just 1. Process with a multi-kill when they absolutely need it.
Wow, they grinded that one back. That was insane from Bank to hit that second shot on Regali. Fasher put himself into an awkward spot to simply die to that peak. And there were a couple of players just didn't lock up into their post plans as quickly as they needed to. Like, they knew Montu was back dice. They took out the support in top bathrooms. They knew everyone was coming in from rotations, and yet they were all exposed to Sin in these different positions as the retake started to take place. One Molly and Bank, they don't have to think about it, but instead, they wanted to overcrowd the A site and got uncomfortable doing it. You can't afford to make positional errors like that. Not in what should be a free round. The approach was actually perfect, and the fact, again, that OG actually showed a very comprehensive, but simple as well, default, just careful all the way through into getting their kill solidly is nice, but it's deflating to lose after all that effort to a simple peek from one of the 2 choke points they're definitely going to come out of.
Laid out a spawn, Fasher. Very passive on B. Feels like Fiku has been really pulled off of that B play that he was kind of making his mark with. All right. All right. Nexus got ideas.
That's a big call, man.
Oh, man, it's a huge call out right now.
And Montu's not starting long. He's been inside bathrooms a ton of times. He's actually going to probably go check on long right now, so.
Gonna throw a smoke first. This little bit of timing could give a chance over. Yeah, Regali peeks in. More bodies spotted. So tough to get past this. Tabson still outside of bathrooms. Montu's going to come check that, and Keto's going to keep on walking. They've smoked the end of the tunnel themselves.
It's a little shallow, isn't it?
Sin's been added into all of the mix. Nexa gets damaged in the background, and Keto can't follow through. They're both almost dead.
Oh, the nade.
Nicely done, but back down towards the B site. Fiku gets his impact.
Yeah, but now they know it's really heavy towards A, but they're still coming in this direction. Tabson, are they going to be ready for this?
He's leaning out.
I don't think so. This is a good spot maybe from Tabson, surely.
Oh, it looks like Fiku will get caught by this, but you never really know. It's Nexa with the AWP. He's dead. Montu holds on. Fiku thinking it's just the connector, but reacts fast enough. Missed shot.
No, the shot's missed.
He's going to chase him down. Fiku, 3 kills.
Wait.
3 kills, and it started at the B site where Crimbo creeps through.
15 seconds. They have to rush in. They have to hope the one person covering gets this shot.
Oh, and while blind, he'll finish off Fiku. Fasher with a chance. 5 extra seconds, but Crimbo makes the difference. 2 kills in the B site. Stoic as ever. Big by the skin of their teeth.
Wow, they saved the day, man. That's honestly massive plays out of Fiku. Like he's getting some really critical shots in to give his team a chance over and over again. But Big are a little bit too clutch. And Montu, while he did start on B, the call was interesting to get up towards long. They didn't go fast enough to punish him for that start. Got back just in time, was very careful about it. Won over Regali, which is a huge victory for him and for Big. And now 13-13, another buy-in for both squads.
Let's go.
The water could not be more opaque at the moment. It is impossible to tell who is going to come out ahead.
Fiku, good damage. Sin taken down to 60. That's 3 B defenders. Montu already starting to pull back off that forward-facing A setup. But then the server falls silent. It's been scary every time they've tried to peek out into short. They're losing their heads to Fiku more often than not.
Evan Smoke coming in. Monster is the right place to go. Another strong call. Can they exec correctly? Can they hit the entries?
Oh, Cribble behind the pillar. Oh, it's clean. Oh. What? A triple off the MP9. Prosis just rails them outside of Monster. How does he manage that?
Jesus, they came in. They had it exactly how they wanted. And yet Prosis with just that tiny little SMG stops 3 of them in their tracks.
Man, flashes of Keto back on Mirage sitting outside of the ramp.
Oh my God.
Just headshots on the first 2. The call was good from OG. The timing was there, but that MP9 just shreds them.
God damn. And OG have done a good job of managing their money. They even got an op in that last round, but now they're finally out.
AK for Fasher, Deagles across the board. I'm gonna try to boost up the rifle to catch somebody on B. It's being watched. Sin coming around. That's 2 T's confirmed. 4 defenders down on B. Bomb back by ladder, so nothing can happen too quick if you're OG. Hoping for something like that.
Ooh.
A pickup. Sin evaporates.
Yeah, they give it the AK over to someone with full armor, so
that AK can be passed around the entire pack of OG players. That rifle, they want it. The peek. Keto, one, and that's it.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, Crimbo, multi-frag. Comes in big with the M4.
One of the first times I've seen Big like pick a timing where they think the choke point's going to get attacked and they counter it early. It's been them waiting for a lot of these attacks to come in, and full credit, they have stopped a lot of OG's attacks, but honestly, OG manufactured some very good situations to get killed, but now, surely.
Dink on the barrels. Crimbo, 4 and an ace. Crimbo decides enough's enough. Big's 15th is all his.
Yeah, you know, you don't have to be super aggressive, but it's nice to see some tactics at moments where they think the attack's coming to try to answer back. Surely with that ace goes Crimbo's frustrations.
He takes to the top of the board, 24 and 17, most kills, least deaths. Doing damage down on that B site. Very important impact the last 3 rounds. That 2K he got when he slipped into the site as OG went for that late rotation. Buy all over. A real chance for OG to extend this play into overtime. Speed presence out the gate. You want to avoid that op on Montu up in bathrooms, but you're just going to keep meeting Crimbo in B, his bomb site. One more chance to shine. To close out map 2, to push us into Ancient. Smoke at the front of the pipe. Man, the entire team is out there. They've got nothing. And look at that deep control, of course, from Tabson up on A. Or no, excuse me. Sin.
Yeah, this is the best looking CT round so far from Big. Let's see, they set it up.
Blind lineup. Not a problem. Process pinned against the wall. Crimbo's fire burns Fasher. 5v3. And all of a sudden, OG, what was looking to be a pop-out monster, is nothing but a fizzle. And they're stuck here. They've got another set of utility, but their flank is so compromised. Sin activated after that last volley. So you can try to just walk this out. Barrels player, pillar position, Keto. It's just the single kill. And Tabson's here to help him. Nexo's gonna try to trade, but he's in front of the pack. And sure enough, Crimbo in the last 3 rounds of this second map goes massive. 28 kills is where he ends up. 3 rounds the lead for Big. These CT sides just looked rock solid. And so Ancient to separate OG and Big to try their best to avoid the showdown. One more map.
Big bounce back on their own map pick, but damn, this one comes close. Both teams arguably struggling on the T side of things, but unfortunately, OG only able to post up 3 in that second half. It looked like they were going to get some momentum going, but then Jacob Big managed just to neutralize it.
Yeah, they did. OG fell flat. I think that was a very uninspiring T side, to be completely honest, coming out of OG, whereas for the defense of the big guys was looking much, much more solid. Their T side in itself wasn't great either. You see the round distribution right here. It took a long time before they could put 2 rounds together in a row. Only towards the later stages of the first half they were able to do that. So I think this was a game where they weren't playing well, neither of the teams, but Big was slightly better.
Thank you, Jacob.
Very polite way of saying it.
Big was slightly less worse
Great analysis.
than OG, yeah.
Thanks, man. No, listen, he's right. You could see on the side of OG, lack of solution at the very end. Like, there was just no craft possible. I think they found a couple of rounds where they played extremely slowly, and Regali really gifted them an entry into late round, and then they seized the opportunity and went for it. I think he deserves a little bit of a nudge for that. But the harsh truth that this was covering is that if these entry kills weren't found in the last 25-30 seconds, then that was it for OG. There was no way to puncture the defense. Crimbo was very much on point, very much activated, which is great to see because he's been struggling with a little bit of frustration. Like, need to relax a little bit, you know?
Yeah, relax a little bit. He's under a lot of pressure, I'd say, right? He's the second star within this lineup, next after Tapson. He's one of the more experienced players as well, despite having only been a pro player for a couple of years. So I think there's a lot of responsibilities on his shoulders. So I'm actually happy to see Crimbo play well. I'm happy to see him find a lot of impact because he's needed. If Big wants to stay relevant, if they want to beat OG, and if they want to beat better teams than OG in the future, I think Crimbo needs to continue his development. He's gone from being a new guy coming into Big, slowly but surely integrated, to now being one of these voices within the team and one of the players you look towards when you want output on the server.
How many times did he actually just destroy them at the end of that game? I swear to God, we just seen 3 or 4 multi-kills from 15-11 or something, or 14-11 or something. He just absolutely closed the door on them.
I like the narrative that we're kind of prefacing with Crimbo now, you know, being one of the more tenured players on Big, which sounds kind of weird to say, but I totally agree with you. He needs to be one of the kind of statement players that we see consistently stepping up. Somebody else that we were putting under the spotlight, Process. He was the lowest rated player on the side of Big before coming into this series. He stepped up on this map.
Yeah, good for him. Good for him to grab some confidence, right? We've seen how complicated it has been up until that moment. I think he also benefited from somewhat simplistic approach from OG coming at him. I have a striking example in my mind where he gets a triple kill with the MP9 when there's a B execute happening, and let's be honest, you're supposed to be flashed in that position. You're not supposed to be able to destroy people the way he did it. So he had a couple of moments. That clutch right here was obviously extremely key. You can have a look at the scoreline. That's when Big was fighting back into the game. That's the triple kill that I was mentioning. So a couple of moments towards the very end where he ended or helped Big go through the finish line.
I think we've also got to give Mantu some props as well. And I want to bring up a specific round to showcase his impact. It's round number 21 on that second half.
It was a massive round coming out of Mantu. At this point in the game, it could have gone the way of OG. Mantu said no. You see the buy coming in right here. There's only an AWP on Mantu. The rest of the guys are on pistols. He goes aggressive, takes a lot of damage, and instantly repositions. Already inside toilet, gets another free B, another free pick. Not faced by any flashes or anything. Here he gets a good flash from a teammate and gets a 3rd kill. This round right here, it's 11-9 at this point. If OG were to win this one, Big would have been in deep troubles, but he, out of nowhere, completely single-handedly gives them a round, and that is a massive play.
But how individualistic is that from OG? I swear to God, I'm watching this round, there is only one trade potential. That's Fasher onto Mantu. That's the only moment where 2 players are close enough to each other to be able to avenge the death of their fallen teammate and re-grab some map control. And this was the story for OG towards the very end. Like, there was no level of finesse in how you can approach the round. Because Big were able to claw back into this, suddenly they had the weapons, they had all they needed, and OG kept on trying with the simple approach, with the dry approach, if you will, which got punished.
You used the phrase, let's be honest, and I'll try to be as honest as I can right now.
I think that's you.
The T side from OG was straight up garbage. It was straight up garbage. I don't know if it's a symptom of them having not practiced Overpass too much. Still a new team, Nexa coming in. That could be the case. And if so, fair enough. That's a great excuse. But the simplistic approach to the T side, where, as you said, they're just walking in dry. We saw one of the buy rounds, I think it was at 13-13. Within the first minute and 10 seconds, no one has seen each other on the map. OG didn't take any map control. They didn't put any pressure. They didn't drag any utility out of their opponents. It was horrendous to watch. So it wasn't a good game of Overpass. And I feel slightly annoyed by the fact that Big had to fight that hard to even win the game.
Are we going to get a better game on Ancient then? How do you think this one is going to pan out? Because we have a very small sample size of what we know from both teams on this map.
I think the map plays differently than Overpass, vastly differently. I don't think we're going to have the same kind of problem. It's very rare in nowadays Counter-Strike and nowadays meta that people just basically camp at the 30 seconds and then make a decision. It's a map that's much more inclined to early duel, early skirmishes. And I think at that game, both lineups actually appreciate that. We're not looking at a super deeply tactical, like long game or whatever. I think they're going to be fine. Remember how Big tried to play their Na'Vi pick into Ancient. It was very much in their face, right? But Ime at the time completely destroyed them. But the philosophy was in here. And I believe that we're looking towards an Ancient that's going to be as well very activated.
I think it's going to be even between the two teams. If there's one thing we know about Nexa as well in his different iterations of OG is that they've always liked to play Ancient. It's always been a go-to pick for OG.
They're good fast.
They're good fast. They're explosive. He has a lot of B executes that we like to see as well. So I think Big is going to be put to the test on the CT side. If they can handle the tempo coming out of OG, I still believe Big have a great chance of winning this.
Do you think OG have the ability to kind of deliver that tempo then? You know, with the, the synergy that we've seen so far? I'm a little bit worried this is going to get quite disjointed.
I think they can because one of the assets, one of the qualities that I'm ready to give to Nexa is that on a couple of maps, he comes in with a couple of solutions already ready. It's like a IKEA do-it-yourself manual. You can just follow the steps. It's pretty easy. It doesn't have to be too complicated. A couple of pathways, one or two nice utilities, and we know it's very signature for him to have these fast rounds. The problem is whenever he gets stopped on the T side and the opponents build money, then he doesn't really have that second gear where you have to slow down your pace and you have to get a little bit, again, a little bit of detail, a little bit of finesse to grab the utility away and finish. But when he's got momentum and he can play fast, it's all right. He can do it. He's done it with different lineups.
I think that's the key to victory for Big. If you can drag out the tempo a little bit of OG, if you can force them to play slow, if you can force them to play like they did on Overpass, I think Tapson and I think Big is going to be good enough to maneuver around the map and constantly be in the right positions. Now, if they allow Nexa to come in with these heavy executes that is going to work from the beginning of the rounds, then Big are going to be in big trouble.
We did all side with Big ahead of this series. Time for you guys, or opportunity rather, for you to flip-flop.
I'm standing my ground.
Are you changing your predictions?
Why are you trying to just stir the pot, trying to have us flip our jacket? No, I stick it with
You got
Big.
something you want to share with us, Freya?
Are you changing your position?
Are you changing? Is that it?
Am I allowed to? Is that going to be allowed by the marketing team?
You can do whatever
Because
you want.
I will. I think I'm an OG fanboy.
Okay,
after
it's official
that first
now.
map.
Fangirl.
It's official.
Yeah. Let's see how it
committed.
plays out. You know what? We need to go to a break before this action ensues. One of these two teams will unfortunately be going to the showdown. The other progressing on through the gauntlet to meet Vitality. We're going to find out how it goes down on Ancient.
Crimbo putting in big work at the end of Overpass in order to get us to Ancient. Now the Unicorn odds go back the way of Big Mohan.
Yeah.
Able to pull it off. Now we go to this third map. Do you have any hard feelings? Anything you need to get off your chest before this decider goes live?
No hard feelings. Some thoughts for sure. I think Big are one of the two teams, the team of these two teams that have shown some good stuff here on Ancient. I mean, they fought against Navi. They beat Astralis. OG only got trounced by G2. And I don't know. I don't know if that means that OG are totally unprepared. I know they're definitely partially going to be comfortable on this map. I know Regali likes this map. Nexa likes the map overall. OG in the past were pretty good on it. So we'll see. It's definitely been a week where upsets are possible. This is not a guarantee for Big, but it is looking good.
Right. Somebody's going to the showdown at the end of this map. Somebody else locks in a fight versus Vitality. Fiku, opening kill, but we've got Prosis on boost. He waits, and they stop watching.
Oh my god, they don't clear him.
Taps away for the bomb plant. Very nice. 1 bullet kill. Fiku, though, coming through big. He's gotten everything so far this pistol. He gets an assist on Nexa's clear, and now Keto is looking to catch Crimbo in Donut, and he will. Crimbo is just watching that side, turns attention, dies. It is Fiku, top-rated player for OG coming into this third map.
I'm loving Fiku this series.
Quick.
You know, it's not like he's just been hard carrying with 30 kills every time, but every round I see him get a kill, it's a round he's moving it's a kill he's moving the round forward with. I'm appreciating Fiku a ton.
You finished him, you're the finisher.
Big Fiku fan at the moment.
Impact at the start of the rounds, impact at the end of the rounds. Fiku finding his groove in this new OG lineup. Prosis, 5-7. Whoop. Fiku almost just got blown to smithereens. Instead, they'll be met by a smoke. We got a whole pack of players on that B ramp. Montu better back up. Better throw that frag. Throw that nade. 200 damage, guaranteed.
Here it comes.
Nope. Flash over.
Oh, okay.
Now the nade.
Oh.
Yeah, a little too late.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
But okay. Listen, a parting gift through the smoke. Nice spam. Got him off the plant. These little 5-7s, do they pack a punch?
Oh, they're still annoying
No
though.
way.
3v4. 3v4 right now.
Hold on.
3v4 and look.
Now one gun will get picked
their
up.
health bars are depleting.
But it's the MAC-10. You are indeed correct. Depletion has occurred.
They had 2 liters of blood, but now they've got like, you know, between 1.5, 1.7 liters of blood.
But depletion isn't deletion. That's yet to come.
Yeah, but it's a little bit of secretion.
Ooh, juicy. They don't go for it.
Yeah, I guess they don't really know.
All right.
You gotta know, you know?
Still, could do some damage here. Ancient bombs are real big. Keto?
Oh!
They all get cleared out, so a very costly round.
The one guy who lives is on the other team, and he gets an AK. That's not a bad day in the office. If the office was one day, one round.
I was gonna say, if I showed up to work and somebody gave me an AK-47, it'd be a great day.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'd take the rest of the day off, go buy some watermelons, get shooting.
Okay. Probably get some free watermelons. You got an AK in your hand.
I need 200 watermelons and don't ask questions.
Now.
Fast push bottom mid. MP9 spray is not that far off the mark, but Fasher's still down to half.
Fasher wasn't very solid at this when they were taking mid in that match versus G2. That was a big problem, honestly. Some of their mid hits. I think Fasher's maybe one of the players who his roles could be reimagined slightly. Like, as an entry, actually,
well,
excellent. As a lurker, sort of. Not as good.
We say reimagined. We almost saw him get reutilized on Mirage, right? Because just like you're saying, his lurks bottom mid, and just that wasn't very inspiring. But then send bro out ramp on his own, and he was cracking headshots. So again, I think Nexa touched on it in the pregame interview. There's still a lot that can be changed in this team.
I think let Fiku lurk, you know.
All right.
Because he can also entry. But yeah, he's definitely super solid at the end of rounds. So
kid's got depth to him. Fasher, blindsided by Crimbo, hiding in the corner. MP9 drops bomb. That makes it weird for the one player up on site. It is Regali.
Oh, composure.
And beautiful close.
Oh, that's got to feel good.
Regali and Keto, a couple headshots between them, 2 alive, and a 3-0 start.
3-0, and they're saving, bigger saving.
Bigger saving.
Uh-oh.
Come on down to Ancient, where we got bigger savings.
What was the Walmart rollback prices? We got rollback prices.
I sort of know what you're talking about, but I feel like that was like 15 years ago.
Was it rollback? Rolled away.
Something.
Roll over prices.
I know you used to go to Walmart all the time to play on the free gaming consoles.
No, Blockbuster.
Oh, Blockbuster.
I beat Super Mario 64 while my mom was at work over the course of months.
I haven't been to a Walmart in some time. Do they still do that? Can kids still play video game consoles at Walmart?
Blockbuster is bankrupt.
No, not Blockbuster. I'm talking Walmart now.
Walmart did have it, yeah. I don't think they do that anymore. Okay. They had one. I was playing N64 at Walmart, actually.
Kids don't know what
when I was a kid as well, but they put the TV like near the ceiling.
Yeah, dude, you crank your neck.
Yeah.
But hey, it was worth it.
It was.
Sometimes I'd show up and there'd be another kid already on the console, and I'd just stand there giving him the stink eye.
Yeah. I'd just kick him in the back of the knee, you know what I mean? While they're looking up. And just yell, posterized.
AK presence mid made easy by these smoke grenades. It's just the P250 behind it. Sorry, Tabson, but yeah, you got half of OG looking at you in a second. Oh, nice damage.
He's still up.
Still a little chance. 5-7 in Process's hands. Oh, they're playing with nades too. He's got him. Double! And Montu from behind.
Shut up.
Oh, the pistols.
No way.
They do it again.
Oh, they didn't clear the position because they saw Tapson right there.
Look at that shit grin. Process knows that what he just did is nasty.
Damn, he did that with the MP9, 3K, 5.7, 2K. Tapson set it up.
Yeah, once Tapson gets his, it's like everybody lets their guard down. You know, you've dealt with the pocket
annoying guy who's too close. It is actually, but I mean, you know, maybe they 16-3 it right here, right now.
Easy. Sin serves up the full distraction. Crimbo's gonna feast. He's got support too, so no way this one goes poorly. Some cowards hiding with their Glocks. Done. Big, very quickly transitioning to a conversion.
Oh, what a massive round to win, man. Just on the pistols.
Yes, sir. Put a good dent in OG's money, force them into pistols immediately. And we've got the CT economy thriving. Process, 6,300. Sin, 6,500. Montu, 6K. And that's with the buy already in because they've got 3 free AK-47s, and that's the best kind of guns. Free guns. A-site looking evacuated at the moment.
Yeah, and that's a very scary thing to do on CT. And listen, even though there's a guy in Donut, if he's not close to the end of Donut, like, it can get sketchy. Fiku, where was that?
That was a deep outside B door onto ramp pick. Keto already getting boosted. That will catch him off, but Tabson wins the duel.
Yeah.
Worried about middle, though. Process has to go back through Donut.
They're not ready for a second player to walk out, or maybe they're just looking for other things to think about. But right now, I mean, the map is getting chaotic here. The teams are just everywhere at the moment.
With that Donut smoke, we can see, you know, Tabson pulling back from the A site. Process getting back into Donut. that second walkout. Regali.
Yeah, he could have walked across. The CT was smoked. There was definitely potentially more players there. They know about Process, but he's still got a good angle to fight with if he finds the timing. Let's see if he can do anything, because this is sort of the last chance for Big.
He could be hidden back in Donut. Instead, on a more aggressive angle, Process is going to have to do something spectacular. Sin clears Fasher, shadow advantage, Process headshot. He knows the one back in Temple's there, but Regali's sharp on the AK. We've got a smoke up for Donut, which makes it way easier for OG, but they're still concerned.
I mean,
and a reason to be.
He can go B, or, oh.
He's going to plant behind box. CTs don't want to charge him down, but they get him off of the plant spot. Regali hears him running through the site, and it's cleared out by Big.
Oh, there were so many mistakes in that round, man. That was not just one way either. That was both ways. There was opportunities. I don't even know who sort of deserved to win it more, but it's got to be some nerves coming into that communication. Everything, honestly. That was a rough one. The guy boosted up. The lurk that took place that Tabson got caught off guard by. Fasher not getting a kill right here on Sin. He has sort of the perfect lurk position. They're not ready for anything, but they come in and they still win. I mean, even the plant spot versus Donut for Nexa to put it down there when it could have been back box and they could plant for Temple and back site. You know, you can have Donut smoked, but people know the lineup, you know?
Right.
I don't know. I hate to be so negative about something here, but just at least it wasn't just one team making mistakes. It's Big letting things get a little too chaotic, and OG not making the most of the chaos they created.
OG's a little bit of utility thrown instantly, so we'll see one fly out mid. Deagle's all over. Who's got the best Deagle on OG? I think it's between Fiku and Keto.
Regali.
Oh. Yeah, but watch this.
I'm watching. Oh, we didn't
Meanwhile,
say Nexa.
Yeah, sorry. I baited Chev.
But you Regali. Oh. All right. It was spread. There was spread.
Okay.
It was on him.
Little slide out by Process.
But now it's... Yeah, see? Didn't even shoot. At least Regali shot.
My guy clicked, bro.
My horse didn't fall over. Fiku, though.
They find an opening. Long range. Fasher just took a bullet. Poor guy. Oh, Dabson keeps it sharp, deals with all the deagles.
Not bad.
And Fasher's having a rough start on this third map. Just for the record, waiting for that to get online because he's had a good series, but he's 0-6. You know, that whole second map was all about everybody contributing. And this third map is the same. 7 to 4 kills on all of Big, 6 to 4 kills on all of OG. And then there's that Fasher 0 frag outlier. So let's get him online and we'll have just as tight of a game as we did on Overpass, which is really what we all want.
But he has troubles.
The best CS. Oh, poor guy just ate a nade. Runs out middle, 0-7. James Bond in the chat. And a frag goes deep on elbow. Softens up the majority of what's left of OG.
I really don't think this is the spot he likes, to be honest. Again, it's feeling just like G2's game already.
Nexa able to return the favor. At least one. Although Big aren't scrambling. Process has this real affinity for playing inside of Donut, not back on the bomb site. Kind of giving away to OG, but it's not like they're taking it, so they're not getting punished.
Big rap coming here. Over to the B site.
Got the op in position.
OG don't have the most utility, but they do have 2 smokes, molly, a flash. Like, they can do a few different things.
They've got precisely what they need to try and take over this B site. And now that Regali's come to join them after having scoured through middle, it's going to be this one volley of util into the commitment. CTs also have a bit of util. Ready to throw it down at the perfect moment. Double Molotov.
Oh,
Can't
no
push through that.
smokes. That's it.
10 seconds.
That's it.
Oh, they're still going to try.
No, why try?
They're still going to try with 6 seconds. The bomb has to go down now, and it doesn't, so they miss their chance. And if they die after time, it's even worse. No time. Double Molotov perfectly put down by Big.
Yeah, that was a lot. I mean, I guess they almost were able to get that plant off, so maybe it was worth a try, but I think that could have gone even better. That could have gone even worse for Big, or better at least.
Feels like the player with bomb didn't have the time to afford having his gun out.
Yeah.
You had to accept your destiny as the bomb planter.
Right.
And get in there with the bomb, hope that you get cover. That's the only way you're
3
coming through.
ADR. He has less ADR than he has deaths. That's an interesting stat.
God damn. I mean, I guess I called him out for being 0-7, but I didn't think we'd bring up the 3 ADR graphic. Just remember, it can still get worse.
That would be impressive.
And depressing. I'm gonna fade this smoke.
I reconsider my position as a fascist.
Regali falls down. Good. Good for you.
Win-win, I guess.
There's hope. Regali wants you to step into that peak. 1 off, 1 AK here for the T's. Sin and Crimbo. They pinch down on it. 2 easy pickups. And we've just got OG stuck outside of this B bomb site. Again, fire in front of them. Again, not all the tools they have to work with. Now Montu's comfortably posted on the angle. Man, you still don't have a lot of money. Sin catches another headshot. Sharp. Nasty little angle out from Cave. Sin off to a fantastic start on map 3. 11-4 now. Frag Grenade's going to finish off Nexa. Fasher with an op in a 1v4 met by Montu. Big on fire. 6-3.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shutdown. It is a bit of a shutdown. So first 3 rounds to OG into full pistol victory for Big versus the A attack into a very solid comeback on CT side. And the comm was, the game's not even close, boys. That's what Tapson said to the troops. And now at this moment, I think it's really validating that statement. It feels like it's going to continue to be easy for Big unless OG bring out a new gear. But at the moment, like, nothing in the way of mid. They lost like a round where they had kind of given to them on the A site, and their last 2 B attacks have failed. So tough job for Nexa to be like, what's the next golden call here?
At least Fasher's allowed to get some mid control this round. Poor guy was pummeled.
Yeah, you know, and the problem for him was getting to this point. Let's see if he can do a bit better now. He's already in the window.
Ooh, Tapson's behind him.
Nice.
There we go. Chance for Fasher to shine. Flash blinds him, but smoke fades. Oh, Fasher, 3 kills. He's done everything OG could have asked for. But they still have a problem here. It is Montu on Donut in A.
Yeah, somehow the round isn't over. The 2 CTs are in the perfect spots to deal with the attack coming in. They know Fasher was here inside of middle. Crimbo, will he go forward with a fast peek underneath the crosshair? Ooh. Fasher, he's got 4.
Montu looking to cut down another before Fasher comes at him from that CT peek. It's a counter-opper. Regali falls back. He's going to hear all this. He's ahead of it. He turns around, and he misses his shot because Fasher pulls off a banger of an ace.
He had 3 ADR into a goddamn ace. Oof. Inside of middle, the nightmare position for him. Montu makes an excellent play, just misses the shot, but moving out into Regali was such a brave move. Definitely the right idea. But here's Fasher on a swivel, controlling everything from the window.
Getting it done.
And as I said, it's just getting him there. That's the hard part.
Yep.
And the hard part for everyone, but now he'll build up maybe some more confidence.
Yep. gets right back into the pack, right? OG in with a fourth. Instant hit into the B site. Sin slides out from Cave. Oh, it's a calamity for OG. A total collapse inside of the site. They thought cranking that dial would bode well, but instead they get smashed. And the smokes are up, so there's a chance to recover, at least with the bomb plant, see if maybe magic can happen. Regali fixated over on long. It's the short push that comes out from Sin. And I mean, he looked like there was no pressure on him. From inside this cave entrance, Sin's having a 15-5 half, 10 rounds deep.
Yeah, very nice from Sin. He was great on map 1 as well. Despite the loss, he was the top fragger on the team. Definitely showed up. I think it's been a great addition. I really feel like we're going to be talking about Sin a lot on this lineup. He's not one that comes on where I'm like, who knows where they'll be in a year. If we see, I'm like almost positive he's going to be around, and especially with the statement that he'll be the IGL, but then also the fact that he frags. Already hard to kind of see the team without him.
Damn. OG facing that hard reset. Molly bounce. Sin ahead of it.
Yeah, Regali's flash.
Somehow Fiku got flashed there.
Yes, Regali's somehow.
Nexa can't get the trade back. Sin falls away. Regali doesn't have his op. And with bomb outside of the B doors, it's pretty spread out big. No contest in middle. They're going to go back at caves, where Sin usually resides, but right now it is free for the taking. Crimbo's on the back lane, and there's nothing else for big on B.
I think if they wait long enough, they're just looking for a reclaim inside of middle here for big, so they set up 2 fast rotations. Sometimes you play within smoke, sometimes you get fast map control back. Taps in with a clean pickoff as he starts the search outside of Donut. This pushes the T's forward. Now the CT starts to get suspicious. But we can see from their positions, yeah, they're going for it now. So Keto's going to have a lot of pressure on him. And he'll get the first, a second, a third player's here and looking.
But he peels back just enough, though. Yeah, comes back once Keto has to have that crosshair towards top mid. Final attempt for Nexa 1v3. Knows that Tabson's still back over towards mid, so the timing's ticking here for Nexa. And he's got a smoke to create uncertainty to maybe pull this off. Tabson decides to take position up in cave. And with the smoke, he still has his angle. He created this spot, this chance, this opportunity to take OG to 5. And the peek from the cave is all big need. Tabson sharp as ever here on this third decider. 3 kills in this one, 13-7, hot on the heels of Sin.
Yeah, he's been getting better since Mirage, which I think was a frustrating map for him. So much better on Overpass. Maybe even better here. Fortunate that they caught the team flash open and kill to start things off on cave, but they showed up to cave to fight. They got it. Not a fun way to die. Not that there are many in general.
I think spontaneous combustion could be kind of fun.
Apparently, that's actually slow. It can start at your feet.
Oh.
It can just be a fire while you sleep.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Gee, from like what, static in the sheets or something?
But you can have that one. You already locked it in.
That's why I have silk sheets. Flannel sheets? That's a death sentence. Op on a close angle. Fiku and Keto.
Whoa!
Bait out the shot. Montu getting played with.
Oh!
Keto! Clean headshot on the approach. M4 out from Temple, and the spray gets away from him. Tabson, it's a one and done. So it's man advantage OG. They pick up the pace. They throw a little trickery at that op posted up, and it works. So far, so good. Regali's kept himself hidden behind box. Look at that, a free frag. Sin's gonna try to follow through. Nexa, good job just dodging the threat, getting around the side of box. They're definitely gonna forget about him now. Feels like Sin got so close, but now that he's the last player left, he has to answer at a 2v3 retake from Big. Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Oh, that's gotta sting so bad, man. Next up, he peeked out at any time. They had no idea he was there. But when there was no spots left to check, and he was the only person they thought maybe.
God, I can feel the sizzle on that one.
Yeah, this is a very, it's gonna be a very sour end to the day for OG. The way that some of these rounds are lost, and I mean, no one to blame but yourself for sure, but yeah, they know there was an opportunity, obviously.
Still a couple rounds to be had. Don't give up yet, OG. Another fast one. Prosis, gets his gun out, and he's just going to keep on spraying. But Regali, a critical headshot that comes through, keeps himself alive on 12. It's a T-smoke on Donut that actually blocks off vision for their post plant. CT's coming out from their spawn. Molotov ahead of them. That'll reroute them around through Temple. Timing's going to get a little weird here as the bomb approaches that critical halfway point. We've got still flashbangs aplenty for OG, and that flank around spawn could be lethal. Montu's going to drop one, but then Fasher reveals himself and Tippity taps back towards the second. It is headshots from Fasher and Nexa, and OG, that's why you don't give up. 5 with a chance at 6.
Yeah, that's a crack of the whip, and, this is OG doing what they did with the previous lineup without Nexa. A lot of A attacks, a lot of explodes through smokes, and just really trusting their entries. And on this one, Regali puts on a magic show. How it gets the second one is ridiculous to me. So really well done on this attack. But this is where they're comfortable, and they got their 5 rounds now on T side. Maybe they should continue to keep it simple.
And why not
literally
target
just
it?
saying, yeah, go for it again.
Yep. Looks like a bit more attention towards middle this time from OG. It's Fiku on the front. 2 more behind him.
Uh-oh.
That nade could be bad. Oh, pretty rough for Fiku and Keto. Queues up these M4 headshots, but they will still inch closer into the angle that Montu had held. But he's forced back, first by the flashbangs. Molly doesn't spread just yet. But then they give up mid. Ooh, they're getting sneaky. You can see Tabson and CT Spawn concerned with that red room push because Montu lost the angle. I mean, there's a very real possibility OG have players in red room right now. And it's even drawing back Keto somewhat. They wait. Prosis peeks, clean headshot. And now he's just going to hold on to the boxes, force them into him, force them into Montu. Tabson's going to have a chance at timing, but Regali's at least able to answer. Moving up into Tabson, though, that temple angle's strong. 20 seconds, and piece by piece, this time they hold. 3rd time's the charm for Big. Double digits on the CT side. If it wasn't for Pistol and those first 3, OG would be dead in the water.
$16-13. It finally happens.
I think it was also like a breaking point for the team, so that's why I was crying in the end, because it felt like we were in a slump, we didn't perform to our level, we started off bad, and doing everything in my power to push it through and play that good in the final, and the whole playoffs was just the answer that was needed for us and me personally to be like, hey, I cemented myself as one of the players that actually has won a major in CSGO. It would have been sweeter to win more than just one. But I did win with the right group of people because I consider them family and friends for life.
I think for me, probably the #1 retiree is Get Right. I think as somebody that I think of as a foundational person within this space, somebody who showed that you could become a full-time professional gamer, and I think inspired more people than we can probably count.
Getter was definitely the player you thought he was. He was a really good friend and he sacrificed a lot for us, and he was never like ego. He always thought about the team first and what was best for the team. Like for me, I think he did a lot for the scene, a lot for CSGO in general. I think he is a legendary player and he's a historical figure when you guys think about CSGO.
I think you can look at the moment where he brought out that trophy in Stockholm as maybe a summary of everything that he achieved and why he is such an important person to have in the space. I think he's made it clear that although he's done, playing competitively, he'll never be done in the impact and what he continues to bring to the Counter-Strike community.
I think the mentality of what I did in my career would probably be the best answer for my legacy in CSGO, and to be like that grinder or hard-working person, that's what I want my legacy to be standing for. I think I did my part in my career, and I'm happy where I stopped.
Running through a lot. I rotate. Through more. One more. Two more left side.
Drop flash.
Two more.
Ist Flash Headshot, ja?
Ja.
Yeah, side dead.
Don't see him. One temple.
Ja, Bombe. Ich halt kurz hinter mir.
Bad smoke.
Bad smoke.
One temple for sure. Donut the other guy.
Donut right side and temple. Donut dead, temple probably.
Nice!
It's
Hey,
okay.
you're on fire, bro. Come, bro. Let's go, boys.
I know they can switch to German, when Montu's not around, but it's kind of happened what happened when Smooya was on the team, and then they ended up like, let's go German again.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? I'm just
Yeah,
like, I don't know.
Well, I think Montu, he's not going to mind as much.
I don't think he minds.
I think Smooya would feel neglected.
And switching makes sense, but sometimes he was alive and they were speaking German, so I don't know, maybe he can understand more than he can speak.
Understandable pop-off, though. tabseN and Sin both finishing that half with more than 100 ADR. But maybe the reason they switched back to German is because they had to listen to Smooya's accent. Right?
Okay.
Montu.
Yeah, if
Way less
they
jarring.
lose this game, he's also British.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Polish when he wins, German. English when he loses. German in the server. Fiku getting squeezed right now. That cave hit coming. Fiku falling back.
Oh, got two.
Still kills Montu. Well done. Nexus slides out for the short smoke. tabseN a little late on the trade, but at least it gets it to the 2v2. And we're going to need a pretty critical retake. Pistol and full conversions. Oh, was 3 of the 5 from OG. If Big pick up both pistols in this map, if they roll forward with that, then OG looking toast. Come on, Keto. Clean kills needed. Crimbo holding on the pillar. tabseN gives him a shoulder and then gives him something to think about with that headshot to end it.
Yeah, nice one. It's Big with another pistol. What was who won the first pistol? OG won the first pistol, 3-0 start. Okay, so Big, they've had a fair few pistols, though. A couple of times it's been converted on them, so we'll say that, but they've done pretty well from the perspective of pistol round victories in the series. See if they can nail that conversion.
Scout for Regali, pistols on the rest.
I got a weird question. Where did Dexter end up after
Nowhere.
everything? Nowhere.
Nowhere, as far as I know.
That's a huge player on the market, for sure.
Dexter, however, is on Fnatic.
Oh, imagine if they were on the same team. That would just be a nightmare, from a casting perspective.
Yeah, yeah, it's all about us, so.
Yeah.
I mean, that was like when Nico plays Nico.
Yeah.
Nex is close to them. You can smell them.
Smell like schnitzel and pretzels. They're right there. A little bit of pierogi.
And beer.
Yeah. Sweaty lederhosens.
I'm such a slander.
He's got the headshot.
I don't support this.
And the deagle. No, not like this. The force buy. Ooh, that would send a wave rippling down big.
It happens. It happens sometimes.
Especially with such low health. But guess what? You've got Sin. 20 and 8.
But you got Fasher.
Okay.
Right up their ass right now.
Yeah, but he's 6 and 13. His fall off has been real. From map 2 to 3.
He got an ace and 1 kill in this map.
That's what I'm saying. You know, he had his round, but not his half. Sin gets blinded. Pistol damaging him. He was that HP pool they were hoping to tap into. 7 seconds.
Oh my God, it's over.
Cripo's dying.
Oh, Regali.
Scout shots connect and OG bounce back.
Oh man. OG, sit up straight. I got a CT side to look forward to. Another conversion. How many of these can you really sustain mentally? Big, it's another round where you win the pistol and can't win the layup. Nice round, Regali, though. Honestly, that's 3 kills. Wait, 4 kills? No, 3 kills right here. Beauty of a round.
Just when Big thought they had something to be proud of, it all gets taken away. Good. OG need that. Can't be going down as badly as they did, losing pistol and letting that run away. Would have been a, 13-5. Fight, my boys.
Okay.
Give Tabson a deagle, and that can happen. He's 20 and 10.
Oh my God.
No way we're going to do this.
Right through both ears. That's Prosis.
Brain splattered on the back wall. A-site down. Now, bomb's still an elbow. But it doesn't matter.
What is happening? There's 3 bullets in the round, and all 3 got kills.
Damn, dude. And bomb can be picked up, ran through A main, no problem.
Literally,
here.
CTs can't do anything now. It's
just go.
Yeah, just go save.
Wow. Oh, dude, they got with the and then the and then the damn sick deagling coming out of Big.
So, how do we build a narrative for this half? Momentum shifts directions once again. It was looking like there's a chance for OG to come back into this after stealing away the second round after the pistol. Now that hope is instantly lost again.
Deagles are brutal.
The
3
Deagles
bullets
are crazy.
3 bullets out of Big, 3 kills.
I guess the question is, does this mean that Big will, simply close? I don't think it's going to be that clear, but just the fact that they're on 12, everything else aside.
Yeah. I mean, if anything, this weird back and forth thing we're doing right now with force buys.
Favoring the T's.
Yeah, favors the
bleeder.
T's and the guys that are that close to 16.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
OG need a strong economy, all the guns, and utility as soon as possible. And this back and forth is not going to make that easier. Increases the chances of that economy bottoming out. They've got to make do with this. And it's not horrible. 3 rifles, 2 SMGs, healthy nades.
Could be worse.
We'll see what Big throw at them this time. Oop.
Oh.
Tactical.
Yeah, they're confused. Have to remolly the pocket of mid just to be safe. It's fine, it does happen.
It's going to bring Fasher into the action again. An ace and 1 kill. That is his map so far on Ancient. He's going to peek down into elbow. Saw more where he got 1. Then the fight on the other side is between Sin. Oof. And a damage next up, but the SMG swings out, makes it awkward.
But
Prosis into the red room.
That's a big lurk, man. He hears some footsteps as well.
Yeah, but Fasher also stopped running.
They know that 2 are on the right. This should be Montu going towards B, but all right, first kill. That's Prosis. Works hard for it. 20 health now.
Dude, Fasher was just trying to get into the cover.
Now, this makes it a little bit unclear. You know, Prosis with 100 HP on that kill, and they have a lot more strength, but I think he's worried, and I think the CTs are feeling good about trying to catch him. Keto's in a great spot with this MP9.
Yep. Beautiful.
Oh, wow.
Little mow down.
Just
Did
like
the
that.
same thing back on Mirage. 2 kills from the pocket off Keto's SMG.
And just like that, back and forth we go.
But again, I think the points are all still valid, that if you know Big are coming back with a bye, and this continuation of back and forth could get Big even closer to the finish line.
Place your bets. Who will win 2 in a row? Is it going to be OG right now? They don't have a great bye, but they just won this round. It's very unlikely it's going to trade again, right?
Yeah, there's no way they feel
Oh,
safe.
the bye is so bad for Big, actually.
They literally did more with less. If they have the Eagles, they have a chance.
All right, they're setting up for the A attack. We've seen some weakness over here, but Keto's been good.
Right now, he's alone.
Yeah, they're so heavily leaned towards B. There's no op in CT spawn. The T's are going to get out. They're going to get out.
For Donut. Keto holding. Cuts down
oh my god,
only
the one gun, and they take Temple. Fasher flashed.
Oh, Crimbo.
They didn't see him.
Nope.
Wait, what?
Blindsided, but Temple's compromised. That's the rifle going deep. That rifle could catch off the rotate, but Fiku survives. 8 health for him, and now the pistol's desperate. Smoke ahead of Fasher, frag for the 2 T's left, and it's gonna go a little too far, so they'll move bomb ever closer. Chuck a nade out themselves, and pick up some scraps. But now there's 1 smoke left on Tabson. He throws it down to the CT gap, and they'll at least get their plant. What more damage can they do? And is it possible for them to pull off the improbable? A 2v4, Deagle on the site, AK slips into Donut, and if Nexa gets caught here, then Tabson can turn all his attention back to the site. Fiku walks around through the smoke! Oh,
my
Tabson! A double kill! Bombs at the halfway point, Nexa's got the kit, but the smoke doesn't cover his cross! And Sin connects to the face! 1 player pushes in, the damage is on!
Oh my god!
3 shots!
Heat seeking!
Back and forth we go! No way they do it again.
Wow. The lineup from Tabson to mow him down. 2 on 4?
2v4.
Wow. With a Deagle and an AK. I mean, this is legit. Look at those kills. Also, great shot from Sin. Very clutch. And 2 bullets on the mark through the smoke. Who needs points of reference?
Rugga's devastated.
It's a tough way to lose. That one's more like, wow, what a play from Big than like necessarily mistakes from OG, but it'll feel the same because the sheer numbers coming in for that retake, you know?
What a roller coaster.
But man, you know, on the anti-ecos, guys, have someone Temple just spotting. Just have someone Temple spotting, please. Why do teams keep doing this where they have 1 Donut who's floating between mid and Donut, literally responsible for mid and A, when they have a window player at the same time on an anti-eco? Just keep 1 Temple. Don't let them get Temple control. Stop assuming your Donuts guy is going to get a massive mow down every single anti-eco. It doesn't work like that.
Way too much. Too much for 1 man. A-main's been the bane of both teams' existence. You saw OG consistently finishing there on their T side, and we've seen Big crack through a couple times already. 5 rounds in this half, back and forth. No consecutive round wins, but my God, do Big have a hell of a chance right now, and it would come with that 14th round as well. Big moment, but Fiku presses out, grabs a Galil, and could chase them through A main, which is a completely open bomb site for the record. But do they concern themselves with the flank fast enough?
Either just smoke your flank and push for control and plant for CT, or go back and fight it.
Temple player holds off. Galil spotted. Tabson versus Fiku could be a very critical duel here.
Yeah, and don't write off Fiku.
And he's playing it patiently. He's got the lesser weapon. Oh!
but
he can't
falls.
escape. He can't escape, actually. He's locked in, but tabseN lets him go.
Smoke fades on Donut. That could activate the pistol players. MP9 in the mix there. There's also a scout over towards Regali, and Fasher gets a headshot. Look at the man advantage. Oh, tabseN's dead. Now just falls onto him. He actually gets that backstab. A headshot onto Keto. Scouts on him, and as he sprays towards both, he gets away. Time ticking fast. No kit. It's done. They may have taken the site, but they haven't taken the round.
Oh my god, they get so close, but no kit, no money for that. Kit's down in A main on the flank, and tabseN deals with it all.
Dude, I thought tabseN died just because we actually had the push come out from Fiku into site, but tabseN took the other side of main. Fiku started to unravel it with this kill here. And then tabseN trade frags him from the back.
With a Keto kill, it was all over.
Crazy, crazy retake. Got very frantic.
Wow, another timeout. This gives OG a chance to cool off, honestly. They can talk a little bit as well. If only just a stress break. But there's some ideas that need to be discussed for Big to make sure that they land cleanly on the dismount. 14-7.
Oh, OG are just going to force.
Yeah,
they're stuck. They're stuck in this position, just stuck in the mud and spinning their tires.
It's just been it's been such a bare knuckle fist fight here in so many situations. Too much to think about.
Blood, guts, and glory. It's Big, 2 away from taking it, locking in a matchup versus Vitality. Yikes.
Forget about trying to figure out what went wrong. Just keep going.
Fight. Don't look back. Focus forward. Try your damnedest. Keto will do so with the pistol kill. Fiku also adds one up to the kill feed, but it is just Regali and Nexa on B. Open mid, open A. Nexa's going to waste no time. And there's a chance that the two of them could just pinch into middle.
Yeah, Regali, you know, he did a lot in this last eco on the B site.
Good with the scout.
Good, great with it, for sure. But looks like they're smartly going to avoid all action. They can allow OG to come and grab these guns if they want to inside of mid. Just focus on A. It's definitely not a bad idea. Clearing out all the close angles. They'll find nothing. And Regali will slowly lodge into the position that I kept sort of vying for. Actually, seeing nothing inside of Temple, going into CT. Where will he chill? Or is he going to go back? They just don't have enough information, so...
They're so lost. It's not even their fault. There's just too much map for them to control. So Regali maybe gets gifted. Oh my god. Damage as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now they actually have more health than Big, and they're gonna go for this.
Dude, they almost lined up for that first shot. Critical kill.
Doubling up on Temple. Fantastic idea with the scout in play. If it comes, they trade him.
He's got health and he's flanking. Regali's going to get exposed to this. He finishes Crimbo. Montu full health. His position now known. It's a crossover from Nexa. He's got the smoke.
Got a smoke.
He's going to put it on top. He's also working with the kit. But as he comes off, Montu swings. And now he knows. Back onto the bomb is Nexa. He's going to stick it this time. He's going to stick it all 5 seconds. And OG have robbed one back.
Oh my god, he had no idea where the bomb was planted right there. It was too hard to figure out. I mean, I could totally sympathize with that in that smoke, but had to basically make a different play to make that a little easier. Nicely done from Nexa. Realized if he's going to be that far back, I can stick it. And I don't really have a choice, honestly. So the craziness continues.
Yeah, we thought the 2 round wins in a row would be the end of it.
That was the only 2 round wins of the half.
Yep.
In a row.
But this story's got another plot twist.
Okay.
OG's buy has 3 MP9s in it.
Oh my god.
T-side will have less. The door has been reopened.
Reopened, but honestly, I would rather be T with this buy, for sure. Process is the expert MP9 player on the server.
Sure. Very true. Also, Regali's scout. I mean, that headshot onto Sin right here.
Insane.
When they, I mean, that could have been.
Yeah, that would have been.
That could have been 2 noggins.
Nice! Let's go, guys.
Could have got 2 birds stoned at once.
Instead, just turntables.
Yeah. Yeah, this one keeps on spinning.
This is the call I would make too, honestly, if I was big.
Back to
like
A.
low guy, big explode here. But they do have two now. They have Keto in a better spot. They never even played back defaults to stop this hit before, but
oh, easy.
He'll manage it.
Nade finds its home. Keto does burn alive, but drops 2. Smoke grenade for the donut player. That's going to keep Fasher out of the equation.
There's no lurk and play inside of middle. They'll look at Temple, but Tapson kind of knows that you need to take this.
He's got it. But he lost that chance at getting into Temple. Now the MP9s are coming at him. And they're going to clear this for sure. He sprays away. Oh, jumping Nexa headshot. But Montu's right there with Tapson, and the boost up onto the green now known. Everybody's position is very clear. But Big, 1 frag away from that coveted 15th. Fasher has had a troublesome 3rd map, to put it politely, and he's not going to get anything further. It is indeed Big with 15.
Yeah, they get there. They finally get there. I think the call makes perfect sense. I like the setup a little bit better here from OG. I still would like to see, in situations like this, it's still considerably low buy, so using Temple, but at least they use default with someone in Donut. It's just that they don't get enough kills.
Yep.
Keto does a bit better, but again, it comes down to the guns they have available for the retake as well. But because of the weakness in the retake and the low buy on the CT side, I think that's why that play made even more sense for Big to go with. So now, you know, they can end it, of course.
Yeah, you don't want to go one more?
I don't know. I'm just assuming that like someone who's supposed to win the round will eventually do it. That's what I'm betting on.
What do you got?
Excuse me for rooting for that.
Trying to put together the picture. At least Keto's deep inside A main, so they'll know that it's not going that way. And Fiku's 5-7 with the first. He's having a rough map, but he's having a hell of a round.
No way!
3 from Cave.
God.
You're kidding.
Okay, it's beautiful. I gotta say, that was pretty nuts.
This just can't be real.
This is crazy. There's gotta be some record. In this half, there's only been 2 rounds that have been won in a row.
Only 2 rounds consecutive, the 20th and 21st. And that's when we thought Big had this one wrapped up. Instead, it is the triple 5-7. $500 pistol with a massive bite. Process is going to make it away. Fast enough, he could have left, but instead, OG keep going. Fiku with a grin because he knows why not.
That's crazy, man. But yo, that was insane. That was insane work with that.
Big have nothing.
Pistol. Oh yeah.
They have nothing. 3 players with less than 2K.
So are you saying that OG are probably going to win 2 rounds in a row?
I'm saying no chance. I'm saying anything is possible with what's happening.
You mean they have nothing, or like? Oh yeah, it's really is nothing. This Taps and Deagle, I mean.
No.
I'll say you never know. You never know, okay?
28 and 16, Sin 25 and 15. They are the 2 stars of the show for Big.
The only thing that could make this game better is if they literally won this round. Like with nothing. Like that would be the only thing that... That's the only result that will actually follow based on what we've watched so far.
The only thing that could make this better is a live camera on Maniac and Pimp right now.
Yeah,
now that would make this better.
The green room at the moment? Oh, that's the real show. Oh, yeah. Let's queue up that replay. All right.
Tabson hands off his peripherals.
It's a fake tack. We technically can't even count this round. You know, if they're just going to use this time to talk about something and then OG win because they didn't even care about winning it, this doesn't count as 2 in a row. And then we can try again next round.
I love the way you move the goalposts. Well done.
I'm from Canada. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wait.
No.
Okay, I was like...
Yeah, I was going to say, don't get excited.
But honestly, why do they have 2 people and they're both patrolling this angle? No one watching the beef. Like, they're seeing...
Teasing him with his hands. Oh, hey there.
Going towards A is looking like the better play.
If they win this round.
OG are playing so safe right now. They're
this
just
round.
Which can actually, ironically, be scarier. 15 seconds, they're going to run into the site. Keep your guns out.
Keto... Go ahead, have some fun.
Oh,
Goes
yeah.
down 4. That's exactly what you need in a situation like this. Something normal.
You know, I don't even want to berate them for just for playing super safe because, again,
of course,
what we've seen, play safe, try it. But yeah, sometimes you don't want to play even super safe versus pistols because you give up too much space to some very good pistoling players. But that round they had nothing. This round they also have like a little more than nothing, but not that much.
Yeah, they got a something.
They got a something.
I can't believe this game's still going.
Yeah.
But I'm all for it. I mean,
yeah.
if OG survived this sort of a start.
I feel like now it's starting to actually get very interesting in a fun way.
Yes, in a
This is
fun way.
shaping up to be one of the games of all time.
It is a game. Molly's over. There's no follow-through immediately with this. They're still holding on to Process's full set of utility. They're going to phase smoke on Fiku. He was there a second ago, but pulls back as they walk in.
Oh, man.
He's alone in cave.
Wait.
Oh, they got close. Oh,
No.
they got out.
Oh my god, the gun.
Oh, he's with the deke. Oh, he's in the open.
Oh, it's 5v3.
Just with pistols. They bust into the bomb site. They kick the door off the hinges, and Fasher has to try and hold this back line. We've got now an M4 in the hands of Tabson. Fast flank from Keto, and poor Montu backs up into it. Crimbo's got to pick up this slack. Oh, he doesn't even react. And all of a sudden, it's 2v2. The retake could still happen. Keto just tearing them piece by piece. Process on the other side of the map won't get here in time.
Yeah.
OG 11.
Okay, they go for the stick. Keto was actually open to spawn in that moment, but all right.
Did Crimbo lag out?
I think he was licking the wall.
Ah.
You know?
It's the condensation inside of caves. You know, moist walls.
A calorie is a calorie.
Yeah.
Is what I always
Little
say.
sodium probably in there. Like, doesn't even move.
Maybe some moss.
Moss. Good for the digestive system.
Maybe some ice cream.
Maybe. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you a normal gun round.
Can't tell how you're lying right now, so I'm going to assume.
It only took us 11 rounds to get to a full buy for both teams in this second half. Today you have witnessed something. Fiku falls away from the cave. 3-man B setup. Montu's op shot. Red room is so open. And Tabson's gonna go slip through. But Keto's peek. Oh, denied by Sin. He has been so sharp this third map with Tabson. Then they press out, and Fasher holds it off. It's two-sectioned. 2 players slightly delayed behind the first one.
Yeah, but Tabson's lurk. Oh my god.
Oh, but the CT push won't happen.
Coming.
He's got this. Nails him.
And he's watching the flank. They smoke it off now. That's the site theirs. It's your game to lose now. They're in a post plant with donut control. 3 rotators coming in. Can OG pull this off?
Montu holding mid. Snapshot into Regali, but the second player crossed. Gets his finish on Regali. Goes back. 2 for Montu. And there he sits on 17. Fiku had a fantastic series until Ancient, and it's over. It's done. It finally finishes, folks. A 16-11 scoreline on Ancient. A zany, wild ride that has led Big to a match versus Vitality and has sent OG to the fall showdown.
And as ugly as it got for both teams right there, Big, they can look at it as silly, as funny, and as zany because they won.
Yeah.
They won and they move on, and they know they can do better on another day, and there's a hug between Keto and everyone here on Big is, of course, this is him versus his old lineup. And, man, I mean, congrats to Big for being able to move on. I don't think a lot of teams are prepared to play a third map in these series here inside of groups.
Yeah.
Ancient should have probably been a bit better between the two, but still, not the map they would pick first. And with the massive changes that have come out of the break, no surprise to see, you know, a little bit of rust from rosters that have done better on this map in the past.
It's indeed excusable.
You know, it's a good shake-up. It's some fun entertainment to round out the night. And it is, of course, a very real deal for Big, as they will have a chance to take down Vitality and steal that fall finals spot. It is a tough fight, but it is one that tabseN has secured.
And they certainly did secure it, but it was a hard-fought victory here, tabseN. And I want to touch all the way back on Mirage. At this point, right, it's always been a good map for Big in general. You start up 8-2, but then it starts to slip away. And even going into the second half, you couldn't grab any momentum. What did you see the problem was?
It was just my calling, nothing else.
So you were calling this?
Yes, I definitely was calling, and I called really bad, to be honest. The T side, I didn't feel it at all, and it was a little bit stressful. But other than that, I'm really, really proud how we managed to always come back from certain scenarios.
So how are things working then with the calling? Is it map-based?
No, it's most of the time me. Obviously, Eli is also there sometimes to give some input. Karim is doing it as well. Basically, everyone is giving some input, but most of the time it's me calling.
Okay, thank you very much for clearing that. When it comes to Overpass, though, this was a lot of back and forth. You guys winning out the clutches, the key rounds as well. But you guys had played it here where OG hadn't. Was there a lot of learning on the fly?
No, Overpass is a really good map from us. We feel really comfortable on this map, even though our T-side was a little bit shaky. Same goes from there, like my calling wasn't on point. But fortunately, we have a really good city side. Everyone's playing his position really well. And yeah, this is Overpass. It's a huge city side map.
And for Ancient, you're down 3-0. It starts to look a bit of a problem early on for you guys, but you get that crazy pistol round. It got exciting, and then you rolled through 6 more rounds. At that point, did you feel like, okay, look, we're back in the driving seat?
We always felt that, to be honest. Like, it was never like that we were basically afraid of doing something. We felt very comfortable. We put a lot of practice into Ancient as well. We knew that it would be an important map here. And I think it paid off. We beat Astralis, we beat now also OG. We lost only against Na'Vi. And I think, yeah, we can be really proud of the performance so far also in Ancient and in general also in the best of 3.
And next you've got Vitality though to try and get through. What are you feeling about that?
Going to be a tough one for sure, but for now on, I'm really proud what we managed to achieve here. Yeah. I think we can maybe poke the bear a little bit, you know, yeah. And we will see what happens.
I like it. Now I've got one more question for you. It's from our Blast TV viewers, and they've decided to ask you, what was the first online game you played that was not Counter-Strike?
Not Counter-Strike?
Yeah. This was many years ago, I'm assuming.
I think like Metin 2 maybe.
Ooh, what's that?
It's like kind of like World of Warcraft where you need to farm and stuff.
Oh, okay. All right, I like it. There you go, Blast TV. Thanks, mate.
Big pull off, the reverse sweep. And if there was ever time to use skew whiff, I think it is the second half of that last map, because I have never seen anything like it. Back, forth, half buy, full buys, semi buys, whatever you could put together, Big edge it out.
I was this close taking off my glasses, so I couldn't see it. I was this close. It was not pretty, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh
back and forth. None of the two teams could find a footing, and it was not the prettiest of games, but I think it was fair enough that Big ended up winning, because they were the better team after all. But no, I'm not gonna lie here, it wasn't the best game of Counter-Strike I've seen.
Yeah, it was a mud fight. It was a mud fight, that's what it was. It got dirty, it got messy, a whole lot of mistakes being made, a whole lot of clutch being turned around by mistakes, mostly his opponent allowing the others. And at that game, Big were just slightly better. I think there was a couple of moments where rounds were on a knife's edge, specifically on the A side, post-plan situation, a couple of good moves for Big, and I guess we are now all 10 years older.
I just want to clear
you okay?
something up. No, I'm not.
I think we've broken you.
That game actually broke me. Like, the second half of that game actually broke me. I want to clear something up. Who's calling now for Big? Did they just pick it out of a hat? Like, what's going on?
Like, last time James spoke to them, CEST was supposed to be the caller. At least he was being slowly matured into being a caller, but it was him calling, and now tabseN said he was calling, so I don't know why
they're doing
Is it
about
just like
information
whoever
in
draws
talks.
the short straw? Like,
They just want to keep us in the dark, so we never know.
I mean, nevertheless,
maybe it's a
tabseN had a
transition.
great game.
Yep, if he did have a great game.
Maybe if he's calling, then he's in the
both
zone for
CEST
France.
and tabseN had a great game. You know, you would argue that. tabseN, fighting-wise, he was fantastic. He did a great job. Very good, yes. To be honest, for CEST, I feel like if he's not calling, then I kind of want to know the plan for that.
But he will be.
He will be. That's the thing. But I want to know, is it a transition period? Are they sharing the role? Is it tabseN taking over when it gets down to the nitty-gritty? I would like a little bit more clear communication, because as you said, we've spoken to them twice now, and they're coming out with different answers each time, and it makes it kind of tough for us to know what's going on.
I'm really happy that we get to see the tabseN resurgence, nonetheless, though, particularly because, you know, if you think back to the first map of this series, he was pretty cold coming into this, right? It's been a gradual build-up for tabseN to get back to the heights we know he can reach.
Yeah, but now I'm all confused. Like, my stories keep changing. I don't know what to trust. I don't know what to believe in. First, he's obviously struggling because he's the IGL. Then it's actually, wait, no, hold on a second. He's struggling because he's not the IGL anymore, and then he has to get used to a new system. And now it turns out he's actually still the IGL, and Sin is only giving input. So, which is remakes, revert back to the first version. Probably a little bit lost. He had a couple of words with James. He said, I called really, really poorly. Usually there is a connection between individuals kind of out of breath and also not finding a solution. So good for him to have that map with Ancient. It's going to be necessary. It'll always be necessary. Definitely good.
There's a couple of rounds we need to dive into, and I think we may as well load up the first one, and that'll be round 4. It all started this madness of a game. You look at the buy coming in from Big right here. It is not looking bueno. OG has a full buy. Big have pistols all over the board, and they still somehow, some way managed to win this round without, as far as I'm aware, losing a single player in the process. Okay, one player goes down, but that's it. The 5-7 is coming into play. It's Big, you know, being in an advantageous position from this point and onwards, because they went on to win an additional 6 rounds followed by this one, and it felt so easy to win these eco rounds, and it happened again in the second half.
Yeah, little did we know this was the beginning of a whole lot of weird rounds that were going to happen. Another great example here, 11-6, 1 tap from Tapson, and then poor Fasher is being caught off guard, 5 versus 3, and just like that, 2 shots, the round is over. Sin is even going to add another one for pleasure, for guilty pleasure, if you will. But the issue is that 99% of the time, I will tell you this was the end of the game. That's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
When you have such a good half for Big, and then you win the back-to-back, like, forced by battle with your opponent, you have a clean slate with Deagle. It should have been 16-6 after that, or 16-7 at 8. Turns out it was just the beginning of a very chaotic game.
Yeah, it was chaotic indeed. Unfortunately, didn't slide in OG's favor. They are eliminated here in Copenhagen. So let's get a few departing words courtesy of Kido.
Kido, I want to start by looking at Mirage here. When you guys were 8-2 down, you managed to pull it back, and you had a strong fight from there on. Even then going into the second half, it was a complete change of pace from you guys. What did that feel like, and did you feel like you just needed to kind of wake up into that one?
Yeah, I think we had to wake up, like basically what Casper, like our coach said, the next time that we need to grow some balls, like just be confident, take some duels, and like don't be afraid to offer things or like take space, basically. Yeah.
Well, that certainly worked out on Mirage. Then we go on to your pick of Overpass. Now, this was an interesting one. So on their pick of Overpass, should I say? Because this is an interesting one. They've played it, so there's some data for you guys to go off on. But how comfortable are you guys? Because we hadn't seen you in an official on it.
Yeah, I think it's an okay map for us right now. CT side was decent. Like 9 rounds is like you need 9 rounds basically, but you wish for more. But unfortunately, it was only 9. So we knew it will be hard on T side, especially because like Big. It's like one of the best CT side overpass teams, and yeah.
And how much did your own time on Big be able to help the team in this game in general?
Like I think I called like a lot, like reactions like we had back then. They still like play kind of the same, so I knew where to position like the AWP and stuff, and yeah.
And wholesome, we saw Kido having a hug with his former coach of Goldby and Tapson, as well as his in-game leader. But unfortunately, end of the line for OG. They'll be going to the showdown. That's going to be a tricky battle when we're looking at some of the teams that could also potentially make it there.
Yeah, obviously it's going to be complicated. They won't be favorites moving into the showdown. And unfortunately for them, they were one of the most obvious candidates to be eliminated quickly here in Copenhagen. We know it's a brand new roster. We know they have modest aspirations considering the roster changes they've been able to do. And we could just grasp at a couple of individuals playing well. I think Regali still maintains some sort of excitement and aspiration for his future as a player. But for OG, it's a relatively logical result.
Yeah, OG also joining the side of complexity, unfortunately, as they were eliminated earlier on today by Astralis. That was an incredibly convincing showing. I thought that had the potential rather to go to the full 3 maps. But yeah, Astralis closed that overpass out in very convincing fashion. And we can see them progressing on through the gauntlet. They're going to be facing up against Team Liquid. And unfortunately for Big, shit don't get any easier. They got Vitality waiting in the wings.
I was just about to say, that game is not going to be easy for Big whatsoever. Same could be said for Liquid Astralis. I think that's a pretty much 50-50 game, and I think it's safe to assume, Matthew, as you said a couple of times, that the Na'Vi G2 game is at hand, potentially.
Yes.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but that's surely but likely what's going to happen tomorrow as well. So it's going to be interesting to see who's going to qualify for the Royal Arena, because there's only 3 spots left, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, let's just check in with the teams that... we can't check in with that, because we've got NRP, Heroic, and what was the third team that we had? FaZe!
Just the common denominator is Denmark.
Yeah.
Danish
Just think
players.
of the Danes,
That's
Britain
how it
and the
works.
Stars. Should we check in with our CS Money Player of the Day? Because I'm sure there's going to be some exciting
I think we
plays.
should do
no,
our predictions.
Predictions, there we go.
That's what we should be doing for you.
Man, I'm
We
so
all had a
sorry.
long day.
I'm not on the train with this segment. But I win.
What do you mean? Yes, you are indeed. But Jacob is flying high. 15 points, Jacob. Any word?
No.
Thank you, Jacob. Moving swiftly on.
Let's move swiftly on.
Everyone is full of energy right now.
Let's take it away with the first one. Floppy Flop Flop coming in with his USP in a nice round against Astralis, a pistol round where he destroys 3 people jumping down to his face, says Floppy.
That was beautiful from Floppy indeed. And then we have another Complexity player for you guys at home, Elige as well. That's an ace on Vertigo at that AK-47 downrange on the ramp, utilizing the better weaponry that he had over his opponents. We've all done that. We know, we identify whenever we hear, we smell these Glocks coming over. We obviously have to go for the duel.
Sin, not only did he win the game with Big, but he also could potentially win Player of the Day, starting off with the FMS, coming out on short, getting a nice double kill with the FMS, spraying it down, pulling out the USP, and just shutting down OG in this Antico.
That's a Player of the Day.
I mean, I'm not going to vote on it, but hey, listen, people could if they want to.
It's a candidate. We love democracy here. We really do. James, what's going on with the best?
Well, you guys have completely lost it, but I'm bringing you the Maersk MVP, and it's time for us to have a check-in once again. And it has changed just a little bit when it comes to all of this. You can see the players on the top, and ZywOo is still there. We keep on saying it. It may not even change, but blameF. Now, you guys, you keep calling him Baydef. Well, he's taken over the IGLing, and he's dominated. He delivered an arse-whooping to Complexity from start to finish here. blameF was, well, getting stuck a little bit in that clip, but the rest of it, he's been on fire throughout. Now, it is against Complexity. They've still got one more game to play if they want to get to the Royal Arena, but blameF can be happy with what he did, not just in leading, but in the fragging department, as this Astralis made quick, light work of Complexity, and they're going to look to try and grab that slot against Liquid. blameF has been hella confident. Let's see if he can push up even further.
Yeah, blameF has been looking
on
fire. Yeah, some great shots
Was
from
that
him.
2.30 rating on the second map?
Yeah, that is absolutely disgusting. And potentially a chance for him to be making it alongside a hell of a lot of other Danes to the Royal Arena. We will be finding out that tomorrow. But first up is going to be an elimination matchup. EG taking on G2. Why are you laughing about it? I've got the giggles.
I'm excited for tomorrow.
I'm really sorry.
Excited.
We're just so excited. See you all tomorrow.